This is the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series, bringing together the top Sports Car Club of America racers from around the country. After kicking things off at historic Sebring International Raceway just 4 weeks ago, this weekend we find ourselves just outside the Big Easy at NOLA Motorsports Park. Mardi Gras may have ended on Tuesday, but we have 230 drivers across 27 different classes here this weekend looking to laissez bon temps rouler, let the good times roll, on this very flat but challenging 2.75 mile, 16 turn road course. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we're bringing you all the coverage here this weekend on DriversEye Live. Good morning, Brian.
Hey, Greg, good morning. We are here at a soggy NOLA Motorsports Park. We have cars out there this morning that are probably smaller than the puddles, but we're having a good time, and we started a few minutes late, but we're good to go. Oh, look at that big puddle there. You can't see that because we're showing you a track map, but here's the 16-turn, 2.75 mile NOLA Motorsports Park. The only thing that this doesn't have, Greg, is elevation change.
Yeah, exactly.
Some really cool corner complexes. I was out with Brendan, our director, last night, putting cameras out. Some really cool parts on this racetrack, but it is flat as a pancake.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take a look there, Brian, on this map does show some of the little crossover roads that we have as well. But very challenging, a hard braking zone, our Hawk Performer braking zone going into turn 1 today. We've got that hairpin at turn 3, which is at the north end of the course that you're looking at right now, and we've got these decreasing radius S's that take you on the backside of the course. And one of the big challenges, besides the rain, and we have some portions of this track, Brian, that are currently under quite a bit of water and maybe causing some aquaplaning out here, is that there are multiple types of asphalt that make up this road course. The road course, Alan Wilson designed and came on board back in 2011. But as you can imagine, with the type of weather that New Orleans and the west bank of the Mississippi get throughout the year with a lot of humidity, it causes this track to degrade quite a bit and crack. And so we actually have multiple forms of asphalt,
right?
And the drivers are going to have to figure out very different grip levels over the course of this 2 3/4 mile track, whether it's wet or whether it's dry.
Yeah, and you can tell the grip level is obviously really important when it's wet. And one thing I was noticing last night, and I was a little surprised by, is the painted curbs are rather grippy when they're wet. So I thought they'd be a lot more slick than they are. But they did seem to have a little bit of grip, so that's helpful to them. You see that one car coming through there really slowly. I'm not quite sure what the issue is with that car right now. But you can see the flag station there with the white flag out. Unlike oval racing, the white flag here is for a slow car on track. Sometimes that is a race car, sometimes that is an emergency vehicle. So that is what the white flag is there for. It does not signify one lap to go in qualifying in this particular purpose anyway.
Yeah, indeed. And so we do have qualifying underway. And Brian, let's quickly run down what the schedule is for today, as we have our first of 7 qualifying sessions out on track. These are going to be 20-minute long qualifying sessions, and we anticipate having our very first race of the day just before lunch around 11:10. We'll see if we can make up a little time on the schedule, so maybe delayed from this a little bit. 11:10 a.m. Central Time, that's local time at NOLA, so just a little bit after 12 noon Eastern Time. We'll break for lunch, and then we will have not 6 more races, but likely 7 more races, as our 7th run group is a combination of both Spec Miata and SMX. And those two classes, time permitting, are going to, although they'll be qualifying together this morning, we're going to see about, hopefully, be able to give them each their own race.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for anyway. And taking a look at some early times here, and some folks who I would expect to be up front are up front in these early laps. Each car now has 2 laps in the books, or most of them do anyway. Russ Turner is our fast car at the moment with a 209.9. Dave Ogburn is in second. Denny Stripling is in third. Turner and Ogburn were first and second at the runoffs last year. So that makes a little sense to me, Greg.
It does, Brian. And so the name of this event is the Voodoo Reboot, and that is because, well, this is the first time the SCCA has been back for the Super Tour here at NOLA since 2018. And back in 2018, we had Russ Turner finish on the podium. He finished on the podium one day. He finished third on the opening day, on the Saturday race, our 25-minute timed race. Did not finish on the podium on Sunday during the feature race, but Denny Stripling did. So, and both of these drivers have quite a bit of experience here at NOLA.
13 and a half minutes left in this qualifying session, and right after that session we're going to get going with our second group of the day, and that's our small bore formula cars, Formula 600, Formula F, and Formula V. So that is the situation here at this moment.
Indeed. And so out on track right now, and I should also mention, Brian, sitting 4th currently in qualifying now with, I believe, just 2 flying laps in the books, is Clay Russell, Robeson Clay Russell, who's our 2018 and 2019 national champion in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And back in 2018, he was your winner both days. So now, my recollection as I was here calling that event is that it was dry both days. So we'll see how things play out here for him. But the driver that we should also be looking for, and he's currently sitting 4th in the order very early on, Tyler Stevens. He was our fastest driver on track during yesterday's test sessions here, which were also in the wet. So certainly watch for the number 105 machine. And we'll see how things play out for him. But Dave Ogburn now going to the top of the leaderboard. Ogburn putting in a 209.195. That is 47 1/1000ths clear of Richard Stevens, who was our second fastest driver during the testing yesterday. All right, so looks like we've got might have some technical issues going on. We're going to try and get that resolved here in just a moment. That I think we're having a little trouble picking up.
Back.
There's Brian. He's back.
Sorry,
all right. So Brian, why don't you fill us in on everything that you just said for the last 5 minutes that nobody could hear?
What I was saying was, at the moment, I don't think it's still raining. At least the best I can tell. I don't have a puddle to look at, so that was what I was saying. But I will tell you, the weather guessers are suggesting that it's going to stop raining here this afternoon, this morning, and we should have at least, I don't know if the track will be dry, but we should have an afternoon without anything falling from the sky. And tomorrow's forecast looks spectacular, Greg.
Indeed, it does. All right, so we just saw on our camera view as we're watching drivers, they're coming out of the final corners here, coming through the long sweepers at turns 16 and onto the front straight. One of the things that we saw, that is the pit entrance just towards the bottom of your screen. And Clay Russell, driver of the number 31 machine, who we were talking about just a few moments ago, who was sitting up in the top 5 and the winner here back in 2018, he took the car down the pit lane. And he is starting to fall back through the order now as many drivers are starting to find some time here. Clay Russell now falling back to 16th position as Gary Glanger now moves to the top of the leaderboard with a 207.941. To give you a little bit of information about the layout of this weekend. Now, we talked a little bit about the schedule for today, where we've got qualifying and then we have 25-minute timed races. Well, tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. local time, 9 o'clock Eastern, we are once again going to have qualifying for our 7 different groups, and then our feature races tomorrow afternoon, actually starting late tomorrow morning, about 10 a.m. Central Time, local time. And those grids will be made up of the fastest lap times from both of the qualifying sessions here this weekend, as well as the fastest lap time from today's sprint race.
You can see these rooster tails coming off the back of these cars, and of course the Spec Racer Fords definitely drafting a big important part of how you race these cars. But when you have the rooster tails coming out from behind them, it makes you want to be in the draft less, but that doesn't help you go fast. But the times definitely, Greg, you're absolutely right, going down. Gregg Ginsberg just went purple again with a 206.998. Tyler Stevens has jumped up into second place right now with a 207.9, and then Dave Ogburn with a 208.5. So that was his last lap time before this last moment. It looks like he might have had a moment, because his last lap was a 214.2, Dave Ogburn. So that is probably had just a moment where he had to either check up or whatever the case may be. It's still a lot of wetness out there, even though I don't think there's a whole lot falling from the sky at the moment.
Okay, and so a little bit further, and you can see as we're placing the order there, we've got up to the top 30, I believe. Actually, we're going and scrolling all the way through on the timing pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. Todd Vanacore just now moves up into 9th position, turning in his fastest lap of the session with personal bests in all 3 sectors. We'll see here if anybody has anything for Gary Glanger. Glanger just resets fastest sector 1 time. And we'll see if he can improve upon that 206.998 that he currently has, where he is now almost a full second up on Tyler Stevens and Dave Ogburn.
And then we've got Richard Stevens in 4th place. Richard Stevens, one of those drivers, when we go to the Super Tours around the country, who basically just does the Super Tours close to home. Yeah. Last year, though, he was 1st and 3rd at Hallett, so he definitely knows how to get these Spec Racer Fords around a racetrack. He's out of Bixby, Oklahoma. That's near Tulsa. So this is kind of as close to home as he's going to get, other than Hallett. So good to see him out here already getting it done here early in this session. Got another slow car coming. The 18 car is slow down the main straight at the moment. Car number 18 is rolling down here till I can find them. Where is it? I don't have. Oh, Gary Glanger. So our fast car, our fast car in this session, was really slow down the main straightaway.
Yeah.
Maybe they're up to speed now.
Yeah, like I said, he had an overall best in Sector 1, and then appeared to come out of it both in Sector 2 and Sector 3, Brian, where he was almost 12 seconds off of his provisional pole time. All right, so let's do this, Brian. We're quite a bit past halfway. We've got about 5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. Why don't we take a quick break? Thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you this year's 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from NOLA Motorsports Park. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention the paddock, Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid. That would be F600, Formula F, and Formula V, Group 2 cars to the grid. All right, we're back here at NOLA Motorsports Park, 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this qualifying session. And I did just see a puddle, Greg, and it looks more like the puddle has white caps in it rather than rain falling. So it is definitely breezy out there, which is actually good for drying the racetrack.
So Brian, this was a great shot that we just had up here, and I joked this morning with our director Ryan that at Sebring we could see the palm trees blowing around.
Yes.
Here, all you see is like the little grass blades and weeds blasting around. There you go. There's a good shot.
Yes, that's a great shot there. And the previous shot we did when we were coming in from the break, there was a little puddle there, and I could actually see waves in the puddle.
Oh my!
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's actually, as we're looking at this shot here, as the drivers come out of turn 4 and start this big right-hand sweeper that is essentially turn 5, 6, and 7, you can actually see the rooster tails as they come off the car, Brian. They are blowing to drivers left.
That's good, though, for the cars behind.
And it's good, and it's good for the cars behind. It's also good, and hopefully we'll start drying out this track. And so we now have just a little bit over, or actually a little bit less than a minute and a half remaining here in qualifying. And going to the top of the leaderboard now, Richard Stevens.
Yep.
With a 206.783, Gary Glanger out of Dallas, Texas, had been maintaining that spot for about 3 laps, and now on lap number 8, Stevens goes to the top of the leaderboard. Clay Russell, who we saw come down the pit lane a little bit earlier and drop down out of the top 10, he is now your second fastest driver. He's 0.12 of a second back. Gary Glanger, who just reset fast sector 1, overall best sector 1, appears to be on a flyer. We'll see if he can move back up into provisional pole for this afternoon's sprint race. Glanger, the Southern Region champion, or probably Southern Conference champion in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, both in 2017 and also in 2021.
So we've got a half a minute left in this session, and I see that the starter has the checkered flag in his hand, ready to wave it at a moment's notice here, and we will be getting ready for our next race group. Let me make another quick call to the grid. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 to the grid.
All right, Brian, and here as time is running down, Clay Russell goes to the top of the leaderboard, turns in a 206.530, almost a quarter of a second clear of Richard Stevens. But Gary Glanger, again, he's on a flyer. He's got that overall best in Sector 1, and will get his Sector 2 and Sector 3 times here in a moment, as he'll be coming around the bend very quickly. Richard Stevens gets turns in a faster lap than Russell, but there you go. Gary Glanger now with a 2:04.307.
Wow.
And Brian, 2 full seconds clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, definitely. And there's still a few cars out there completing their laps to see whether or not they can get one more in here before it's all said and done. But the track definitely drying out here at the end here. So there's a chance that someone else can sneak up there into that top set of, into those top positions. But what a great final lap there by Gary Glanger to be able to lay that one down and try to get to the pole position here as we get ready for our afternoon races.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like Russ Turner is on a flyer right now, Brian. He's set personal best in Sector 1, but isn't able to hold that up in Sector 2, and he is almost half a second off of Gary Glanger already as he goes into Sector 2. I can't expect him to be able to make that up, but there you go. Russ Turner, he does set personal bests and now moves up to the outside of the front row. As we can see, the checkered flag is being displayed on the starter stand. Russ Turner, he knocked a heck of a lot out of that advantage that Glanger had built up, but still 1.2 seconds off of provisional pole. Richard Stevens currently sitting third with Clay Russell fourth. Tyler Stevens fifth, Denny Stripling sixth, then Dave Ogburn and Charles Pigeon. And, I think, Brian, we mentioned this at Buttonwillow last year. Charles Pigeon, who owns a boat company, must love this weather. And we'll have to find out if he actually, besides selling, and those are the Tige boats, we'll have to get the correct pronunciation, but is an SCCA partner with his boat company. We'll have to see if he makes any of those Bayou fan boats that we may need here this weekend. He was 8th fastest with Mark Snyder, and good to see Mark out here this weekend, and Joseph Maley, your top 10.
All right, let's go and take a quick break here, and we'll wring out the sponge, and we'll do it all over again here in just a few minutes with our next race group. We'll take a break. When we come back in a few minutes, we'll have our second qualifying session of the day. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Voodoo Reboot. I just like saying voodoo. We're here qualifying on a drying racetrack here at NOLA. And this is, of course, presented by the Houston, Lone Star, Houston, and Texas regions of the SCCA, all coming together to put on this great event here at NOLA. And Gregg Ginsberg here. I'm Brian Bielanski also. And we're going to do this one for you again. This is Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600, Greg.
Indeed. And here's Brian, probably only somewhere around 6 cars heading out on track for this one. Not many drivers today dealing with the rain. I believe 5 of them in Formula V and a single Formula F racer. I don't believe we have any Formula 600 drivers here this weekend.
If I were a man, Greg, I would bet that a Whitston could take the pole for this.
There is a very good chance, at least in Formula V.
Right. In Formula V pole.
Yeah, in Formula F, I'm not so sure. And Brian sounds fairly certain of this because we've got Steve and Ron Whitston, we've got Andrew and Zach Whitston as well, and in addition to that, we've got Stephen Davis, who did so well at Sebring a month ago. Our sole Formula F driver on track, Cooper Shipman, out of Austin, Texas, driving I believe a Honda-powered Piper. And so we're going to let our drivers head out for this qualifying set, or head out for their out lap and start to deal with the rain. But, Brian, as long as these drivers are out and trying to find their way around this course on the out lap, why don't we take a look at our schedule?
Yep.
Of course, we talked about the schedule here this weekend. Let's take a look at the Super Tour schedule over the remainder of the season here. Probably the biggest and most important thing is next week is round number 5 and 6 at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, right outside of right in your neck of the woods.
Yep.
And then it really comes hot and heavy with Road Atlanta and Virginia International Raceway. And, we were talking about the folks, the Stevens living in Bixby, Oklahoma, that call Hallett Motor Racing Circuit their home track. They're in the middle of April. It's the only track that I've ever been to, Brian, where it was 75 degrees and I ended up with wind burns instead of sunburn. Because you're sitting right in that valley and, oh my gosh, can it get windy there. And then, of course, we've got mainstay on the Super Tour, Portland International Raceway. And great to see the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course return after a few years off the schedule. And, of course, we wrap things up at the Glen. And, as always, the Chicago Region June Sprints at Road America will wrap up our Super Tour this season.
Yeah, it's a great schedule, and we're going to have all this action for you all season long. It'll be Greg and myself and some another group of our cast of characters are going to join us along the way because a couple of weekends that Greg and I can't do. So we've got some fun folks who are going to join us for that. Now, I said, Greg, that I thought, if I were a betting man, it would be a Whitston on the pole for Formula V. That said, of course, we should not discount Stephen Davis, a former national champion in that class.
That is right.
And he's out of the Atlanta area, and I know because I used to be from Atlanta, or at least live in Atlanta and do a lot of racing down there. He knows exactly what to do in the rain. So, do not count him out. I'm just looking at the odds with four Whitstons and a Davis. I think there's a good betting chance that it might be a Whitston on top at the end of this session.
There's a decent likelihood there, Brian. I'm not a betting man. I don't do simple math in my head all that well, but I'd say the odds are stacked in that family's stacked in there.
Right.
Oh my gosh, it's in their favor right now. Hey, so real quick, going back, we haven't welcomed our, as you like to call them, our associate producers along with us, and we want to thank all of you for joining in. It was a very interesting, and it kind of confused me during that Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 qualifying that we had Tyler Stevens driving his car in qualifying and in the chat, although we've had folks in the chat from the grid before, but Tyler was very quick to mention that it was not Tyler, it was his mother. And this is, we have, Richard Stevens has been racing Spec Racer Ford 3 for quite some time. This is Tyler's very first race weekend here. So great to see him, and he did very well in his first qualifying session on the Super Tour. Yeah. So we'll see here as we now have our first flying laps coming in, Brian, and early days, but Steve Whitston is your provisional pole sitter for this group with a 214, 279, 6/10 up on the rest of the field here. We'll see. We'll give these guys a little bit more time. And I think you mentioned it before. Our next group after this is going to be our what we call small bore, our production category classes, GT Light, and the always exciting B-Spec. We had a heck of a B-Spec, 2 B-Spec races at Sebring that just knocked us out of our seats. So we'll see how they do. They're going to be our next qualifying session. Again, we have altogether 7 qualifying sessions this morning, each of them 20 minutes in length, and this is our second of the day.
So we have at the top of the leaderboard very, very early in the session, Steve Whitston, Zach Ritson are in first and second place as far as times go. And their times are going to come down over the course of this session as well. Cooper Shipman is the one FF car out there. He has got our 3rd fast time. And then you've got Andrew and Ron Whitston, followed by Stephen Davis. So those, they're just got some time to figure out how to, where the dry spots are, where the wet spots are. And then once they get that going, then I think we'll see these times start to drop a little bit more. The unfortunate part for the next group up is that these cars don't displace a lot of water, and there's not a lot of them. So I don't know how much track drying is going to happen here over the course of the next 15 minutes here, or 12 minutes, I guess, is what we've got left. But But hopefully after the next group comes out, those heavier sedans, they'll be able to really get this track dried up here. And hopefully we don't get too much more rain. I see the clouds look lighter now than they were earlier. So that's good news. I think our cameras have a little bit of fogging, kind of, misty stuff going on. But it does appear a little bit lighter out than the cameras might be showing at the moment. And that's that puddle I was talking about there behind our turn 2 box that said, earlier I was seeing white caps in that puddle. Now it looks like that the wind has died down a tiny bit. So
yeah, but Brian, luckily most of our drivers will never get to that puddle. However,
if all goes well,
they won't get there. But we've been watching that puddle over also in turn 9, which is right in the middle of those S's. And there is somebody off in that
Formula F car.
Yeah, and that is as you mentioned, Cooper Shipman, our sole Formula F driver, and that is turn 4. That is and a matter of fact, you were talking to Denny Stripling about that as part of your Inside the SCCA podcast earlier this week, and probably, at least under race conditions, probably the most challenging corners that we have. Turn 3, which is a hairpin, which goes from a very wide entry to a very narrow exit down into essentially another hairpin at turn number 4, where things close up quite a bit, and it's a bit of a decreasing radius corner. And caught Cooper Shipman out there that time by. So obviously that lap is not going to be one that he's going to use to move up in the order.
Yeah, we just had one of the Formula Fs have a little moment going into the S's, too. They slowed down a lot. I don't know if they actually spun, but they were definitely off pace, and they're now picking up the speed as well. Lots of tricky parts here. You can see all that standing water there at the exit of 15, and that is something that will soon hopefully be dried up and whisked away. So we'll keep an eye on that. Now, Andrew Whitston has popped up to the top spot on the leaderboard with a 2:12.506. Steve Whitston dropped down to second, with Cooper Shipman still in third there.
All right, so here, Brian, as we are now just about halfway through this qualifying session, Do we have another break coming up? I believe we do.
We do, so let's do a call to the grid first.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll take a quick break.
All right, attention to the paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars, that's your E and F production, H production, GT lights, T4, STL, and of course B-Spec. Group 3 cars to the grid. Oh, no, I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong. It's E production, F production, H production, GT light, and B-Spec. So the T4 and STL are not in Group 3 today. So Group 3 cars to the grid. Let's go take our break. We'll be right back. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we are having a good old time here. Thanks again always to DriversEye Productions for putting on all of the cameras in the production here. It is not fun to do that job in the rain, but we're here doing it because we like to do it, even though it's raining.
Just wait till we send Brendan out there to stop through the grass. Oh, he just said in his ear that he's going out there soon to wipe off lenses. So
there we go. That's what he does.
That's right.
He is our fearless leader here, folks.
Go tend to our cameramen and women.
That's right. That's right. So 6.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. We've got top 5 there, or all 5 there in Formula V. Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston, Zachary Whitston, Stephen Davis, and Ron Whitston. That's the way they stand at the moment. Cooper Shipman, our lone Formula F car in this group. And this weekend, no Formula 600 cars have made their way down to the bayou. But we are going to have a good time nonetheless. Here's our turn 7 camera. You might notice, folks, that it is really, really flat here, which of course is makes for not the easiest of camera angles, but we will get you the best that we can because that is what we do here. There is, I believe, that Stephen Davis coming through there.
Stephen Davis is in a black car, in the black number 80.
Oh, yes.
I believe that is actually the 18 of Steve Whitston. And by the way, that shot back there, Brian, in the with the gravel trap,
yep.
I would refer to that as the crawfish cam.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Very nice. I was going to call it China Beach, but all right, we'll take that.
Yeah, well, maybe Louisiana. Well, there is, yeah. The Bayou.
Bayou
Beach. Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Or let's call it the Levee. One of the two.
Yes. Oh, boy.
All right, so here, as we've got now clicking just under 5 minutes now remaining in qualifying here, and it is Andrew Whitston in the number 12 machine, I believe two-time national champion in Formula V. He's currently your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:12.506, just about a full second clear of brother Zach Whitston in the number 27 machine. Then Steve, third fastest. Cooper Shipman, our sole Formula F driver, currently sitting fourth overall.
We'll do a quick, another call to grid here, folks. Attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GTL, and B-Spec. Group 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. There's your top 5 there. Andrew Whitston, Zach Whitston, Steve Whitston, then Stephen Davis and Ron Whitston. And Cooper Shipman there now drops us down to 4th place overall on the grid. He, again, our one Formula F car. So,
all right, well, so Andrew Whitston, who was sitting atop the leaderboard, just bests his previous fast lap, turns in a 2:12.02. That is now a little bit over a full second up on Steve Whitston, who is leapfrogged Zach Whitston. Now, I believe about 4/10 separating Steve and Zach, 37 hundredths to be more exact. That is your top 3. Cooper Shipman 4th, Stephen Davis, Ron Whitston. Ron Whitston just set his fastest lap of the session at a 2:26.366.
right. The Whitston clan, originally all of them were from basically right around Road America up in Wisconsin. Now Steve and Zach live down here in this area in Texas. And so this is kind of the southeast, or the southwest tracks here are their kind of home tracks now. But they still head up to the Midwest to do some racing up there. That's why the family comes down here and goes up there for a lot of these races. So kind of dual home tracks for these folks. Coming up on 2.5 minutes to go here, just under 2.5 minutes to go now, actually. These times haven't come down quite as dramatically as the group beforehand, Greg. Started with 2:17s, came down to a 2:12 really fast in the third lap, and then from there, all of the times have been basically pretty steady for this group of cars. They haven't been those huge chunks of time once they figured out where the line was best at these conditions. So unlike the group before, where the track was drying out rather quickly for them, that not quite so much the case here. Because like we said, these cars aren't dissipating as much water.
Indeed.
And there's not as many of them. So
yeah, and I think also what we're seeing is compared to the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, Brian, at least as far as the Formula Vs are concerned, much more narrow tires,
right?
And I think a little less susceptible to the aquaplaning that we saw with the Spec Racer 4s earlier, and so perhaps a little less experimentation going on as far as the fast lines around this track, especially since the majority of these drivers were out for our test day yesterday and may have a pretty good idea of the track conditions and how things play out once the rain starts to dissipate.
Yes, yesterday's test, a steady stream of rain pretty much all day long. There was no real let up for too much of yesterday. So those who were here know what the conditions are and know where the puddles typically show up. I don't know how many folks showed up last night just to race today, but that is the case there. There's a big car going through some big puddle. Little car going through big puddles.
Big puddle.
Checkered flag is out, Greg, on this session. So we've got we're going to get the last cars to come across the line. So there's still a chance to get a little bit faster here on this final lap.
Yeah, matter of fact, we just saw coming through that shot there over at turn 7. That was Zach Whitston. Looked like Stephen Davis was coming through turn 4 at the time, and so a number of our drivers on their last flying laps. Looks like Stephen Davis, who had just turned in his fastest lap of the session, still good only enough for 5th overall with a 2:19.014. Again, we're waiting on Zach Whitston. Andrew Whitston comes across the line. He does not improve. He's at a 2:12.02. That is still your provisional pole time, and so we're waiting on Steve and Zach Whitston. Steve Whitston has set personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Zach was a little bit off in Sector 2. So Steve now comes across the line, and he does set a personal best lap of a 2:12.307. That is still a little bit less than 0.3 off of Andrew's provisional pole time of 2:12.02. Zach Whitston crosses the line again, does not improve, although very, very close to what he had turned in previously at a 2:13. That time he turns in a 2:13.56. Cooper Shipman wraps up. Well, it looks like actually Cooper on at the tail end of the course right now, and we'll see whether or not he comes across the line or whether or not he comes down the pit lane. There he is. He comes across the start-finish line. Shipman will not improve upon his previous 2:14.758. As a matter of fact, he was almost a second and a half off of that time on his final flying lap. And so that's going to wrap things up here. Brian, Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston will make up your front row. Zach Whitston and Cooper Shipman should make up row number 2. Stephen Davis and Ron Whitston should make up row number 3. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Why don't we make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. All right, final call to the grid for race group number 3, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Race group number 3, this is your final call to the grid. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with our next qualifying session here from NOLA Motorsports Park. You're listening and watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? And welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park and weekend number 2 of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we now have our third qualifying session of 7 this morning. Before we go racing, these are our production category cars, GT Light and also B-Spec, Brian.
Yes, definitely, and a much larger group of cars for this race group. And they are all heading out now, and you can even just tell, Greg, looking at the cars as they hit the track for the first time, far less of the rooster tail action that we had earlier with the Spec Racer Ford. So we are definitely drying out here, and this race group in particular will do a good job of giving us a pretty decent dry line here by the end of this 22-minute session here. So this will be a good test for how the rest of the day is going to go. Hopefully not getting any more rain. I'm going to actually call up the weather radar here while we get this session underway.
Brian, as I always like to say, that my 4 years in New Orleans are the best years I can't remember. The one thing I do remember is very much like the weather in South Florida. You'll get these spot showers out of nowhere. The difference is that when it comes down, it's usually about 4 inches of rain. It usually goes somewhere between your ankles and your knees. And of course, the challenge in the West Bank of New Orleans and New Orleans proper itself is that the drainage, because we're slightly below sea level, the drainage ain't exactly the best. So, but the most important thing here is that these cars and those groove tires can evacuate the water and at least get it off the track surface. As we've got our drivers out on their out lap here, and we've got somewhere just north of 20 drivers taking part in this qualifying session. Brian, we've got it is a family affair. In H production, we've got James Rogerson, who has spent time in B-Spec cars as well, with Chuck Bream and Neil Verity. Rogerson driving and you'll know this car type very well, I think a third-gen Honda Civic hatchback.
Oh, yes.
84 to 87 Honda Civic. And his grandson, Riley Salyer, who started his SCCA racing career in that Honda Civic, went on to win the 2020 B-Spec National Championship. He is out this weekend racing in E-production in a BMW Z3, a car that up until this week, they didn't know if they were going to have it ready for this weekend. They just got it all buttoned up, I believe, on Tuesday, got it on the trailer on Wednesday night, and got it out here to NOLA. Riley is out of Longview, Texas. James is out of Angleton, Texas. And there have been times, for example, at the runoffs back in 2020 at Road America, Brian, where James Riley and Riley's father, Chris, were all on track simultaneously racing against one another in B-Spec. So multiple classes here this weekend. In B-Spec, we've got Charlie Vale, who was our fastest B-Spec racer in practice yesterday in the number 50 machine. He's out of Danbury, Texas, but we've got some folks that we've seen before that we saw at Sebring, like Kent Carter, like Connor Kelleher, but we've got a husband and wife team in B-Spec this weekend. Brian Aldora Lowe and her husband, and you'll have to excuse me because I don't believe her husband is on track. Let's see if I can bring them up here. And really interesting story with, and it's David Lowe, both of these drivers out of Houston. And when you hear what Aldora does for a living, Brian, you'll know why they are out of Houston, Texas. She is the Associate Division Chief of the Aircraft Operations Division at NASA's Johnson Space Center.
Nice.
Essentially, she is responsible for training our astronauts. And
so she's smarter than all of us combined.
Yes, and she may not be a rocket scientist, but she is responsible for training the astronauts in those T-38 supersonic jet trainers. So small speed difference between that and B-Spec.
So I just checked the radar, Greg, and I have bad news.
For you or for me?
Oh, not for you.
Or for our racers.
For our racers, and actually not for me either. I'm in a beautifully climate-controlled room here. Yeah. I do see, before I get to the weather, I see the track workers have their lights on and they're heading out to the racetrack to rescue someone from somewhere. But turn 2, it looks like there's someone. Oh yes, some yellow car off in turn 2, and I'm pulling out my little monocular here. That looks like a production car of some sort. Anyway, that's what we're going to get to. But let me tell you this. There is another line of showers coming through, and the forecast says we should be done with weather by noon, and this is why. You can see it here on the left side of the racetrack here. The dot in the center is where we're at in Westwego. And,
Westwego, yes.
And then when this line comes through, though, I don't see anything on the backside. So we're going to probably have another hour or so of rain coming in about, maybe an hour. And then hopefully we'll be dry for the rest of the weekend. So, all right. So, yep, they're out there looking at that car in turn 2. And it is way off the racetrack from what I can tell. But they still obviously probably don't want to leave it there. So, but it is not on the racing surface.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as we're looking at the track map here, Brian, and trying to pick up which drivers may be using our Flagtronics system in their car. Unfortunately, I don't have a car number. One of our Flagtronics user, our driver to South Course does not have a Flagtronic system in his car.
Right.
Unfortunately, we can't get the number that easily, but we do have a local caution right now at the end of the Hawk Performer break zone there at turn 1, heading into the slight bend over at turn 2.
Yeah, so the standing yellow is in turn 1. The incident is between 1 and 2.
Right.
So that is the situation there. It's driver's left right up against the wall there. And that car is pointing in the wrong direction. So it appears that it probably spun and slid to where its final resting spot is there. So they'll try to get that car out as quickly as they possibly can.
But great that the emergency services teams here from the Southwest Division of the SCCA and the multiple regions putting on this event are able, and that's the Lone Star region, the Texas region, and the Houston region of the SCCA, that their emergency services teams are able to go out and try and retrieve that car without forcing us to go to a full course caution or a black flag. That certainly these drivers are going to have to get out of the throttle a little bit in that section of the course. But given how early it came out, I don't know if it's going to affect them, as we just had Steven Simons in his F production Mazda Miata go to the top of the leaderboard here with a time of 2:14.519. That is a lap that he just set. Our second fastest driver on course, Riley Salyer, who we talked about a few moments ago in the E-Production BMW Z3, about a half second off of Simon's times at a 2:15 flat. And then, well, look at this. Cliff Ira, driver of the number 136 F Production Honda Civic Del Sol, currently third fastest driver, but he's a full 3 seconds back from Salyer. Cliff, I think, owner of one of the best runoffs interviews of all time from this previous year's runoffs. If we take a look at B-Spec, fastest B-Spec racer right now is David Hooker out of San Antonio, Texas. He is driving the number 150 Honda Fit, and he has a time of 2:22 flat. That is just about 35 hundredths of a second clear of Stuart Black's Chevy Sonic. Charlie Vale's Mini Cooper, currently third fastest in the class.
I'm taking a look. They're still working on getting that car out of that location there. The car is now on being towed away by the tow truck. It is definitely, it looks like an older MG or a Sprite, and so that car at least is moving. Now they're going to get it into a safer spot. I don't know if they'll tow it all the way around, but there are definitely some safer spots to tuck it in there so that we can get back to a full course green situation. So,
all right, Don Tucker in his E-Production Mazda Miata has just set his personal best time at a 2:35.346. That's good for third in class. You know, but Brian, we are just about halfway through this session. Why don't we make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick little break.
sounds good. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. That would be Touring 2, 3, and 4. Touring 2, 3, and 4. STL and STU. Group 4 cars to the grid. All right, you are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track. And welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is qualifying here at 2.75 mile, 16-turn NOLA, an Alan Wilson designed track. And Brian, it's our production class cars, our B-Spec racers, as well as do we have any? I don't think we have any GT Light entries here running this weekend. It's just E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. And one of the drivers we had talked about earlier in the session, Charlie Vale out of Danbury, Texas. He had been running fourth fastest during our break. Found the limits of adhesion through the very final corner, and also found the depths of the of the precipitation in the grass coming through turn number 16. Yeah. But he gets that car back out on track. Charlie now sitting 7th in the order, as a number of other drivers in the class, including David Hooker and Stuart Black, and now Kent Carter, have started to run faster laps. As a matter of fact, all the drivers ahead of Vale in the order here in B-Spec have set their new personal bests on the previous lap here. But Charlie Vale on the following lap didn't let him bother him all that much, Brian, as he turned in a 2:27.58 that temporarily moved him up the second fastest in B-Spec.
Yeah, definitely. Had a little oopsie and collected it and got his thoughts back together and then hit the gas and he's off and running again. So, little quick note, the car that we were having issues with earlier that caused our local yellow between 1 and 2, that was Chuck Brem. He is in the H production MG midget, or MGB, I should say. So they've got him off into a safe spot, and hopefully he can get everything put back together before this afternoon's race. All right, a little over 3.5 minutes to go here. Let me make another call to grid. Attention the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid, totaling 2, 3, and 4. STL and STU to the grid, please.
All right, so let's do a quick little reset here. We just talked about B-Spec, where Connor Kelleher now goes to the top of the leaderboard. David Hooker had been sitting up there for about 3 laps, now finds himself all the way back in 4th. Connor Kelleher out of Angleton, Texas, in his Mini Cooper with a 2:19.350, 0.2 of a second clear of Kent Carter out of Houston. Joe McClugan, 3rd fastest out of in his Mazda 2. He's out of Marion, Texas. And then David Hooker, then Charlie Vale.
And at the top of our leaderboard, we've got 3 production cars, 2 F-Prod cars. Stephen Simons is in our fast car in the F production. The 2nd place car is Riley Sellier in an E production car. And then 3rd place is another F production car, Cliff Ira. So those are your fast cars of the whole group right now. Before we get into a whole gaggle of, what would that be, 10 B-Spec cars that Greg just told us about. So...
and actually 13 B-Spec cars out for qualifying this morning. A real nice field there. And again, I don't think that's the full list. We talked about Aldoro Lowe. Have not seen her husband David out on track. David also driving a Mini Cooper, and we'll see. David was the Southwest Division H production champion all the way back in 2013, as well as the Houston region Rookie of the Year back in 2013. We'll see if he takes to the track, or he may be starting from the back of the field here this afternoon. Other quick note, Tim Ripley turns his fastest lap time. Tim driving a Honda Civic, not a Honda Civic, he's driving a Honda Fit. That one is coming out of, I think, James Rogerson's shop, is a hand-controlled car.
Right.
And the Hands-On Driving Academy provided that car for Tim to go and get his get his SCCA competition license in 2023 at New Jersey Motorsports Park. That's where he is based, and obviously racing it here. And Tim's got a pretty long racing history, but has some special needs, and great to see that the Hands-On Driving Academy could get him on the grid for this weekend's race.
Right. Here in our chat from our associate producers, David Lowe's car broke yesterday in practice, and he will not be racing this weekend because of that. So that is thank you for that information, Cooper. Also, definitely we've got some dry lines developing here, Greg, and I'm also figuring that some of these cars went out in dry tires, and some of these cars went out on rain tires, because some people are trying to take the wet spots to cool those tires, it appears, and then other people are just taking advantage of the growing dry line that is coming together here. So that is my guess, because we're right in that kind of tweeny spot where we just don't exactly know where, but there's still a lot of standing water out there, especially going into, I guess, the corner right before the S's. That's 6, I believe. And, but yeah, definitely some big puddles out there still. So kind of not, it's a tough choice. And the checkered flag just flowed.
I was going to say, Brian, they're not going to have to choose all that much longer, because the checkered flag now being displayed, and looks like the 50 car, first one to take the checker here. All flying laps, of course, will count. We'll look to see here if we have any drivers that are on flyers here trying to improve upon their times. But I think, as you mentioned, the track being in the condition that it is now, where a lot of that standing water is starting to dissipate, it's probably the worst conditions, because you don't have the tires don't have the ability to evacuate all that water, and you run into portions of the track where you just can't tell if the dry line or the wet line is the best, as we see now Riley Salyer in that BMW Z3 cross the line, but Steve Simons turns another fast lap, and looks as though he is going to wrap up the session. The Mazda Miata driver is likely going to wrap up this session as your provisional pole sitter for the group. Again, we'll see here, as we still do have a number of racers on course. Trying to check to see whether or not these drivers are going to be heading in. It looks like the 25 car may still be on a flyer. That's Mark Webber in his F Production Mazda Miata, the red number 25 machine. And I believe he is still on course, and I think this may be him now coming down. Nope, that's certainly not a red number 25, but that is a Mazda Miata, and crossing the line. Now, let's see who that was. I'll rely on you probably to get some of those numbers, but
and I wasn't paying attention at all. I was looking at something else altogether.
You and me both, Brian. You know, we're both watching Bathurst. So
no, I was actually looking at the chat to see. We've got James Brookshire, Nicholas, Brian Straczynski in the chat. In the chat, Brian was the winner of our associate producer of the weekend at Sebring. And I got a little something for him. It's going to go out in the mail when I get back from Buttonwillow, and we'll be naming another associate producer of the weekend this weekend. So for folks who are helpful in the chat, so that'll be fun as well. Got some course trucks going out to help with whatever cleanup might be out there to get us going as quick as possible into the next session. So let me do a call to grid, and then we'll take a break. And then when we come back, we'll have group number 4. Attention to paddock, group 4. Touring 2, touring 3, touring 4, STL, STU. You should be at the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be right back here from NOLA Motorsports Park. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, Avondale, Louisiana, round 3 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski along with Gregg Ginsberg and the whole DriversEye Live gang, bringing you all the qualifying action this morning. We'll have one race before lunch and then 5 or 6 races after lunch, depending on our timing. And right now we're getting ready for qualifying. We've actually started qualifying for Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4.
Headlights on for safety, Brian.
And STU. So, we're good to go, Greg. This is going to be another 20-minute session here. Another set of sedan cars with bigger, wider tires to hopefully get us dried out here before the next set of rain comes soon.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Not very long from now. So,
all right, as we continue to have drivers come off of the grid and head out for their first qualifying session of the weekend, and as they are coming out, we're starting to see our timing system filled up here, and looks as though we've got somewhere around 14. Well, now we're up to 15. Actually, I think it's 14 STL machines in Touring 4, somewhere along the lines of 5 or 6. In Touring 3, 8. And at the moment, just 2 Touring 2 cars and a single STU machine. And again, I'm horrible at simple math, but that is somewhere along the lines of 32, 33 drivers. And as they head out, we've got, again, some regulars. We've got multi-time STL national champion Danny Stain in the field. Jose Osiris Pena, who had a pretty amazing run at Sebring in his Honda CRX. He is out here as well, the Miami, Florida driver. In addition to that, we've got Jack Murchison, who I believe, and some of these STL drivers I believe will also be racing in SMX a little bit later in the day and qualifying a little bit later. But Jack Murchison out of Sykesville, Maryland, driving the number 58 machine. Harbir Das as well in the number 49 machine. He's out of Salon, Ohio. Amy Mills and Whitfield Gregg, the duo from Flat Out Motorsports, on track here as well. That's all in STL. In Touring 4, we've got Mark Cephalo, we've got William Snyder, Sergio Slobin, who we haven't seen, we didn't see at Sebring. Sergio out of Houston, Texas, driving a Mazda MX-5 a couple years ago when he was running, Brian, a Mazda RX-8, had turned in 9 Super Tour wins in a row, and I'm sure he is looking to not necessarily match that, but maybe come close this season. We'll see how things play out for him. What we'll have to see, though, is Leanne Falk, who's running in T4. We have her down as racing in a Mazda Miata. I know she had been with Chris Taylor Motorsports, had been working on a Mazda 3 sedan to race in T4, and I know they had some teething pains with it at the end of last season, and was not ready for Sebring either. We'll see. We'll figure out if she's in the Mazda or if she's in the Miata or if she's in the sedan.
Yeah, at the moment, I don't have her on the racetrack at all. So
she just turned in her first flying lap.
Yep, there it is. There it is. So, and doesn't tell me here which car that is, but I'll try to keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, I've got it listed. Our timing and scoring system has it listed as a Miata. I would suspect that is probably what it is.
Yeah.
Here, as again, first flying laps are just now starting to come in. We'll have them up on the timing pylon on the left-hand side of your screen soon enough. But should mention also that when they're coming in, these drivers, there is a timing loop on the pit lane that they cross, and so that's that first lap isn't the flying lap. It's more of an out lap.
Absolutely. So, yeah, it'll take, and it'll also, with the conditions, while they are drying substantially, you want to go out that first lap and kind of figure out where the dry spots are.
Right.
You know, so it'll take a lap or two for them to figure that out, and then once they figure out, okay, this is the line I'm going to start taking, then they'll perfect that, you know, lap after lap. So these first laps are going to be a little not really indicative of who's got what at the moment. So that said, you know, the folks we see up front in the top 5 here are some familiar names with Osiris Pena and Scotty B. White and Danny Stain. You know, these are drivers who we kind of expect to see at the front of the field in most conditions. They are, and Richard Baldwin now just popped up into first place here on the timing grid. He's in a T3 car, so you know, kind of the familiar suspects up front at the moment here.
Yeah, indeed here. Not a huge surprise that we have Covington, Louisiana's own Richard Baldwin as your fastest driver currently in the group, NOLA being his home track. Scotty B. White out of Washington State, it's not so much his home track here.
But he knows how to drive in the rain.
Yeah, he certainly does. He certainly does. And actually, I think he brought a number of his T3 driving friends along with him. Of course, he's got Gamel Aguilar Gomez here, as well as David Oram also, and I believe Randy Johnson as well, all from Washington State here racing this weekend. And I would be surprised if they didn't take up Mr. White's offer to help transport their vehicles. Jose Osiris Pena, currently our fastest driver. And again, this is only with a single lap in the books. Currently our fastest STL driver, with a 1.2 second advantage over William Knight, and about a 2. Well, let's reset that as Danny Stain crosses the line, and he now has a 55/100th of a second advantage over Osiris Pena, with William Knight third, Amy Mills fourth. Then in Touring 4, Sergio Slobin out of Houston with a 32/1000th of a second advantage over Mark Cefalo. Chris Giles third fastest, and he is about 5 seconds back from there. In Touring 2, 12 seconds currently separate Judson Holt out of Houston in his BMW M2 and the Chevy Corvette out of Carl Fung. Carl's from your neck of the woods, Brian, from Rancho Palos Verdes, California.
Yep. Todd Clark just went purple for the session, T3 car, a 209.8. And Richard Baldwin says, no, it's my turn to go purple, 207.3. So he is now on the top of the leaderboard in T3. And really, these cars are starting to figure it out and get it done here. And, you know, fewer and fewer puddles. The area that the group before was hitting the huge puddles going into turn 6, not so much now. So it looks like some of that water's dissipating there. And then used to be some really big splashing puddles. I mean, if you can see them from where I'm sitting, that's got some water, but not so much now. So,
well, you know, we can see that portion of the track, Brian, coming out of that final little kind of kink of turn 16 onto the front straight. There's still a lot of standing water there, as we just saw 2 of our drivers exit that corner side by side, and there's a narrow lane there.
Yes.
But you know, you come through there side by side, and neither driver can get to that narrow, dryish lane, and probably impacts their times coming through onto the front straight, just as it's probably impacting their times right now, as they're still side by side coming out of the kink at turn 1, going into turn 2. And I believe the lead car there, I think that light blue Mazda, is Sergio Slobin there, who we talked about a little bit earlier, but he spent the first third of the lap side by side with that Ford Mustang trailing him now.
Yeah, and when I said earlier that there is a dry line forming, that would be a singular dry line. So if side by side there's going to be wet for somebody, and but the more side by side they do, then we might get a wider, you know, maybe 2 dry lines going through some of these corners. So definitely what the situation is at this moment.
All right, so let's take a look here, and we'll try to break things down. Of course, we've got the timing pylon on the left-hand side of the screen, and the color coding there that you see right now is each class has their own color. That reddish, burgundy-ish, that is, I believe that is STL. In green, with we see Randy Johnson listed there. The green is... There we go. Now we got it broken down by class. There's STL. Thank you, Director Ryan. The blue is STU, where David Fiorelli, the 190 machine, he is the only driver out on course, and he currently sitting somewhere, as my timing system just reset on me, is sitting somewhere right around 15th overall. And then in Touring 2, Holt and we'll have T3 come up there in just a moment with Baldwin, and Gamal Aguilar Gomez now moves up second fastest in T3. So we've got a Nissan 350Z on provisional pole, and then Aguilar Gomez second fastest in the class in a Nissan 370Z, whereas Todd Clark, who had been sitting up there second fastest in his Spec E46 BMW, the BMW 330ci, now falls to third fastest in class, and they are also the three fastest drivers on track. Fourth fastest overall, Danny Stain in his STL Mazda MX-5. All right, Brian, we are just actually a little bit over halfway, so why don't we do this one and make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little commercial break.
Sounds good. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 5 to the grid. Wings and Things. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental FE2, FX, P1 and P2. Group 5 to the grid for your qualifying session.
All right, we'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from NOLA Motorsports Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, everybody, on the west bank of the Mississippi, right outside of New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we are right in the middle of qualifying. These are our touring cars and super touring cars on track currently, as we've got just a little bit under 5 minutes remaining in qualifying.
Qualifying continuing here on a pretty quickly drying racetrack here, which is good news. The times also have come down from where they started here. Richard Baldwin's now in the 2:06 range, just went purple on his last lap. So each lap is everyone's being able to find a little more speed. I'm seeing fewer and fewer, though, personal bests here now as we get deeper into this session. So people have kind of found their line, and they're now finding their best themselves as they come through those lines. But that is the situation. Our next race group out here is Formula Atlantic FC, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. That's up next. So we'll be getting that qualifying going as we push on towards our first race of the day, which will be before lunch. And then after lunch, we'll have the rest of our Saturday racing program here. So.
And it looks like Danny Stain in his STL Mazda MX-5. He does, and we saw him just a moment ago, cross the start-finish line. He improves on his personal best. He's still 4th fastest overall. Jose Osiris Pena, 6th fastest overall, 2nd fastest in STL, and currently, Brian, 0.2 of a second separating those two drivers. Amy Mills, who had a great weekend, finished on the podium at Sebring in the number 37 Mazda Miata. She is currently your 3rd fastest driver. She is currently 1.6 seconds off of Danny Stain's times. In Touring 4, it is still Sergio Slobin maintaining a 1 second advantage over Mark Cefalo. Another 3.7 seconds back to Chris Giles. And if we go through and look in the order here, Slobin is currently your 10th fastest driver overall in the session here. Mark Cefalo, 14th fastest. So looks like there may be a couple rows separating those two drivers, and well, maybe not so much anymore as Mark Cefalo turns in his fastest lap of the session. The driver of the number 00 Planet Miata machine out of Sawyersville, Pennsylvania, turns in a 2:12.163. That is 0.46, almost a half second faster than Sergio Slobin's fastest time. They are now 10th fastest and 11th fastest in the session.
Oh, we've got a car who's pulled off here. I don't know if that car slid off or, yeah, car's smoking hard. It's the 33 car. It looks like a Mazda RX-7.
And that might be Chris Giles in the Mazda RX-8 out of Katy, Texas, if it is indeed the 33 machine. And getting reports, Brian, that he may have possibly impacted a wall.
Oh, he did.
Tire wall over there. The car appears to be smoking. Maybe did a little rearranging of his radiator.
Well, that, and I see his rear bumper fascia is not connected to the car anymore, so that would be a good indication of what's going on there. We have a good shot here from our turn 13 camera. You can see him off in the distance there to the left of that flag stand, and that is the car. Yep, we've got a little bit of a pointer there for us. Thank you, Ryan, for setting us up with that. And but that is the car that we've been talking about here. Way off the racing surface, so no real danger to the other cars on the racetrack. But obviously rescue crews want to get to him and make sure that he is okay, because he did impact the wall hard enough to do some pretty significant damage to the back of that car. With 1:08 left to go here in the session, we'll get these cars slowed down here in about a minute, and that'll make things a little bit easier for that. So, but we do have cars, rescue cars on the course, which of course people have to slow down to get around. So that may impact if there are going to be any more fastest laps coming up here. Although, just as I say that, Richard Baldwin goes purple again. Now he's down to a 2:04.3 was his last fast lap. So he has been the class of this field here for most of this session, Greg.
Yeah, indeed he has. And Judson Holt moves up to second fastest overall. He is your T2 provisional pole sitter driver, the 188 BMW M2. And to tell you what the Covington, Louisiana driver Baldwin is doing out here, his T3 car, the Nissan 350Z, almost 2 full seconds faster than Holt's BMW. Scotty B. White, third fastest driver. He is also in a T3 machine. Well, you know what? We're starting to see some drivers, Brian, and I think they were just ahead of those emergency services vehicles. Danny Stain now moves to third fastest overall with a 206.989. Jose Osiris Pena pretty much followed him right across the line. The CRX driver with a 207.156. And so 1600ths of a second separating those two drivers. But more importantly, if the checker were to come out now, and hey, talk about timing, Brian. There's the checkered flag. Danny Stain and Jose Osiris Pena should be starting next to one another on row number 2.
Yes, checkered flag is out, and we'll get to the end of the session here. Rescue crews just made it to that 33 car as well. So they will try to get that car, and the driver is climbing out of that car. That's very, very good news to see that happening. You know, they tell us as drivers to stay in the car if you don't have to get out, because the safest place is in the car.
Absolutely.
Although, as broadcasters, we want to see them pop right out of the car after they hit something so we know they're okay. But so he did exactly what he was told, stayed in the car until the rescue crews got there, but he is under his own power, and that is very, very good to see for us here. So, and for him.
All right, so again, checkered flag is out. Last flying laps will count, but with all those emergency services vehicles, I wouldn't count on seeing many more fast laps come in.
No.
As I'm looking at the timing and scoring system, I see a lot of drivers setting personal bests in Sector 3. The final
right.
portion of the course, but not in Sector 2, which is where all those emergency services vehicles
Correct.
are. So not seeing a lot of changes here. I think one outlier, Max Ehrlich in his STL Mazda MX-5, sitting 10th in STL, just moved up to 23rd, leapfrogged Adrian Comstock and Adam Gonzalez, but again, about halfway back through the field here. Now, there's also the chance that this group may have a split start with Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under starting separately from the touring cars. That is a decision to be made by the stewards. We'll know if that's going to happen a little bit later this afternoon.
All right, let's make a final call to Grid Greg, and then we will take a break. Once they get everything cleaned up, we'll get to our next race group. And, of course, that next race group is, attention to the paddock, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2, Group 5 to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live at NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. And I had a little bit of downtime there, as you can imagine, Brian, with all of the precipitation and all the standing water and the fact that we are below sea level here. Getting a car out of rain-soaked grass is not the easiest proposition.
No, it's not easy. So, but they got it done, and we're back to race. This will be the big test, though, Greg, with these Formula cars now, is how dry this track really is. So we'll know more here pretty quickly.
Yeah, indeed. As we've got our second open wheel group heading out on track currently. This is Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, as well as our two prototype classes, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. And trying to take a look here and see what the makeup is. And this does not surprise me at all that we have a pretty nice little contingent of Formula X cars here this weekend, Brian, which are made up of the old, what used to be Formula Mazda cars, the old Star Formula Mazda cars. There's a good sized contingent of them, I believe, out at Motorsports Ranch Houston. Right. And so they come out here, obviously, to NOLA, and we usually see a good number of them when in previous years when we were at Circuit of the Americas as well. Also a nice contingent of Formula Atlantics here this weekend, which I don't believe we had many of at Sebring a couple weeks ago. So we'll see here. The one thing that I don't see is I don't see. Oh no, there is one P1 driver. It's our reigning national champion, I believe, Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida. Yep. And
then we've got one.
Here, but
we have one P2 car as well.
Yeah, and that's right. We've got one prototype 2 car. That is Jack Donnellan out of Chickasha, Oklahoma, and driving the number 9 machine. That's a Carbier SR. And I believe we've got a Continental Bill Johnson here with us as well out of Leawood, Kansas. But good sized, and not a big surprise, but a good sized Formula Enterprise 2 field here with some of the with at least one of the Whitstons that we saw earlier today, and who joined us. He was with us before the Super Tour kicked off over at we were at Homestead. Steve Whitston is out in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine here as well. We've got Russ Turner and Frank Futrell out as well. Of course, Russ, I believe, is our reigning national champion in FE2. Frank Futrell, our reigning national champion in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And good size field here in FE2 as our drivers are out on their outlaps currently. And Brian, we should mention here, as we were talking during the break to producer Brendan Kesmerick from DriversEye Live, it looks as though when we see our cameras here that there is still quite a bit of cloud cover out at the track. That isn't necessarily the case. That is your typical New Orleans humidity. Right. That's on the lenses.
So there's plenty of cloud cover, but what it looks like on the lenses, when it looks like it's foggy, that is not the case. Yeah. Right. Condensation and some of the spray that's been kicked up throughout the morning has led to that on some of the cameras. So this camera looks a little bit like it's a little foggy. That's not the case. Here's a better example of what it really does look like out there on this particular camera. So it is changing conditions here, and I even saw. I had to make a little trot down to the little announcer's room, and there was actually a little sliver of blue sky. Tiny sliver of blue sky. So,
hey, I want to welcome Brian. As we've got our drivers just now coming across the line to start their first flying laps. We've got the comedy stylings of James Brookshire back here with
very
us
nice.
This weekend, and we've got Kelton Jago here as well, Formula Enterprise 2 driver. Of course, Gabe Fairback, who is with us almost every single Super Tour weekend. I want to thank you all for joining us here. And we know we know what classes they're interested in this group in particular, of course. But I want to thank them for joining us. Hey, and didn't mention them earlier, but I believe we've got I think we've got Erwin in from the Netherlands once again.
Right.
I would have been very surprised if Erwin wasn't here joining us this weekend for our beautiful event. And he says he likes NOLA Motorsports Park. It's a very challenging set of corners, and very much the truth here. And I think the damp weather makes it all that much more challenging for all these racers. Yep, and Gabe Fairbach says FE2 class represents. So
yes,
there we are.
Yes.
All right, jumping to the top of the leaderboard early on. Our fastest driver on track, Frank Futrell, out of Augusta, Georgia, driving the number 7 machine. Russ Turner, about a second and a half back from there. Justin Upchurch from Manville, Texas, currently 3rd fastest in the class. We've got times in. And I should mention that there are 10 seconds separating those 3 drivers right now. But again, early days, although, not so early here, Brian. Between that out lap and the first flying lap, we are now over 6 minutes into this 20-minute qualifying session. Bill Johnson turns in a 2:03 and change in his Continental, his Van Diemen RF01. Jack Donnellan in his Prototype 2 machine at 2:24 and change. In Formula Atlantic, and we mentioned we've got 5 drivers that have set times. We've got Edgar Kleck, actually Cole Kleck, in his Ligier. That's one of the first-gen Formula 3 machines. He's out of San Antonio, Texas. He's got a 2:05.97. That is a second clear of Stephen LaManna, who is here at his home track. Stephen's out of Metairie, Louisiana, just the suburbs of New Orleans. And then Jared Voorhees, our 3rd fastest driver. He's out from Kissimmee, Florida. And in Formula X, Brock Evans early on with a 4-second advantage over Brad Yake. And another about 0.2 of a second back to Mark McGahee. All those drivers in those Star Formula Mazdas.
All right, so we have a car at the exit of turn 2, high centered at the moment. That is one of those not very good spots. So,
there he is.
I see right now, yep, you see him really good there. And I just saw that the course truck has started to go in motion there. So they're going to have to go out and get that car out of the way, because that's not some place where you want to leave a car.
And especially since turn 2 is pretty much full throttle.
Right.
Under normal conditions, coming down to the heavy braking into the hairpin at turn number 3. And yeah, you can see he's sitting right on the edge of the track, right by the exit curbing. And most of these drivers, they're turning in a little bit later, so they don't end up. But I'll tell you, sitting in that machine, inches on the pavement, inches off the pavement, and just having nothing to do but watch cars come straight at you and pray that they don't do the exact same thing that you did.
Yeah,
it's a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, that's definitely a character-building moment for the driver who's sitting there waiting to get help there. So, and that help is now on the way, and this one should be easy to get out of the way once they can get access to that car. And thankfully, there's a little room there for the car to cut across before that next car comes through, and they'll be able to get that car hopefully going here pretty quickly. So
they'll try and get that car hooked up and see what he needs. Interesting that they are behind the car, as if they're going to pull it away from the track, although maybe they're just going to try and give it a push.
Well, that's what I was thinking, is maybe they can put a little bit of weight on those rear tires, just lean on that wing just a tiny bit. You don't want to hurt the wing, obviously.
Right.
But if they can do that, now they're going to try to push it backwards. I don't know if that's the best route of mode there, but they'll do it. They'll get it out, and we'll keep that going. So 10:30 left in this session. Let's do this while we're watching this. Let's do a call to grid, and then we'll take our break. And then when we're back, hopefully this car will be gone, and we'll be back to full course green action here. Our next group here, attention in the paddock, group 7 cars to, is it group 7? No,
Six.
Group 6 cars to the grid next. Group 6 cars to the grid. GT GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and A Sedan. Group 6 cars to the grid. All right, we'll be back in just a minute. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour Voodoo Reboot from NOLA Motorsports Park. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, right here in the Big Easy. We're having a good old time here. Avondale, Louisiana is the actual location, right across the Mississippi from the French Quarter. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg here. 6 minutes, 48 seconds left in this qualifying session. And we're having a good time here in New Orleans.
Yeah, well, I don't know if our open-wheel drivers would concur with you, Brian, but during that caution period, we did see some of our Formula Atlantic drivers start to head back to the pit lane and call off their session. But Kenny Russo, in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, has gone to the top of the leaderboard with a qualifying time of 147.688. That is 2.3 seconds clear of anybody else on track. And Kenny's out of Missouri City, Texas, and this is only his second year racing. He spent, actually it's his third year racing, pardon me. And this is only, though, his second race weekend in an FE2. He was the 2022 and 2023 Southwest Division Touring 3 champion, but driving a Nissan 350Z, and now he finds himself in an FE2 in an open wheel car, and he's sitting up. He's leading all these drivers that have a ton of experience.
Yeah, definitely, and it's not exactly a weak field of FE2 drivers either.
No.
Frank Butrell and Russ Turner, and Steve Whitson. These are some folks who know how to drive race cars. So good on Kenny Russo. And new car coming out from pit lane now. It's the 11 car. I believe that is Edgar Cole-Kleck in the Ligier. He came in for a moment and he just went zipping out onto the onto the main straightaway here, so he's going to try to put another lap or two in here before all is said and done.
Yeah, definitely want to see if he can pick up some time. He is currently your second fastest driver in Formula Atlantic. Stephen LaManna, the fastest, and LaManna now with a 3.3 second advantage over Kleck. LaManna driving a Pro Formula Mazda. Again, this is his home track. He's from just right on the other side of the river, from Metairie, and Kleck driving one of the Ligier F3 chassis.
Yeah, we got a car at the exit of turn 9 who spun and stopped on track, but he has now continued on. So I'm wondering if Kleck came in and either put on dry tires or made some sort of a quick suspension change now that he kind of had an idea of what the conditions were, and now he's going to go out and try to put a good one on here and take the pole away from Stephen LaManna.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. So LaManna, as we mentioned, out of Metairie, Louisiana, it's his sixth year racing cars, but he's got 20 years of kart racing experience. And he said when he started racing with SCCA in 2018, started off in E-production. And then moved to GT3, both with rotary-powered Mazda RX-7s. And then, of course, he's now driving that Pro Mazda, so it's staying in the family in Formula Atlantic. He's got multi-national and club karting championships there down Louisiana way. And I should mention that the NOLA Motorsports Park, Brian, of course, it's got this wonderful road course, but there is a very big go-kart facility there as well, and holds a lot of high-profile karting events throughout the year. Matter of fact, I ran into last time I was there, Juan Pablo Montoya that was there with his son, as his son was going for a national championship.
All right, so Todd Vanacore in the P1 car just goes purple for the group session. He has turned a 1:45.6, and so he is now at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, he's in a P1 car, so that wouldn't be a surprise that he might be one of the quicker cars here.
No.
And Russo and in the FE2 car still in second, but Frank Puccello's gotten a little bit closer, but just not quite close enough there to eclipse. Still 4 seconds slower than Kenny Russo in that FE2 car. So,
yeah, it's amazing to see the times that the 132 machine have put in, with Futrell and Russ Turner sitting 4 seconds and 5.5 seconds back from our class pole sitter at the moment here, as we've only got now just about 2 minutes remaining in qualifying. And just a reminder, after this session, we do have 2 more qualifying sessions, and then our first race of the day before we take a small break for lunch, Brian. At least I assume that is how things will play out, although I believe we are probably still running a little bit behind schedule. But
yeah,
we got to take a break sometime.
Definitely. Let's do another call to grid here. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. Big board. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and A Sedan. Group 6 to the grid.
All right, here. So let's go and run things down again. Again, your top of the order is Vanacore, Russo, Futrell, and Turner. Then Stephen LaManna, who is your Formula Atlantic pole sitter, or provisional pole sitter. He is currently your 5th fastest driver on track. But, here we go, Brian. Cole Kleck, he is started to knock off some of that margin that LaManna had built up. Still 1.2 seconds separating them, but Kleck just crossed the stripe with a 1:57.180 to move up to 6th fastest overall, 2nd in Formula Atlantic.
So here's part of the situation, and we might get 1 or 2 really fast laps in here. That car that was off of at 2, which all the cars should have been kind of slowing down a little bit for,
sure,
it's now gone. So it's a clear track for them to try to lay down 1 really good lap. The checkered flag is out, so the Flyers that are on now might be the best laps of this session.
Yeah, let's see if we have drivers that can improve upon their previous lap times. Right now, we do see that Cole Clip is on a flyer. He's set a personal best in Sector 1. Daryl Willis just turned in his best lap of the session. Daryl in the number 47 machine, who we actually thought for a while might have been that car off over by turn, coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3. Willis just turned in a 158.114 to move up to 8th overall and 5th in Formula Enterprises 2. And Justin Upchurch just turning in his best time of the session as well.
Kleck's Sector 2 best was almost 3 seconds faster than LaManna. So if he can keep this together for one more sector, he is going to take the pole in Formula Atlantic here. He is on a really fast lap right now.
All right, we'll be tracking him now as he should be coming out through the S's and coming through our final corner here, turn 16 momentarily. I believe that might be him now, Brian, coming onto the front straight. Indeed,
it was. What was the time?
And look at this, 155.060,
wow.
9/10 faster than our previous provisional pole sitter in Formula Atlantic, Cole Kleck. 5th fastest overall, and more importantly, fastest in Formula Atlantic.
Whatever magic wand they waved over that car when he came into the pits worked, because that was exactly what he was hoping for. One clear lap is all he needed, and he got it. And Edgar Kleck will be the fast car in Formula Atlantic going into this afternoon's race.
All right, a few more drivers crossing the line. Steve Whitston in his Formula Enterprise 2 does not improve. And as a matter of fact, he was almost 6 seconds off of his previous fast lap. So Whitston will finish up fourth fastest in Formula Enterprises 2, 7th fastest overall, as the rest of our drivers come through. So let's take a look here. We talked about Todd Vanacar, sole P1 driver. It was our fastest of the session at a 145.698. In Formula Enterprises 2, Kenny Russo holds on to pole in class by a 1.5 seconds over Frank Futrell. Russ Turner, 3rd fastest. Steve Whitston and Daryl Willis, your top 5 in 8, with 9 cars, 9 drivers coming out for qualifying. In Formula Atlantic, Cole Kleck, Stephen LaManna, Jarrett Voorhees, Dave Burkett, Paul Crabtree, your top 5, and only 5 that came out for the session. And in Formula X, Brock Evans from Austin, Texas, 2.3 seconds up on the rest of this 5-car field. Mark McGahee, Carl Markey, Brad Yake, and Shannon Edwards. And then finally in Prototype 2, Jack Donnellan, your sole driver in the class, Bill Johnson, your sole Formula Continental.
All right, let's take ourselves a very quick break here. We're going to get this next session underway fast because we are behind schedule. So we'll take our quick break. When we come back, we'll have Group 6 qualifying. Stay with us, everybody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, the Lone Star Voodoo Reboot, Hoosier SCCA, Hoosier Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me this weekend, and we are getting ready for big bore cars, ground pounders.
Yeah, and Brian, if there is a group, that stands a chance of clearing some of this standing water, this would be the one. As they're heading out on track, you'd see they're coming out in pretty good numbers here. Numerous GT2 machines out on track, and probably our largest GTX contingent that we have seen since the Super Tour Circuit of the Americas last year, where I think we've already had 6 drivers come off the pit lane in that class. GTX, for those of you that don't know, primarily made up of homologated race cars such as FIA GT4 cars. And so we've got, well, look at this, Brian, if ever there was going to be a place to see five McLarens in one place at one time, well, it's either going to be at the McLaren's offices in the UK, or maybe Singapore, or maybe Tokyo, or
Houston.
Yeah.
So I think all these cars are coming out of a prep shop in Houston, and that is, and we have a Lamborghini Huracan in this group as well. It's a GT1 car. It's not in the same group, but in this race group. And so there is some high priced, some Porsche GT3 Cup cars. This is the high dollar group of the weekend, no question.
No, definitely, no question there. Here's something that I'm glad to see. This, Brian, is in the field, and I believe he is taken to the track. Is Barry Bowes, driver of the 132 GT2 Ford Mustang.
Yep.
He was involved in the incident at the start of the GT2 race at Sebring about a month ago, and good to see that they've gotten that car back together.
Yeah, so he sent me some info, and let me pull it up here. I'm not certain that is the same car.
Okay.
But he is out here. Let me, what did he write here? The car's red and white now, but we're good to go. So I think it's the same car with a new livery, by the way he put it here. So, there was a lot to be done here to get that car back on the racetrack. So, but he said it's now red over white.
Okay. So we shouldn't be looking for light blue.
No. And actually, he just came down right there. He crossed our screen there. The second or third car in line. It's actually very pretty, the way they've done it, though. So it'll be good to see that car back on the race. Oh, there's a car that just went off big on the at the exit of turn 2, and.
And we said that is a high-speed corner, Brian, probably one of the fastest corners here on course, and he went a long way to that tire wall, and we'll see if he can get that car moving without the need of some emergency services assistance. But we are now with a local caution over at turn 1.
Yeah, and it's I think it's steaming, honestly. I think it got so much water up underneath it, and the motor was hot, because that looks more like steam than anything else. Because when I just saw it as it was coming off the camera there, and it kind of hit a big puddle, like almost like a splashdown of a lunar capsule of some sort, and then it just started steaming. Is what I believe that is there. So.
All right. Well, we'll see if he can get the car off that wall. It is a long way away from turn 2, so it may not affect these racers all that much. I was going to mention, Brian, that another one of the GT2 drivers out on course right now, Gian Bufamonte, and this is his second weekend behind the wheel of his TA2 Mustang out of Naperville, Illinois. He had his very first outing in a I don't want to call it a tin top, because of course all these GT2 cars, for the most part, they are all silhouette bodies here, but he is the son of Tony Bufamonte, the 2016 Trans Am TA2 champion.
Right.
And he's had a lot of wins in go-karts, but obviously the plan is for him to run in the Trans Am series this year, and I know the Speed Tour, which includes Trans Am And SCCA Pros Formula 4 US and FR Americas is going to be here at NOLA come April. So only about 8 weeks from now. So this is going to be a good tune-up for them.
So my fear, Greg, is that the way that car is so far off in such a wet area, I am just praying that the tow trucks can get to it without having any problems like we had at the end of the previous session, because it was just so far off the racetrack. And as I've learned here, when you get off track here, it's all cambered pretty severely away from the racetrack, and the water just collects down there. So this will be an exercise in skill and talent for our tow truck drivers here to get that car out of there.
Yeah, and so, Brian, I'm trying to track who this might be, because there are a couple of drivers that we had cross the stripe and leave the pit lane but have not completed flying laps. I've got a few of the remaining drivers coming across now, and I'm wondering, it could either be Carolyn Candace in one of those McLarens, the 104 machine, and honestly, I think that may be the car, or possibly Paul Ruth. If it's and kind of hard to tell from here. Paul's driving a GT2 Pontiac Grand Prix.
Yeah, that 10 car is the one that's off with the tow trucks.
Okay, that is the 10 car, Paul Ruth. Okay.
Yes. So that is the nice part about our little Flagtronics units here. That car has a Flagtronics transponder in it.
Yes, it does.
So I'm able to look at it there, and it did look like it could have been one of those black like late model stock car bodied cars.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what it is there. So.
Yep. That is exactly what it is. Like Yep, as opposed to some of the newer GT2 material. All right, going to the top of the leaderboard now is, well, Barry Bowes, who finished second at the national championships this year. He's out of Austin, Texas, and turns in a 157.874. Michael McAleenan in the GT1 Lamborghini Huracan, currently your second fastest driver at 2 minutes, 0.489. Ray Ramirez in his GT1 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, a 159.126, his fastest lap time. And and that should take away any thought of whether Carolyn Candace was the driver that's off there, Brian, because Carolyn now puts her car on the GTX pole, second fastest overall, with a 159.126.
Yep. Nice lap there by Carolyn in that McLaren, and so you've got Mustang, McLaren, Lamborghini, Porsche, Corvette. That is about as awesome as I could ever say is the order in one of our race groups here. Got some American, got some European, got some Italian, as they like to say it on Long Island.
Italian's still European, by the way.
Exactly, it is. It's a different form of European.
Yes, it is.
So, and then you've got German, which is also European. I know. But and then you've got both the Ford and the bow tie and the blue oval all in the top 5. That is just beautiful.
That is, definitely a good combination there. As it looks like we've got one of our machines heading down the pit lane currently, maybe looking to get some adjustment from crew. We'll see, and that looks like it might be one of the white McLarens coming down the pit lane here as we now hit minute number 9. Now going to the top of the leaderboard, Brian. Jem Hepworth, she is also driving a McLaren 570 GT4 machine in GTX, and she puts in a 157.114. and goes to the top of the leaderboard. That is 76 hundredths of a second clear of Barry Bowes. But again, Jem now your fastest GTX driver on track, as well as your fastest driver overall.
And there's that Paul Ruth car, the car number 10 that we were talking about earlier. It has now gotten over towards turn 10,
He's getting closer.
Turn 3.
He's getting closer to the pit lane, Brian.
That's right. Well, you can see the tow strap hooked up to the front of the car there.
Yes.
So they're still trying to get him to the point where he's really out of harm's way there.
Yeah.
And and I think they'll probably just let him try to get it restarted or see what the situation is with that. So as we come up on the 10-minute mark here, let me do another call to grid. We'll take our break, and then we come back. We'll have you all the way to the checkered flag here. So attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grids, SM, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. We will be back in just a minute with the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at NOLA Motorsports Park. Stay with us, everybody. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
All right, we're back here from NOLA Motorsports Park. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour out of Avondale, Louisiana. I want to give a shout out to Matthias Bonnier. He's in the chat. Greetings from snowy Columbus, Ohio. Get yourself a cup of hot chocolate, sit back in your easy chair and watch some Super Tour. Matthias. Also, Sebas Shaw says, let's go, Jem. Of course, he's referring to Jem Hepworth. And Greg, you've got some more info on the driver of the 81 car.
I can. First off, Matthias, I'm sure he's probably wishing that he was in not so snowy Scranton, Pennsylvania this weekend. Saw him last weekend for the Northeast Division conference and banquet. So Jem certainly rang a bell for me, because I know for those of you that are into iRacing and virtual racing and streaming, Jimmy Broadbent, who is probably one of the most well-known of these, we'll call them influencers, when he got into real-life racing about 2.5 years ago, racing a Praga prototype car. Jem was his original teammate, and she's been racing now for a couple of years for Rafa Racing, and she is planning to run the GT4 European Series this year for Rafa in a McLaren Artura. So certainly running here this weekend in the McLaren. Good tune-up for her. I don't know what the rest of her United States plans here, but more seat time behind the wheels. We'll see how she does. But when we went to break, Carolyn Candace had taken over provisional pole and had pipped Hepworth's time by 10 one-thousandths of a second. But now going to the top of the leaderboard, Barry Bowes in his GT2 Ford Mustang with a 154.091, 2.7 seconds clear of the two McLaren drivers.
Yeah, we got about under 5 minutes to go on this particular race group, but we're going to get the next one going really fast to try to catch up some time here. We are pretty significantly behind schedule because we've had some pickups to do this afternoon. So they're going to hustle us along so we can get to our first race as close to on time as possible here. Barry Bowes just went purple again with a 154.091. So he is hauling the mail. Jem Hepworth just went purple in her first sector, so she's on a flyer as well at the moment. And now the track looks fairly consistently dry. It's still damp, but there's no big puddles. There's no on the front straight. You don't see a line anymore. So everything else is dried. Everything's dried out pretty consistently in most parts of the racetrack. The places where I was seeing cars earlier go through big puddles, I'm not seeing any kind of splashing at the moment. So that is, and when you can see splashdown, Greg, from 700-800 yards away, that's a lot of water out there. So pretty good situation there for the racetrack at the moment. And I'm also going to take a peek here at the radar to see what we're looking at. I haven't done that in a minute, so I'll take a look at that and get back with you in a minute on that, Greg.
All right, so here as time is winding down, just a touch over 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Let's take a look at a couple of the other classes that we have here, or we'll break it down by class. So in GT2, we mentioned the Barry Bowes currently sitting atop the leaderboard with that 154 flat. That is 5.5 seconds clear of Gian Buffamante, the young driver that we spoke of just a few moments ago. Patrick Utt, third fastest in his Chevy Camaro, and he is about a half second back from Buffamante. Michael Kottlebaum out of Houston, Texas in his Chevy Corvette, currently fourth fastest. In GT1, it's Michael McAleenan and Ray Ramirez, a little bit over 8 seconds separate those two drivers. Bill McGavick, our sole GT3 driver, he's in a Mazda RX-7, I believe a third-gen Mazda RX-7. In American Sedan, Sam Daniels is your provisional pole sitter. He's got a 10-second advantage over Brian Himes. Brian out of Slidell, Louisiana, again, just outside of New Orleans. And then Philip Waters in his Chevy Camaro, now your third fastest driver, and Philip currently 6 seconds off of Himes's times.
All right, so taking a peek at the radar, the cell that I've been talking about for the last hour or so is really moving slowly, but it's also starting to break up just a bit. So I don't know what that means in the end by the time it gets to us here, but it is moving quite slowly and not quite as organized as it was an hour ago. So I think that's good news. I'm not one of those professional weather guessers, but that is my non-educated. I did take a broadcast meteorology class about 38 years ago.
Sure you did.
I did, but it was one class. So it doesn't count for much.
I need to put you and Brian Donati up against one another.
Well, I will say that I have sat in the control booth for thousands of weather forecasts over my career as a producer, so I have spent a lot of time watching the weather. Maybe I've gleaned a little by osmosis.
That could very well be. Much like these drivers consuming some of this water by osmosis,
yes,
as
exactly.
the track now definitely. And this was one of the wettest sections here earlier, Brian, as we watched coming out of the final corner out of turn 16 onto the front straight. And, still side by side and still only one dry line, but even those wet lines, the standing water has diminished considerably.
Yes, definitely.
Here.
So. And hopefully maybe if it does come through again, it won't be very heavy and we won't have to worry about the big puddling like we did when we got here this morning. So,
All right, Michael McAleenan now moving up to second fastest overall. McAleenan in his Lamborghini Huracan, the number 3 machine, and I believe that's the green Huracan that we saw at Sebring a couple weeks ago. As the checkered flag is now being displayed.
And just before that checkered flag came out, Michael McAleenan grabbed the top spot here in that Lamborghini. The question is if there's anybody else on their last flying lap who's going to be able to come back and get him. But that car went up to right to first place here.
Yeah,
and I saw the Barry Bowes car go away on the timing and scoring board. I think we got a hiccup.
We'll have to see that. He's now sitting down at the bottom of the order, and we'll see if he gets moved back up. Now, I know that there was a question about there being a bit of a cut through or shortcut that some of the drivers were taking through the S's on the backside of the course that would impact their lap time clearly. But I don't know if Barry Bowes was caught up in that. Of course, when the driver does that, their times would be removed. We'll see if that is indeed the case. But right now, we are showing McAleenan as your fastest driver with a time of 1:54.203. Then Hepworth at a 1:54.583 is the fastest of the GTX cars. Right. Candace, a full second back from there at a 1:55.674. Then Patrick Gian Buffamonte, and then Michael Kettlebaum. Paige Morales is showing as the 3rd fastest GTX driver, 7th fastest overall. Ray Ramirez, 8th fastest, and 2nd fastest in GT1. And then we've got Rafael Martinez. If we take a look at GT, let's see here. Touring 1, Gary Crook, who I believe is our sole Touring 1 driver, showing his 15th fastest overall with a time of 2:08.499. Then we've got Bill McGavick with a 2:14.8. That is 18th fastest overall. But if we jump back over to American Sedan, Sam Daniels in the number 151 Chevy Camaro out of North Lake, Texas, a time of 2:11.348. That was 16th fastest overall. Brian Himes, 20th fastest overall, about oh my gosh, numerous seconds, almost 10 seconds back from there. And yeah, we're starting to see, Brian, it looks like Barry Bowes not showing a time any longer. And we'll see what the story is there. We'll try and get some information on that. But that should be the rundown here in our 6th of 7th qualifying sessions. Pardon me.
Yep. So let's do this, Greg. Let's take a short break before we have to get into our final qualifying session of the day. When we do that, we'll get to racing right after that. So you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll be back in just a few minutes. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we are now, Brian, watching our last qualifying group leave the grid and head out on track for their 20-minute qualifying session. This is going to be Spec Miata, and the first group leaving the grid is the new to the SCCA Majors Tour and Super Tour, SMX.
Yes, and we're starting with SMX. So they've kind of split the qualifying to give each group kind of their own little spot here. So the SMX cars have all got out first, and then they waited a beat, and the SM cars will be coming out of grid right now. And that'll give each of them about a half a lap gap between the two, so that each group can kind of play with themselves.
Before all you know what
play
breaks
amongst
loose.
Themselves.
Yes. Yeah, that better way of terming it. Yes, absolutely, Brian. And that's because we've got approximately 50 cars, actually a little bit over 50 cars here this weekend between the two different classes. We have 22 drivers in SMX that took to the track, and we're still seeing the Spec Miata drivers leave the grid and come onto the track surface to start their out lap here. Of course, SMX made up of the newer 2006, I believe, to about 2013, 2014 NC Miatas, and the ones with the big smiley faces on the front. Oh, we have a driver that just spun the car. It looked like coming through turn 4, and the, of course, Spec Miata made up of the NA and NB models, and there you go. Oh, pardon me, that wasn't turn 4. That was over through the S's at turn 9.
And that car has moved along.
And so, Brian, just wanted to backtrack a little bit. We had noticed during our last qualifying session, the Big Bore qualifying session, that Barry Bowes, who had been the fastest driver on track, we suddenly saw him down at the bottom of the list with no times. Turns out that Ford Mustang had gone above and beyond the 103 decibel sound limit that is set here at NOLA Motorsports Park. They read that. We've got microphones, I believe, 50 feet from the side of the track. Right at the beginning of the S's, at between turn 7 and turn 8, they had readings above 103 decibels on 3 separate occasions. And so apparently his lap times for the session were removed. And so that's going to make for a very interesting start to this afternoon's Big Bore race if he's starting from the back of the field.
Yeah. It'll be fun to watch him come through. That's absolutely. Got a couple of cars that just went off going into the S's. Just before the S's started, they went off driver's right and did a little agricultural, more like mud bog racing, actually, before they got themselves back on the racetrack. So they have continued on, no problems there.
All right, and Brian, so let's go on board here early on with this is one of our rookie drivers. As a matter of fact, it is his very first race in the SCCA. This is Max Stallone, driver of the number 03 Spec Miata, driving for the Wheels America racing team. And again, he is out, much like most of our other racers in Spec Miata now, just starting the first flying lap. But I'll tell you, you'll look at how hectic this is now as they're coming through some of the S's here, and it's going to be, if it stays like this, it's going to be hard to get a fast lap in as they come into the final corner. Here as we see the event center on the left, and then coming into turn 16 onto the front straight.
Yeah, I don't know if it's blind ambition, but I appreciate his ambition as a rookie driver, providing us his in-car camera. That's not something I would do, but great on him. And of course, we love the pictures. Look at that; it's a beautiful picture coming down there towards turn 1, and this is the hard right-hander here, and they come down, and then this turn 2 combination. We've seen a lot of cars have problems. It's pretty flat out as they come through here. They're flat on the gas. If you get it wrong, as we've seen a couple of times, you go a long ways off into grass here. At the exit of turn 2 now, he's heading down towards turn 3. This is a hard left-hander as well, and that sets you up for an upcoming right-hander.
Yeah, and interesting here, Brian, you can see how wide that hairpin is at turn number 3, and it's going to narrow down considerably here coming into turn number 4, which makes things much more difficult. It is also a decreasing radius turn, which makes it very difficult as they come out, and then they're going to have that big, long sweeper turns 5, 6, and into turn number 7.
And this was the portion of the racetrack that when we had Denny Stripling on the Inside the SCCA podcast, he said was really, really critical because the exit of turn 6 here sets you up to go down. Oh, look at the amount of water that just got kicked up onto his windscreen there. It's really critical to get a really good runoff in turn 6 because these S's are, very, very important to a fast lap here. It looks like the young Max Stallone has done really well, sticking to the rear bumper of that green car in front of him in those couple of cars. No issues, but that must have been a bit of a character building moment when the mud got kicked up on the windshield there, Greg.
Yeah, and so he said that this is his very first SCCA race. He has not been behind the wheel all that long, Brian. He's 17 years old and has only been racing for 2 years, and that includes his time in karts.
Right.
So, he's actually handling it pretty well. And
Absolutely.
we noticed where that green car ahead of him had gotten had actually gotten a little loose and had quite a bit of understeer going into those S's. Didn't seem to affect Stallone nearly as much as he now comes out of the final corner. And let's take a look here and see where he ends up on the leaderboard. And I'll give you a rundown here in just a moment how he finished up. And 8th fastest in Spec Miata.
Nice.
There as he turns in a 2:12.495, and he is just behind OPM Autosports Skip Brock Jr., driving the number 61 car, Ethan Ayers as well. And as we have some early times come in, Chuck McTudis, also from OPM, driver of the number 66 machine. He's out of Little Mountain, South Carolina. He and his teammate, Danny Stain, they are currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard in Spec Miata, 0.2 of a second separating them. McTudis with a 2:10.838. Logan Stretch, that is one of Mr. Stallone's teammates from Wheels America, driver of the number 98 Spec Miata. He is currently 3rd fastest with Tyler Quantz 4th, and Todd Burris, our 2019 national champion in Spec Miata, running in 5th. If we jump over to SMX, we've got Michael Borden. He is your fastest driver currently on track with a time of 2:06.760. He's out of Lisbon, Wisconsin, and of course we talked about him at Sebring, Brian. He spent in the previous iterations of SMX, known as Spec MX5 Challenge. He was the instructor for their scholarship winners. Austin Hill in the number 08 machine. He last year ran in Spec MX5 Challenge as well as in Formula Atlantic. Austin Hill out of Frankfort, Ohio, is currently 74 thousandths of a second off of Michael Borden's times. Ethan Jacobs out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, currently 3rd fastest.
We got car number 25. I don't know if that's an SMX5 or a SM car off driver's left down here on the front straight. Not sure. It's rolling slowly towards the rescue worker cutout there. So not quite sure what the issue is there, but that's the 25 car as I scroll down here trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm looking. I see the 26. That is Brian Heitman out of Kansas City, Missouri. That is one of our SMX machines. And he is currently showing as 23rd fastest. And looks like the one flying lap that he got in was considerably off the pace, so probably some engine issues there affecting that car.
And you can see now, as long as you don't hit one of the puddles that are very much off the racing line, this track is essentially dried out in almost all the areas, all the important spots anyway. And you can also see the pavement changes you were talking about earlier on that last camera. Go back to that just for a second, Ryan. We were talking about multiple pavement changes. You can see them right there in the middle of the exit of that corner. You can see where the pavement changes colors. That's very hard in the rain because each different pavement type has a different grip level. So you got to learn where that is to get yourself a fast lap. But you can see it drying out really nicely there.
Yeah, indeed. And, also as we watched young Mr. Stallone on his travails here around NOLA Motorsports Park, there are a lot of places, even in the damp weather here, where the drivers are having to take to these very wide swaths of curbing. So, for example, coming out of turn number 5 and going into turn 6, there is a very wide piece of curbing there where there is an access road that matches up. And there are some other places like that as well. And certainly that painted curbing, though, Brian, is still going to be very slick at this point.
Right. Mike Collins asked in the chat, he had seen the word that they were going to split this group into 2 groups. The plan is for them to qualify together, and if we're on schedule when we get late in the day, then we will split the cars into 2 groups. It's all schedule dependent. We have a hard time out here with the contract with the track that we have to finish by today. So if we're ahead of schedule or on time, we'll be able to do that, and that'll be kind of a decision that'll be made late in the race day here today. So that's the situation with the split groups for SMX and Spec Miata.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea and of whether or not that's going to happen, apparently the group that is scheduled to run ahead of Spec Miata and SMX, our big bore group, if they do not head out for their race by 3:45 in the afternoon, most likely the Spec Miata and SMX race will be combined rather than separate. And again, that's just because there is a hard stop from the track.
Yep. So that was the best compromise that we could come up with when all of the drivers in Group 7 said that we really would like to not race together if at all possible. So, and it's just the different types of cars that make speed a little bit different places. So it makes sense to try to do it if at all possible. So.
All right, Brian. So we are now, we've got about 8 minutes remaining here in qualifying. Why don't we do this? So why don't we make a first call to the grid for drivers that are going to be in our first race of the day, and then we'll take a little break.
All right, let's do that right now. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid. Group 1 cars, Spec Racer Ford 3s. If you are going to be in the next race, come onto the grid. All right, let's take a break now. When we come back, we'll have the rest of this session and then our first race of the day. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. with the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
And we're back here at NOLA Motorsports Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Want to make a quick hi to Chad Collins in the chat, Nathan Nicholson Racing in the chat, Kevin P in the chat, and Elijah Dobkins says, looks a tad bit damp. You should have been here a couple of hours ago, Elijah. This is nothing compared to what we had at 8 o'clock this morning. Now we got the track drying out a good bit here, and haven't lifted the radar in a little bit, but we're hoping we can stay mostly dry for the rest of the afternoon.
That's right. So Nathan Nicholson, who is racing in MX5 Cup this year, had a great showing at Daytona until he didn't. Not by any fault of his own. We'll leave it at that. But he's got a shout out for Justin Ataconis, who at the moment is our fastest SMX driver on track with a qualifying time of 2:04.123. That is currently 0.6 of a second clear of the rest of the field. Jack Murchison, Austin Hill, Jarrett Jones, Rocco Pasquarella rounding out the top 5. Michael Borden, who had been at the top of the SMX field after a single flying lap, well, now he finds himself 6th fastest in that pack. If we take a look at Spec Miata now with just a touch over 3 minutes remaining, Skip Brock Jr. is your provisional pole sitter. The driver out of Birmingham, Alabama, and he just crosses the start-finish line to put a stamp on it. 2:06.843. He is 1.1 seconds clear of Logan Stretch, Todd Burris, Nick Leveroni, and then our early provisional pole sitter, Chuck McTudis, now finds himself 6th fastest as Zach Ehrlich now jumps up to 4th. The New York driver, the number 180 machine, turning in a 2:08.924.
And that's what it looks like now with 2.5 minutes to go. Make another quick call to grid here. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Your race will be coming up immediately following this one. Group 1 to the grid.
All right, and now Todd Burris jumping to the top of the Spec Miata field, a 2:05.724, 1.1 seconds clear of Skip Brock. So these drivers starting to find time, Brian, where there was not time before. As we watch Burris now, he turned in a personal best in Sector 1, overall best in Sector 2, and that was, again, enough to move him to the top of the leaderboard. Skip Brock Jr. and Logan Stretch, though, they are on their next flying laps. Stretch and Brock both with personal bests in Sector 1. Logan Stretch a little bit off his personal best in Sector 2. We'll wait to see when Brock comes through. If we take a look at the SMX cars, Ataconis, now that last time by was about a second off of his provisional pole time. Austin Hill, though, with personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 2, jumps to second in SMX, with Jack Murchison currently sitting 3rd. And Nico Bratz now in the number 177 machine out of Wisconsin. He turns in a 2:04.675. He leapfrogs Austin Hill and Jack Murchison to move up into 2nd. Michael Borden now sits 5th, and Jarrett Jones now makes a showing here in the top 10 as well.
43 seconds left in the session. We're going to see the checkered flag come out at any moment here. And so these folks now are on their last potential for a flying lap.
All right, Skip Brock did not improve on that last lap. Matter of fact, he was almost a second and a half off of his previous fast lap. Nick Leveroni, though, now moves up to third fastest. The Mendon, Massachusetts driver puts down a 2:06.860. That is only a couple hundredths, actually 3/10, pardon me, off of Skip Brock's times. Brett Kowalski now moves into the top 10 in Spec Miata, the Las Cruces, New Mexico driver, a 2:08.953, his best lap of the session. That will put him in 7th.
And the checkered flag is out on the session. These laps will count as they come across the line here. So things could change here just a little bit. Bailey Cruz just moved into 7th place in SMX on that lap, turning lap at 2:05.454.
And Brian, we should be watching now Nico Bratz, who's coming into the third sector right now. Personal best in sector 1. That was almost a 10th faster than our provisional pole sitter Atacanis. Sets overall best in sector 2, and we're just waiting for him to come across the line as he works his very last flying lap. And I believe he's coming out of turn 16 now and onto the front straight. And, well, we'll have to see. Michael Borden crosses the stripe. He goes to provisional pole now with a 2:03.825 as he jumps 4 spots to move up to the overall pole in the group. We're still waiting on Nico Bratz to see if he can improve. Or whether or not he decided to come down the pit lane. Maybe didn't like that third sector. Let's see how things play out for him. In Spec Miata, Skip Brock going to provisional pole with a time of 2:05.262. Nick Leveroni moving up to 2nd with Todd Burris currently sitting 3rd, Logan Stretch 4th. And Brian, I am not seeing sector 3 times for Nico Bratz or Atacanis. Actually, Atacanis now crossing the line. Atacanis with a 2:04.123, 3/10 off of Michael Borden. So Michael Borden looks like he's going to go into this afternoon's race as your pole sitter for the group.
Yeah, and I'm listening to the flag, and I'm pretty certain that Nico Bratz possibly went off track in that third sector.
Okay.
Was able to continue, but obviously that would have completely messed up his final lap time. So he may have just decided to go into the pits after that. So
yeah, and that would explain things, as I don't see a final sector time from him.
Right. So. All right, that's going to do it here for our final qualifying session of the day. We're going to take another short break. When we come back, we'll have our first race of the day at Spec Racer Fords. That's up next here in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody. If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. We are back at NOLA Motorsports Park for Race Group 1, Spec Racer Ford. It's the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This will be round 3 for these groups. Rounds 1 and 2 was at Sebring, round 3 here at NOLA. And let's take a look at our track fly-in right now, and we'll show you a little bit about what NOLA Motorsports Park looks like. There it is, right on the bayou, just on the north side of the Mississippi River here. And here we go. Here, this is the wide version of the track. You can see the car track in the upper right-hand corner. There's the paddock area where we are. And there is the 16-turn, 2.75 mile lap. And it has been a lot of fun. Flat as a pancake, though. And that is something you want to keep track of right until you go off the racetrack, and then it's not so flat anymore. So, Greg, you've got our starting grid. Let's get right to it.
Indeed, I do, Brian. So we had 33 drivers head out on track today to qualify for this first Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race. Let's run down the top 30. My apologies to 31, 32, and 33. Starting 30th, driving the number 66 machine out of Houston, Texas, it's Kevin Maley. Starting 29th, David Shaw out of Woodbury, Minnesota. He's driving the number 32 car. Starting 28th. We'll let our graphics catch up with me here. I'm talking too fast, apparently. Starting 28th, it's going to be Joseph Wolf. He's out of the Villages, Florida, representing the New England region. Talk about snowbirds. He's driving the number 82 car. Sal Weber will start 27th. He is driving the number 74 machine. He is out of Spring Branch, Texas. Now let's move over to the driver starting 26th, driving the number 188 machine out of Houston, Texas, Judson Holt. Ben Jacobs will start 25th. Ben's out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and drives the number 171 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Starting 24th, driving the number 9 car. From Kansas City, Missouri, representing the Kansas City region, Tyler Fox. Scott Monroe will start 23rd. He's out of Kemah, Texas, represents the Houston region, and drives the 00 car. Starting 22nd, driving the 33, it's Robert Antley. He represents the Oklahoma region, and he is from Ponca City, Oklahoma. Ashley Oakes will start 21st. Ashley is driving the 104 machine and is from Fort Worth, Texas. Brian Grigsby represents the Lone Star region. He's from Austin, Texas. He drives the number 77 car. He starts 20th. Starting 19th, driving the 128 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Joshua, Texas, representing the Texas region, Liam Snyder. Paul Miranda will start 18th. Paul's driving the number 44 car. He's also from Austin, Texas. Starting 17th, driving the number 99 car from Dallas, Texas, representing the Texas region of the SCCA, Josh Justice. Starting 16th with the 129 car. Out of Olathe, Kansas, representing the Kansas City region, Carl Hayward. Starting 15th, driving the number 52 car from Manchac, Texas, representing the Lone Star region, it's Corey Ruth. Nils Masseuse will start 14th. Nils is from Conroe, Texas, represents the Houston region, driving the 36 car. Ian Shane will start 13th, driving the number 5 car. He's from Austin, Texas. Ormond Beach, Florida's Todd Vanacore will start 12th today, driving the number 19. Richard Baldwin will drive the number 2 machine. He's from right outside the gate, Covington, Louisiana, represents the Delta region of the SCCA, and he starts 11th. Starting 10th, driving the number 199 car from Houston, Texas, representing the Houston region, it's Joseph Maley. Starting 9th, Mark Snyder from Joshua, Texas, is driving the 127 car with Charles Pigeon. I think still hoping for a lot of water there, Brian, from the Lone Star region out of Abilene, Texas, and driving the 177 car. He starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 108 machine from San Angelo, Texas, representing the West Texas region, it's Dave Ogburn. Starting on the next row, starting 6th, on the outside of row number 3, driving the number 4 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from McKinney, Texas, representing the Texas region, Denny Stripling. Tyler Stevens is out of Bixby, Oklahoma. He represents the Lone Star region, driving the number 105 car. He starts 5th. On the outside of row number 2, driving the number 31 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Spartanburg, South Carolina, representing the Central Carolina region, 2-time national champion, Robeson Clay Russell. Richard Stevens will start 3rd. Richard is driving the number 56 machine, represents the Lone Star region, and is out of Bixby, Oklahoma. And your front row. Driving the number 23 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Montpelier, Virginia, it's Russ Turner. He represents the Washington, D.C. region and your pole sitter today. Representing the Texas region, out of Dallas, Texas, with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 4 seconds, .307. He's in the number 18 car today. He's Gary Glanger.
All right, thank you, Greg, for that. Our car is now coming out of turn 6 and heading down towards the S's. That might be turn 9. Anyway, heading down towards the S's here as they get ready to finish up our pace lap here. One thing that we need to keep in mind, Greg, is that this racetrack is a very different racetrack than it was when they were out this morning at 8 a.m. qualifying. That was in just basically full-on wet conditions.
Yeah.
Now the track is on very much drier conditions. So how they negotiate these first couple of laps is going to be very interesting. You might find that there's some faster cars deeper in the field that would be up front if that was a dry session. So we'll watch that.
Absolutely, Brian. But of course, you know, one of the other big challenges that these drivers are going to run into here is as they were out for qualifying, they were trying to find what was the fastest line, fastest way around the track, the places with the most grip. And as we may see, as we often do in Spec Racer Ford, 2 wide, I would imagine 3 wide going into that hairpin at turn number 3. Some of these drivers may find that there's a lot less grip than even as the track dries out than what they had for qualifying. As our drivers now come around the final corner around turn 16 and onto the front straight. Brian, and over to you for the start.
All right, here they come down towards the start-finish line for the first time opening lap. If the starter likes what they see, the green flag will go in the air, and we are looking for that right now as they're lined up 2 by 2. And the green flag is in the air. We've got ourselves a whole bunch of cars, 37 of them, rolling down towards turn 1 for the first time. Looking from my end, it looks like a whole bunch of Christmas tree lights lit up here as they head down there, all of these flashing brake lights.
And Brian, we've got a car that's gone around, was over driver's left, dropped a wheel, and ended up in the grass on the inside. Driver's right, came right across all the traffic and did not impact another car. It looked like almost everybody else carried on. We'll get that car number in just a moment as our leaders there, Glanger and Turner, lead the field into that hairpin at turn number 3 as things now tighten down going into 4. Looks like Glanger still your leader with Russ Turner second, and then moving up into 3rd place, Denny Stripling in that orange and white number 4.
Yeah, there were definitely 2 cars that were turned around there coming out of turn 1, but it looked like they were both able to continue here. Here they are coming out of turn 5 here, starting to go single file here. Single file very early on because there's still pretty much a single dry line, or just a little wider than a single dry line, and they will continue to dry that out here as we head into the deeper parts of this race.
And Brian, taking a look at our flagtronic system, I may have gotten it wrong. It may have been Russ Turner in the blue number 23 machine that had gone around over at turn 1. I see one of the dark blue machines there running in 2nd place right now. We'll try and pick out exactly who that is, but again, I'm showing Russ now towards the very back of the field. Here as our drivers now coming through those S's over at turns 9 and 10. They've all now gotten in line. And, you know, we'll see here. Of course, the draft is always very strong in Spec Racer Ford, but there's really only one big straightaway here. And that's where our racers are now coming out of turn 16 onto the front straight.
Well, we will know very quickly which cars were involved as they start to come across the line here. And early on, we're going to see this here. Our race leader after the first lap here, Gary Glanger, followed by Richard Stevens, Denny Stripling, Tyler Stevens. Then Dave Ogburn is in 5th. Clay Russell is in 6th. Corey Ruth in 7th. Ian Schoen 8th. Joseph Malley 9th. Scott Monroe is 10th. And we'll see how far down the field.
Well, and I was going to say, I'm showing him almost now in 35th position.
Wow.
Brian, is Russ Turner, who started on the front row today, now finds himself at the very rear of the pack.
And I think maybe Richard Baldwin is the other car involved in that because he is way down as well in 31st place.
Yeah, and that, again, it just looked like he might have dropped the wheel going in, setting up for turn one, and came right across the field. I'm surprised, frankly, that it did not, one, impact the field all that much more, and also, at least going into the following corners, did not open up the field all that much. But as you look now, as our drivers are coming through turn 5, there is a very large gap now between our top 5 drivers, Glanger, Stevens, Stripling, Stevens, and Ogburn, back to Clay Russell, who is sitting in 6th, and then an even larger gap back to Corey Ruth and the rest of the field.
Definitely. At the line, that gap was almost 4 seconds, so it probably has not gotten any smaller here as we get going here. Yep. We had a car off at turn 6, but they've been able to continue.
All right, as our leaders now making their way into the S's, and they're going to be coming down into the final corners, down into turn 10. And Brian, we've got a heck of a breakaway right now at the front of the field, coming onto the front straight. And I believe that is indeed Denny Stripling, our new leader in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He has gotten around Gary Glanger. He's also gotten around both Richard Stevens and Tyler Stevens to move into the lead. So, you had him on your podcast earlier this week with the fast ways around, to go over the fast ways around NOLA. He was certainly the one to teach it.
Yep, there we go. And Denny Stripling is definitely shown how to get it done here. Richard Stevens in second. That big group up front. Now, Dave Ogburn's dropped back a little bit, 2.6 seconds back from 4th place. He's now in 5th. And then another 3 seconds back to Clay Russell in 6th place.
Yeah, it should be noted, though, and if you take a look at our timing pylon there on the left-hand side of the screen, you may have seen Clay Russell's name in purple, and that is because on lap number 2, he was your fastest driver on track. He was almost a 1.5 seconds faster than Gary Glanger. It was about 1 second faster than Dave Ogburn, directly ahead of him as well. The problem for Clay Russell, a 2-time national champion, is he's still somewhere about 1 second back from that lead pack, but he did start to make up a lot of ground there.
All right, there's your lead pack, and Denny Stripling has got himself a big lead here. Now, it is probably 10 car lengths or more as they go through the S's, and I'm going to guess when he crosses the line, it's going to be 2.5 seconds or so between him and the second place car. So and also that car that went off in turn 6 earlier was Pigeon, Carl Pigeon.
Yeah.
Charles Pigeon.
Charles Pigeon. And so this field now, Brian, really starting to get stretched out, but you can see here in the lead packs here coming into the final corner now, with that is Stripling now starting to, I believe, make his way up on some slower traffic as they come up to the front straight. Let's take a look here as they cross the line. And indeed, I believe they just worked their way around Kelly Toombs in the 136 machine, currently running in 36. But here, look at this. Gary Glanger, who was our pole sitter today, and you said it, things, maybe a bit different when the track starts to dry out. Gary Glanger now falling back in the 5th place for the 2nd lap in a row. Clay Russell runs the fastest lap of the session. He now moves up into 4th position, and he is about 0.5 seconds back from Richard and Tyler Stevens. But Stripling, as you mentioned, he is starting to walk away from the field.
Yes, I suggested it might be about a 2.5 second lead when he came across the line. It was 2.559 seconds. So my eyeballs were not deceiving me in that particular situation. And he is just doing what he needs to do. It will also make it easier for him as he comes upon those lap traffic. That one car, the leader getting by, is always easier than a whole pack of cars getting by. So that's only going to be to his advantage. He'll make it through the lap traffic probably a little bit easier, and then when the cars behind them have to negotiate the same lap track, they're going to have a more difficult time. So advantage Stripling at this point in time.
Yeah, and you see here, Brian, coming through the S's now as the track is drying out, and there is, as we said, there is one definitive dry line right now here through turn 9, driver's left. One of those drivers just stepped awfully wide into that damp area. He's going to have a little trouble getting that car back underway. But we're watching Dave Ogburn, who's in the orange with double blue stripes down the center of the car. He is now starting to close things down just a bit on Gary Glanger as well. There is about 2 seconds now separating those two drivers. But for the second lap in a row, Ogburn has picked up about 2/10 on the number 18 machine.
Stripling, Stevens, Clay Russell, Richard Stevens, Gary Glanger, Dave Ogburn. That's your top 6 right now as we head into about 16 minutes left to go in this first race of the day here from NOLA Motorsports Park. Got a lot of 3, 4, 5 car packs spread out throughout the field here, and that is the fun part about Spec Racer Ford racing. Even if you're not racing for the top 5 in the race, usually there's someone around you to go and have some fun with. That's why you get 37 car fields in this particular class with the Spec Racing. Always fun to come out here, and that is a big reason why we get these big fields.
Yeah, a matter of fact, I've been watching, Brian, the 104 machine, Ashley Oaks, currently sitting 17th, and it's as if we've got that initial pack on one side of the track. We have another pack coming through, coming into the S's at about the same time. Ashley Oaks has with her, let's see here, Robert Antley, Tyler Fox, Carl Hayward, Todd Vanacore, and Russ Turner. Remember, Russ Turner had fallen all the way back into 35th position. Russ Turner is now worked back up into 22nd.
Oh, yeah, big spinner right there. That is turn going into 13. Car hit a big puddle and then started spinning. Now it looks like it's been able to come back on, and it's continuing to do some spinning in the grass. Very hard to get grip when the grass is wet here, or anywhere for that matter.
That's right.
But looks like he's got the car pointed, or she's got the car pointed in the right direction, and hopefully he can get on the racetrack here without getting in the way of any of these other cars coming through. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get a car number at the moment.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see as it gets a little bit closer, because I think it's going to come now right in front of us here. And I'm pretty sure that is, I'm fairly certain that's the Juicy Fruit machine of Richard Baldwin. I think that's the number 2 machine based on the color scheme there. Brian, we'll try and verify that.
Yep, and I think this will be this car coming up here right now, and he's going into the pits.
All right, Brian, so let's take a look here. We do have a replay of that start, and we can take a look here and see and you can see there as Russ Turner goes off and into the grass, and then has to rejoin, but it happened awfully quickly, and thankfully didn't take anybody out. Let's take a look and see exactly what happened to what we think is the Baldwin car.
Yeah, I wonder if on the start there that he slowed down and the car behind him just hit him from the back.
Maybe.
That was very abrupt. So we've got lots of cars doing little offs and ons all across the racetrack right now. So it kind of shows that if you don't have, if you get just a little bit off that dry line, it can cause problems really fast for you here.
Indeed, and Brian, moving to the top of the leaderboard now, we saw Denny Stripling jump out to, once he got around Gary Glanger, jumped out to almost a 2-second advantage over the rest of the field. But Clay Russell, slowly but surely, has now worked his way to the front of field. I mentioned that back in 2018, the last time we had a Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here at NOLA, Clay Russell was your winner both during the 25-minute sprint race and also the 35-minute feature Hoosier race, well, he is once again at the front of the field. He's opened up now almost a full second advantage over Tyler Stevens, who holds steady in second. Denny Stripling now running in third.
All right, we are at the halfway mark in our race. There's 12 and a half minutes to go. Let's take our break here. And then when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Spec Racer Ford race here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from NOLA Motorsports Park. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Spec Racer Ford 3 is the race we're got going on right now before lunch, and then after lunch we've got 6 more races to go for you. Lots of things going on the racetrack right now. We're finding out from our spies in the paddock that we have a mix of rain tire and slick tires this race, and that may be able to explain why you've got some cars who are really good at the start who are not so good right now. Greg.
Yeah, exactly. That could very well explain Clay Russell's run and the fact that Clay Russell continues to turn purple laps to set fast lap every single time. In addition to that, Russ Turner, who again fell back to 35th or so position after spinning off on the opening lap, he is now, as he crosses the start-finish line, Brian, he's now back up into 12th. And he is running 4 seconds faster than the 3 cars ahead of him. So he is certainly going to be on the move. We just got word from one of our spies in the paddock that somebody like Dave Ogburn, who's hanging on for dear life in 10th, he is definitely on wet weather tires. I would suspect that in addition to that, Denny Stripling probably is as well as Stripling now.
And Glanger, I'm thinking as well.
Yeah, I would definitely say if we look, both Clay Russell and Tyler Stevens are running in the mid 153s. Stripling and Stevens are running 57s and 58s. And probably the next person they're going to have to worry about, Liam Snyder from the Snyder Brothers Racing Team. He's in the 128 car. He is running in the 55s, as is Mark Snyder. I'd suspect that both of those brothers, also both former national champions in Formula Enterprises 2 and Formula Enterprises, they are coming for Denny Stripling.
Yeah, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, I don't think there's enough time for Russ Turner to crack the podium here, but I definitely think there's time for him to crack the top 10. And of course, you know, this is all part of the seasons-long points championship and qualifications for the runoffs. So, you know, every car he picks off here is just, you know, more points in the basket for the end of the year. And he is putting on a show here. I'm talking about Russ Turner in the 23 car, coming up from practically last in the field all the way now into 12th place.
Yeah, and as you speak of points, Brian, coming into this weekend, again, only 2 races in the book so far, the 2 from Sebring, but Clay Russell sitting atop the leaderboard here, as he had a 4th place finish in the sprint race at Sebring, and he took the win during the feature race on Sunday a month ago.
And there's Clay Robeson again going fast. Or Clay Russell, I'm sorry, with a 1:52.5. So he's still pulling down fast laps here, one after another.
Yeah, and he is now running a full second a lap faster than Tyler Stevens in second. The gap now at 2.6 seconds. Liam Snyder, though, he's got a long way to go to get up to Denny Stripling. At this point, the gap is almost 10 seconds separating 3rd and 4th place. Richard Stevens, who had been sitting in 4th for quite some time, though, falls back in the 5th behind Liam Snyder, and those 2 drivers were practically side by side at the line as they cross start finish. Brian, to complete lap number 9, they were separated by 1/1000th of a second.
So turn 6, Greg, is the problem turn right now. Lots of cars going off in turn 6 and then able to continue. We just heard the 105 car of Tyler Stevens, our 2nd place car, may have gone off in turn 6. We'll learn a little bit more how much that cost him here when they come across the line to determine whether he didn't get going fast enough to let Denny Stripling by. But no, he did lose a lot of time to Russ Turner, or Clay Russell, I'm sorry, but not enough time to lose 2nd place. He is now 15 seconds back from the leader, that is Tyler Stevens.
Yeah, and indeed, Brian, the exit of turn 6, much like as we watch coming out of the final corner here, the exit of turn 6 has one of those big, wide expanses of curbing, much like the exit of the final corner, turn 16. And even though there is certainly a dry line and this track is starting to dry out, that painted curbing still has a much lower level of grip than the asphalt. And as these drivers are starting to pick up speed, as they're starting to open up their hands a little bit and try to carry more speed through these very difficult corners, they're getting to that curbing, and it's very much unsettling the car, and in many cases going beyond the limits of adhesion for these drivers.
All right, don't look now. Russ Turner is in the top 10. He is now in 9th place, and he now has his sights on Joseph Malley in 8th, and then possibly even Gary Glanger. I'm guessing we've got about 2 laps, maybe 3 to go here. So there's a good chance that Russ Turner can possibly end up 7th in this race, and maybe even 6th, but a lot going on here as we come into our closing laps.
Yeah, indeed. Right now in the top 10, both Richard Stevens and Gary Glanger are, to put as good a face on it as we can, the slowest of the group. They are running anywhere between 3.5 and 4.5 seconds off the pace of the drivers around them on track, and more importantly, the drivers behind them, as Joseph Malley is about 2 seconds faster a lap than Gary Glanger, and Russ Turner 4 seconds a lap faster than Gary Glanger at this point. And again, I think, as you mentioned, given the amount of time remaining here, as the clock now is just at about 3 minutes 15 seconds, and the laps are taking at this point about 1:50, anywhere between 1:55 and 1:58. Probably 2 more laps to go. here for these drivers.
What I'm hearing, Greg, is the next time by for Clay Russell, he's going to get the white flag. So about a lap and a half to go here as we wrap up this first race of the day.
Yeah, indeed, is Clay Russell working through sector number 2 right now. So he is, as you mentioned, about a half a lap from getting to that start-finish stand and starting his final lap here in this field. And we're it's becoming pretty clear, Brian, the drivers that are on the dry weather tires, as they continue to pick up time. We've talked about the drivers in the top 10, Nils Masseuse and Scott Monroe. Masseuse, who he started 12th and he's still 12th, but he continues to set fast laps. Scott Monroe, Carl Hayward, Brian Grigsby as well. Josh Justice, I believe, is probably on the wet weather tires. He started in 13th position, and he is slowly but surely dropped back into 20th, where he's doing all he can right now to hold off both Judson Holt and Ashley Oaks. Those two drivers have been picking up time and currently running about a second and a half faster, as now the white flag is in the air, crossing the line and starting lap number 12. Probably starting lap number lucky 13.
Yes.
Here is Clay Russell.
Clay Russell is that black. Oh, no. We just. He was the black car. So the next car coming through here will be the black car. That's Clay Russell right there. And it's got a couple of lap cars in front of him, but that shouldn't be an issue with a 19-second lead. He will try to make his way around for this final lap without any issues. Second place right now, Tyler Stevens is not in the picture here, which means it should be an easy roll to the finish line here for Clay Russell here on this final lap.
And there goes Clay, third driver in line. And I'm sure the racers ahead of him will likely be seeing the blue flags, let them know that there is a faster moving car directly behind. But as you mentioned here, Tyler Stevens, the driver of the 105 car, and Denny Stripling, 20 seconds and 27 seconds in arrears of our leader. Just a commanding race here. But again, somebody who has had experience being on the top of the podium here at NOLA.
That's right. There was Clay Russell again, getting around those cars with no issues. Not to mention Russell Turner. He's now up to 7th place. Still has a couple of, it's a 7 or 8 seconds gap to Richard Stevens in 6th. So I don't know if he's going to catch him on this last lap, but what an impressive drive for Russ Turner today here, coming from behind after getting, after losing control and getting off the racetrack on the first turn of the first lap.
And Mark Snyder, who had been sitting behind Richard Stevens, now moves up in the 5th position. So we've got Liam in the 128 car in 4th. We've got brother Mark in the 127, currently sitting in 5th. About 5 seconds separating those two drivers. Richard Stevens 6th, and then, as you mentioned, Russ Turner sitting about 7.5 seconds back in 7th position.
And the checkered flag has been put out there for Clay Russell. No issues for him on that final lap. The only question now is what's the gap between first and second? 19 seconds between first and second place. What an impressive drive for Clay Russell in this race to take first place. Your second place car is Tyler Stevens. Then after running up front early in this race, Denny Stripling will take the final spot on the podium. Want to wait to see Russ Turner come across the line to see if he was able to catch Richard Stevens. I don't think so, but we'll know more here in just a few seconds.
And I'm looking back through the field, Brian, because we had the two drivers cross the line practically side by side, and I'm trying to pick out who they were a little bit further back in the pack. And I believe that was Carl Hayward and Robert Antley, the battle for 15th position.
Woo. All right, Greg, that's going to do it for our first race of the day. We're going to take ourselves a lunch break. I don't know exactly what time, but we'll put it up on the screen when we know for sure when we're going to come back for race 2.
Now we know. Looks like we will be back on air, Brian. And we'll be bringing you all the action here from NOLA starting at 12:35. That is Central Time. That is local time, 1:35 Eastern Time, with cars on course at 12:40 Central. 1:40 Eastern time, and we're basically going to be trying to work through this schedule as quickly as possible. Our volunteers that make these events run, they're going to take a short lunch so that we can hopefully get those two different Mazda races in at the end of the day, separate as opposed to combined. So join us here in now about 40 minutes or so. 12:35 Central, 1:35 Eastern. We'll be back in just a little bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've got what it would be 6 or 7 races still left to go in this in our racing action. Greg, the reason there's 6 or 7 is if we stay on schedule, we're going to split up the Spec Miata and the Spec MX-5 race into 2 races.
Right.
So if everyone plays like good boys and girls in the sandbox in groups 4, 5, and 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll be doing it. So here's our track map. Greg, why don't you talk to us about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. So this is the 2 3/4 16-turn NOLA Motorsports Park on the west bank of the Mississippi River, just a few moments out of the French Quarter. And as you can see here, it is, first off, well, you can't really tell from the map, but it is so incredibly flat here, much like we saw at Sebring a month ago. But you have some very definite challenges here. You've got those decreasing radius S's at the tail end of the track. You've got a very tight hairpin at turn number 3. And as some of our drivers in our first race of the day found out, even though the track surface may be drying, some very wide areas of painted curbing that they may be relying on to carry speed may not be so grippy.
Yes.
And so there is that very large gravel trap that extends. You can see there up at the northeast corner of the track that extends all the way from turn number 5 down through turn 7 and in towards turn number 8.
And
that can catch a lot of drivers out.
I was going to say, I don't know if Ryan can put his cursor on that turn 6 area. That was a big problem in the last race where everything else was very dry, but that one area with the curbing was hard to hit. So, but yeah, so that's the spot to look at, Greg.
Yeah, a matter of fact, if you look, and unfortunately Ryan can't go and pick out that for us, but when you look at that gravel trap area, there is right at the very tip, there is an area where there is no gravel. That's actually the curbing area. All right. So we've got our next group. They are out on track for the pace lap, and this is going to be Formula F and Formula V. And it's going to be just a 6-car field here today. Brian, let's run down the starting order. Starting on row number 3 and in 6th position, driving the number 5. Protoform P2 Formula V from Neenah, Wisconsin. It's Ron Whitston. Stephen Davis is going to start 5th. He's driving the number 80 Vortec. He's out of Danielsville, Georgia. Connor Shipman is our sole Formula F driver here today. He's driving the number 14 Honda-powered Piper DB7. He's from Austin, Texas, while Zach Whitston will start on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 27 Formula V Protoform P2. He's also from Austin, Texas. And your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 18 Protoform P2 from Georgetown, Texas. It's Steve Whitston, that's the number 18 machine and 2-time national champion from Neenah, Wisconsin, driving also a Protoform P2 in Formula V with a qualifying time of 2:12.023. Andrew Whitston.
Well, there we go. Our pace car with the field is now coming in through the S's. Once they get through the S's, they go through the 13, 14, 15 complex and onto the main straight. And we will very, very, very likely get ourselves a green flag here, because if you can't line up 6 cars 2 by 2, we got problems.
Yes, we do.
I'm just saying. So yeah, not a ton of cars here, but these are some of the OG classes here in the Sports Car Club of America, Formula V and Formula F. Used to be Formula Ford, but now that there is a Honda Fit option motor, they just now call it Formula F. Not a ton of the Hondas out there, but it is an option now for these cars, owners and drivers, to decide whether they want to go with the old school Ford Cortina motor or whether they're going to go with the Honda Fit. So here is that section. If you look at those rumble strips out to the left here, they're still rather wet, and you can get pushed out towards the wall pretty easy there. Not a big deal with these cars, but the bigger cars later, we'll be keeping an eye on that.
All right, Brian, as they come down the front straight, the 2 Whitstons, Andrew and Steve, on the front row, and green flag is in the air, and look at that as Cooper Shipman jumps out to that early lead. A little bit more power in that L-Series Honda, the 1.5 liter fuel-injected Honda motor, compared to those very small air-cooled Volkswagen motors, and he's the first driver to head down into turns 1 and now come through that sweeper in turn number 2. Out in front, it is in the Formula Vs. It's Andrew in the white machine with red stripes, Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston in the yellow number 18. Then we've got Zach, he's in the blue number 27, and then Stephen Davis, the black number 80. And then coming up the rear, that would be Ron Whitston. He is driving also, I believe, a yellow Protoform. That is the number 5 machine.
All right, so Cooper Shipman should drive away from this field with that Formula F car. Now with the dry conditions, or the drier conditions, the Fords are, oh, there's a big car going off way to the left there. I think that was Stephen Davis.
I believe that was the number 80 of Davis, who had been running in 5th and runs a little wide there. He'll have to pick up some ground, and we can already see those 2 trailing cars, Whitston, I have to stop saying Whitston, Ron Whitston, and Stephen Davis. I'm talking about 5/6 of the field right now.
That's right.
Or 4/6, 2/3 of the field. Ron Whitston and Stephen Davis now already a couple seconds back from the rest of the Formula V field as they come through the S's here, and we see already jumping out here and coming to the front of the field, at least temporarily. That's Steve Whitston in the yellow number 18 machine. He's your leader currently in Formula V.
And I don't think that was Stephen Davis who had that issue there, because Stephen Davis is right there in 3rd place, I believe.
Yeah, actually,
that's Stephen Davis in 3rd place.
Yeah, that's the black and yellow number 80. You are correct. So, we'll see.
We'll know in a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Here, we'll certainly know momentarily as they cross the stripe. And, let's see. As one of my timing systems is not working, let's go to the other one. You know who that is, Brian, who's sitting.
I know exactly who it is.
Yes, it is. And the reason we didn't pick it up is because she has had recently a brand new paint job on this car. Cameron Reed, who we last saw, I think, at the runoffs 2 years ago. She is, I believe, I know she's out of Louisiana. I believe she's out of Shreveport, if I remember correctly. She started from the back of the field in her Honda-powered Piper. And she started at the back. She is now was up to 4th when she crossed the line. But that car that used to be orange, I saw it online, is now black.
Yeah, and that car's a rocket ship too. She was at, there's a car going off there into the mud. That guy's gonna need to watch the.
And that may be Cameron Reed there, Brian.
Yep. Lots of mud. They went through some big puddles, and that's gonna be not fun to clean that driver's suit after that.
No, certainly not. Let's take a look as it comes around. Is that a V or is that a Formula F machine? And it looks as though
it looks like a V to me.
A V. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll know in just a moment here. But so the 09 machine of Cameron Reed is in black. Stephen Davis also in black. And, it may have been Zach Whitston that fell back, Brian, the 27 machine, which is a darkish blue color. I'm showing that when they crossed the line, he was in 6th, just ahead of Ron Whitston. So let's take a look as Zach Whitston is your new leader in Formula V, with Steve Whitston running in 2nd. And then the 3rd car to cross the line. Let's take a look. And it is Cameron Reed. So it was not the Reed car that went off. I think it might have been
Stephen Davis.
Might have been Stephen Davis, yeah.
Yeah.
And we get concurrence from the associate producers. Thank you, Brian Straczynski.
Patrick Lipinski, Lipsinik, announcer jinx. Yeah, I thought the first one was Stephen Davis, and it wasn't. And now, of course, that I said it, it happens. So.
It happens. The only problem is here, Patrick, is with 6 cars. Brian and I have the opportunity here to basically send them
jinx
all
everyone.
off track. Yeah, send them all off track.
Okay.
They'll all be down in the Garden District.
Yes.
Hanging out at Fat Harry's or the Camellia Grill. Yeah. All right. As we can see there's a good little battle though shaping up right now. Of course, Andrew and Steve Witston hanging in. Steve Witston's hanging in there with Andrew as they come through. And yeah, you got it right. I think it was Russ Lundberg who said that Reed had the black nose and the rear of the car was still in white. That would explain why I'm getting confused and see like three Formula laps. There she goes. There's Cameron coming through turn 13, and pretty obvious there, white rear to that Piper.
And as you can see, this is basically a dry racetrack at this moment. There are still a couple of spots if you get way offline. And there's the spot right there that I was talking about. You cross over those rumble strips on the left to get really close to the wall there. But when it's dry, I imagine that might actually be a fast line.
Yeah, it would be very quick. But if you also notice there, Brian, as they come through the final corner through turn 16, there are still some little rivers running from driver's left to driver's right. There is a lot of water to go through. And, for these Formula Vs that are in the 60, 70 horsepower range, there's not a lot of opportunity there to spin the rear wheels. But I would bet that as we move along through the afternoon and we get to see some of the production cars, certainly some of the touring cars that might have a little bit more torque, where they could really load up those rear wheels. That little section there, especially as the rest of the track around it are drying out, might catch out some rear wheel drive drivers.
All right, so Cameron Reed now coming into second place now with a down 16 seconds to Cooper Shipman. Now, the thing to watch now will be whether or not she can make up some ground here. We've got 17:45 to go in the race, and she could make a bit of a move here. Her fast lap right now is 3 seconds slower than Cooper Shipman, so we'll keep an eye. But she's had to deal with, driving around the Formula V cars and all of that, so that might have slowed her down a little bit. So the next lap will be really telltale, Greg, to see if she can put down a quick lap, and if she's any bit faster than Cooper Shipman, even a second to lap faster with 17 minutes to go, that might be enough to get there. So we'll see what happens.
All right, so we are now just about 7 minutes into this 8 minutes into this 25-minute timed race. So yeah, just about a third of the way through, and we see there up at the front of Formula V, Andrew Witston, though, starting to really separate things out from Steve Witston. Now the gap as Andrew crosses the line to start his fourth lap looks as though the gap between the two drivers somewhere in the range of about 4 seconds now, as we see the yellow number 12, or probably the yellow number 18, cross the line.
Brian Straczynski in the chat talking about the earlier issues. It said Steve got loose there but saved it. Zach got looser-er. I love that. That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh my.
All right, so here is the deal. Cameron Reed was able to lop off 2 seconds on that lap, but still not fast enough to start catching Cooper Shipman. So Cooper Shipman's basically driving the ship, no pun intended at the moment, and if he can keep going in the way
Somebody called Charles Pigeon.
I know.
Sorry,
anyway, he should be able to hold on here, but we got a lot of racing to go. One good mistake, up front, and this is a whole different ball game here. So that is why we actually run the races, even with the small groups of cars, right. Because that's what we do here. So.
Yeah, well, we say it all the time, Brian. Sports Car Club of America, it's a club, and
that's right.
And there is a place for everyone to race. So here we go, and it's turning into a nice little battle, as you mentioned. Cameron Reed, she's not making up a ton of ground here. Again, no time practicing, did not go out in qualifying. I think I don't know the last time she raced in a car here. But she is currently, although she just set her personal best, still running about 3 seconds a lap off of Cooper Shipman's lap times here. All right, so here as we track now coming through and coming into turn 13. That is the 27 machine of Zach Witston. now coming into the final corner. So Zach is now running third in Formula V. And he was a number of seconds back from Steve Whitston at the line. It sounds like Stephen Davis may still be having some issues. As a matter of fact, Brian, I didn't see him come down the pit lane, but I'm tracking that Stephen Davis only completed a single lap. So I'm sure after he went off on the opening lap, certainly some either a mechanical issue or some kind of issue, but has not been circulating with the rest of the Whitston. So if we don't have a Whitston win Formula V today,
that'll be very, very weird.
yeah. It'll be very difficult since there are only now 4 remaining Whitstons on track, and well, they're all in Formula V.
The great Johnny Carson, that would be some weird, wild, and wacky stuff, I tell you. Andrew Whitston, currently your leader in Formula V, followed by Steve, then Zach, then Ron. We don't even have to talk about, we're just not going to say Whitston anymore. Andrew, Steve, Zach, and John.
we're on a first name basis with all of them.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like Nancy, Taylor, Whitney, it's very good. I like this. This could be a boy band. This could be the new Beatles.
Exactly.
Except I don't know that Ron wants part of a boy band. That may be true. All right. Anyway.
Yep, and so I want to welcome to the chat here, Reverse Thursday. Thank you for joining us. Was wondering where we were at, and as Brian Straczynski helpfully mentioned, we are at NOLA Motorsports Park. This is about 20 minutes outside of the French Quarter. It's on the west, what's known as the West Bank. It's in Jefferson Parish, Avondale, Louisiana. This is a track that was designed by Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson has also got his fingerprints on a number of other United States racetracks. I think probably most notable, Barber Motorsports Park, where we see IndyCar race every single year. Also Pit Race, what used to be known as Beaver Run, the Pittsburgh International Race Complex right outside of Pittsburgh. Gingerman Raceway, as well as Carolina Motorsports Park. And he seems to do as much as I think you can with the topology that is presented. I know Barber is a very challenging course, and everybody that I've talked to about NOLA and talked to back in 2017 and 2018 when we ran here previously, find that it is not a course that you can get up to speed with very quickly. It presents challenges all weekend long, even for folks that have raced it numerous times.
Yeah, no, this racetrack absolutely looks like it's a hoot to drive. I have not had a chance to drive it at speed. I did get a chance to go around it in a streetcar yesterday. There are some really technical, twisty bits, which I think could be very, very fun and challenging. So, and that is kind of what Denny Stripling talked to us about when we talked about the course earlier this week. So we are past the halfway point here, so let's do this. Let's take our break, and I'm going to do a call to good. We'll take our break, and when we come back, we'll get you to the checkered flag. I'll find the button here. Stand by, people. Sorry. All right, well, let's do it this way. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. Group 3 cars, that is E production, F production, H production, GT lights, and B-Spec. Group 3 cars to the grid. And let's go to break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of our race. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. We're ready to NOLA Motorsports Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are counting down the laps here in our Formula F and Formula V race, our second race of the day, scheduled to have another 6 or possibly 5 races afterwards, depending on where we are and how well we stay on schedule. Currently leading the race overall and in Formula F is Cooper Shipman with Cameron Reed running in second. Your leader in Formula V, Andrew Whitston with Steve Whitston second, Zach Whitston third, and would it surprise you if I said Ron Whitston was running in fourth? I said earlier that Cameron Reed, Brian, I thought was from Shreveport. She is actually from Youngsville, correct, Louisiana, which is just out of Lafayette. So my apologies there. But I did learn in the last few minutes that back in the 1800s, Youngsville was the fastest growing town or city in Louisiana. Anyway, yes,
and that is your Jeopardy.
That is why
Final
she
Jeopardy
and her father moved there, I'm sure.
We'll play Final Jeopardy every day, and that was our Final Jeopardy question for today.
That's why she and her father moved there in the 1890s.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. Love it.
Oh my, all right, so just about 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Again, all of our races today, they are 25-minute timed races. Tomorrow we will start the day with qualifying at 8 a.m., and then we will have our feature races, which will be 35 minutes or 18 laps, whichever comes first. So a little bit longer races, a little bit different strategy, and my understanding is maybe a little bit drier as well.
Yeah, could be possible.
I said that because I'm going to jinx it for everybody there. Brian, we can notice here from looking at the little blades of grass that the wind is still pretty darn heavy there. And for these little Formula Vs, that's got to, I think, create an issue for these drivers, certainly.
Yeah, I think they'd certainly rather not have the wind. And the wind is a lot less now than it was earlier this morning.
Yes.
There was one point in this morning where I thought the building was moving that we're in, the control tower here. But it has certainly calmed down a lot. But yeah, it also depends on what direction the wind's coming from. You know, if it's a headwind or a tailwind, not so much of a problem. But if it is a side, a wind coming, east or west or left or right over the car, that can be a whole lot more problematic.
Yeah, it's interesting, Brian. I think one of our viewers, somebody in the chat, was asking about some of the camera positions that we use here to bring you the views, and you know that, particularly like that camera that we've got literally in the what did I call it? The crawfish cam in the
crawfish cam
in the gravel trap. One of the features of this track, yeah, there it is. One of the features of this track, besides it being very flat, is there is a lot of open runoff area.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we found some drivers that have not that have actually found some of the tire walls, but not a lot of elevation. Probably the highest place to mount anything here is actually at the event center there, right on the outside of turns 15 and 16. So we're doing what we can with the facilities here, and regardless, the racing on track is quality as we watch Cooper Shipman come through turn 13, and as he comes into the final corner now, Shipman just ran his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, so he is definitely, as we can see now, where this track in many places is almost completely dry, he is really starting to get a feel for this. I would suspect also, Brian, that every racer in this group went out on dry weather tires. We know our first race of the day, the race before lunch, Spec Racer Ford, the field was pretty mixed as to whether they went out on dry weather tires or wet weather tires, and it showed at the end of the race what was the correct decision. Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's any decision now as long as we don't get any more rain this afternoon, and that's still not out of the question, by the way, folks. Rain is in the area. But as I was told from a local, a lot of times these cells just kind of sit here and they pop up and go away, and the storm itself doesn't move through like a front like the rest of the country might typically see. So learning a lot more about the weather here. So we could be dry for the rest of the race, or we could get some rain. So
yeah, such are the wonders of the Mississippi Delta.
Yes.
And and sitting right there, right off of the Gulf of Mexico, and obviously having the Mississippi River right beside you as well. Some very odd weather patterns.
He started talking about cold water and weather and convection, and that's where he completely blew my mind and lost me. So
I thought you were the weather prognosticator.
No. I am not a weather guesser. I am not a professional weather guesser. But anyway, it was just very fun to listen to the guy who's very, very into the weather of the region. So cool talking with him for a few minutes during the lunch break. All right, so Cooper Shipman's pulling away from Cameron Reed, or maybe Cameron's decided that she doesn't want to waste a set of tires here for a race that she's not going to catch Cooper on, and we'll just be happy with the second place finish, and maybe tomorrow have a whole different story here. The one thing for her, though, that is important is that she had laid down a qualifying lap, which I believe you said earlier, right, Greg? Lap times today will be qualifying laps for tomorrow, possibly as well, right?
Indeed. So although we're starting the day off with another qualifying session for each one of our 7 groups, the races tomorrow, I'll say tomorrow afternoon, our first race of the day should start, again, if we stay on schedule, somewhere a little bit after 10 a.m. Central Time, local time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It's actually scheduled at 10:20 Central Time. The grids for our feature races are made up by the fastest lap from either Saturday qualifying, Saturday race, or Sunday qualifying. Any one of those 3. If it stays dry tomorrow, I would suspect that at least for these first groups, that the pole time is likely going to come out of qualifying tomorrow.
There you go. Yeah, if it stays dry, absolutely. I think that's, and it's supposed to be a little warmer tomorrow, possibly as well. So, it's and the rest of the week is going to be great down here, which is great because I'm staying and spending a little vacation time. So, Cooper Shipman, your leader. Cameron Reed in second. Then you've got Andrew, Steve, Zachary, and Ron, the boy band known as the Whitstons. They are the top 4 cars in Formula V.
That almost sounded like a American Top 40,
exactly.
Like a Casey Kasem. Top four drivers in this week's countdown. And next time Cooper Shipman comes by, he will get the white flag, Brian, as we only have now about 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And that's assuming he gets there before the clock expires.
Yeah.
which
we should see the checkered flag mount any second now as time runs out here.
We're going to see it's going to be close. White flag now being displayed to Cooper Shipman as he crosses the line with about 1 second on the clock. You cannot time that any better.
So was he speeding up, slowing down so that he could get the white flag and get an extra lap because he wanted it?
I don't. We'll have to ask it. We'll have to have Reese White from SCCA, who will be likely interviewing Mr. Shipman on the podium. Maybe he will ask that question.
Because I probably would have just slowed down and waited for that checkered flag to come out. So anyway, well, all good.
It looked like the starter was resigned to throwing the white flag regardless. Brian, he didn't have the other one there as a backup. So on the last lap, we are Cooper Shipman, your leader in Formula F, Cameron Reed running in second. In Formula V, it's Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston, Zach Whitston, Ron Whitston, and then the backup singer Stephen Davis, who's only completed one lap.
So I can tell you what was going on. Cooper Shipman was laying down his fastest lap of the race right there, a 1:51.9.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't backing off.
No, he was not backing off to
get the checker.
But yeah, he just popped a 1:51.9, and Cameron Reed just put her fastest lap in the race down as well, a 1:54.4. So that is the situation there. And our leader is coming into turn 13 right now, so a couple of more corners to go. And we will have a checkered flag out, and this one will be in the books. Let us do let's finish this. And the second car coming out of 15 right now. The first one is the last Formula V in the field, and we'll see if that car gets scooped up here before the checkered flag, and he will not. So that Winston will get another lap. The checkered flag is in the air, and Cooper Shipman is your race winner here in Formula F.
Yeah, and I think just before we saw the front of the Formula V field, we saw Andrew and Steve Whitston come across the line. So they are now just starting their final laps. Brian, I don't know if perhaps we want to follow them around their director, Ryan, if that is possible. That is, I believe, that is Steve. If we can pick up the car just ahead. There you go. Actually, that's Steve. We'll get up there eventually. we're looking for the white with red.
Well, while we're finding him, let me do another quick call to Gregg.
There he is. Now we got him. That is our leader in Formula V, Andrew Whitston. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, we're going to do another call to grid here. Stand by. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. Group 3 to E production, F production, H production, GTL, and B-Spec head to the grid.
All right. See, I'm all choked up because we got that working finally.
Such a beautiful call to the grid that Gregg, I left Gregg speechless.
I literally choked up. I could not breathe. All right, so coming through the final quarters right now, this is there we go. Coming out of the final corner now onto the front straight. That is Andrew Whitston, two-time national champion. He's going to take the win today in Formula V. And he's got one more race this weekend to prove his medal. Coming out of the final corner now, that is the yellow number 18 of Steve Whitston. And not too far behind is Zach in the 27 machine, who's made up a lot of ground in the last couple of laps. But as you can see, still about half of the length of the front straight. And Zach Whitston will finish in third. Ron Whitston fourth. Stephen Davis, only completing one lap, will finish in fifth.
All right, so does the Whitston that wins amongst the Whitston sit at the head of the table tonight, and then the one that comes in last has to buy dinner? Is that how this works?
You know, that is something we have to ask. We definitely have to ask Reese. Because yes. My guess is, you know, at this point, I don't know if Andrew will be able to afford his race program if he was buying the dinners each time.
If he's going to buy all 4 dinners, that could be expensive.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So there you go. That is race number 3. We've got next up, as Brian mentioned, we've got our small bore production category cars and B-Spec. Although it says GT Light, I don't believe we have any GT Light entries. But we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our third race of the day here from NOLA Motorsports Park. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offer significant amounts to drivers and pay through 5th position. And we are back at the Lone Star Voodoo Reboot, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana. Round 3 of the Super Tour. Round 4 is tomorrow, our second race weekend, and we're having a great old time doing this. Our E production, F production, H production, B-Spec race is about to get underway. We have a starting grid for you, and Gregg Ginsberg will give you all of that info.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, we had 13 qualifiers in B-Spec, and we had 9 qualifiers in F production, E production, and H production combined. We are going to have, I believe, our production cars behind the first pace car that you see there, bringing them now through turn 2 up to turn 3, and then the B-Spec drivers will have their own separate pace car for the start. Let's start off with the B-Spec field here. Actually, we're going to start off, because we're throwing them up on the screen now, we're going to start off with I think the production field, with Chuck Bream starting 9th in the number 39 H production MGB. James Rogerson starting in 8th. He's driving the number 66 H production Honda Civic. He's from Angleton, Texas. Neil Verity will start 7th. He is in the number 13 H production Triumph Spitfire. He's from Gray Forest, Texas, with Gabriel Perez starting 6th. Gabriel's driving the number 159 E production Nissan Sentra. Mark Webber will start 5th. He's in the number 25 F production Mazda Miata. He's from St. Louis, Missouri, with Memphis, Tennessee's Don Tucker starting 4th. He's in the number 9 E production Mazda Miata. Then we've got Cliff Ira podium finisher at the runoffs this year. He is starting third in the number 136 F Production Honda Civic Del Sol. He's out of Kansas City, Missouri, in your front row in production. Riley Salyer in his E Production BMW Z3, the number 22 car, will start on the outside of the front row, with Steven Simons driving the number 63 F Production Mazda Miata, your pole sitter. Steven has a qualifying time of 2:11.663. Now let's take a look at B-Spec, where we've got the number 64 Honda, the Honda Fit, and this is one of the hand control cars. It is Tim Ripley, starting 12th, driving the number 38 Mini Cooper Aldora Lowe. Starting 12th, or probably starting 11th with the number 76 Mazda 2. It's Forrest Wilhelm out of Austin, Texas. And then we've got Jim Kelleher. Jim is starting in, that is 9th position. They're driving the number 41 Chevy Sonic. Starting 8th, it's Gail Corley in the 111 Ford Fiesta. And starting next is going to be Guillermo Molina driving the number 62 Mazda 2. We then have Stuart Black and Charles Vale. They are starting 6th and 7th, driving the number 40 car and the number 50 car respectively. And then we've got Stephen Pounds driving the number 97 Mini Cooper from Cypress, Texas. Joe McClugan will be driving the number 36 Mazda 2. He's out of Marion, Texas, and he's in the 36 car. And then we've got David Hooker. David is driving the number 150 Honda Fit. He's from San Antonio, Texas. He will start 3rd in class in your front row in B-Spec, driving the number 92 Mazda 2 out of Houston, Texas, is Kent Carter, and your pole sitter driving the number 14 Mini Cooper with a qualifying time of 2:18.898 from Angleton, Texas, Connor Kelleher.
All right, so we're getting ready to get this thing underway here. Talk with Kent Carter here before the race, and he's mad at himself. He threw his best lap away. He thought he could have had pole, but second place, not a bad place to start as well. But he said he was on a really good lap, and I don't know if he made a mistake or hit a puddle or something. But whatever the case may be, he was able to get ready to go here. We're gonna get ready to get this thing underway as the field comes down for the green flag for the first time. And let's see, there you go. We've got a green flag. Here comes your production cars down towards turn 1 for the very first time.
That's right. We had Steven Simons in the number 63 Mazda Miata. He has the pole. He is to the inside as they come down into turn number 1. The BMW there of Riley Salyer, that bright green BMW, staying all the way to driver's left, trying to open up that first corner. As our second pack now, our B-Spec racers with Connor Kelleher and Kent Carter on the front row, the Mazda 2 and the Mini Cooper getting their start. It looks like Kent Carter might have gotten a little bit better jump than Kelleher, Brian, as they come down the run towards turn number 1, where they will then turn right, that sweeping right-hand corner here as the B-Spec field, all 13 of them, all packed up and stacked up going into turns 1 and 2.
Can I tell you that B-Spec is quickly becoming one of my favorite classes to call, Greg? These guys have just a ton of fun and a great community of racers here as they come through turn 2 for the first time. And it has just been a lot of fun. Great car counts all year long. And there we go. Everyone's keeping it together on the track for this first lap.
Well, you know, as we watch them come out of turn 3, the hairpin at 3 going into 4, still 2 by 2.
Oh, well, I spoke too soon. What a great save.
Maybe just a little, but they managed to hold on. But I was going to say, Brian, you know, although only 6 cars at Sebring, this is what the field looked like after 35 minutes of racing. No big difference there as Kelleher now takes the point. He is your leader, moves Kent Carter in the Mazda 2 back in the second, and looks like making a pretty good start there. Stuart Black in the red Chevy Sonic getting around Charlie Vale. Now, as we jump back over to the production field, where Steve Simons has, as they come through turn 13, out of the S's and into the final corner now, Simons in that blue and white Mazda now having opened up a considerable lead over our new second place runner. And I think that might be Gabriel Perez in the Nissan Sentra. We'll take a look as they come to the line. No, and a matter of fact, I made a mistake there. That wasn't Simon's Miata. That was Cliff Ira's Honda Del Sol, the number 136 Del Sol, and we saw how well he drives in mixed conditions, both at Indianapolis and the following year at Road America as well. So, or probably not Road America at VIR the following year. So Cliff Ira is your leader, but Perez, indeed, in his Nissan Sentra, Brian, he jumps up all the way from 6th position into 2nd here in the production car group, but more importantly, he leads Riley Salyer in E-Production.
We had one of the red B-Spec cars go around there. I believe he was at turn 6 or going into turn 6 area. And I'm sure that car was able to get going. It was just a lazy spin, and they had to wait for the cars to go by. I believe that was probably Forrest Willem in the B-Spec Mazda 2. So,
yeah, so that's going to move Willem back to the towards the back of the field here. And a matter of fact, he just now crosses the start-finish line. He now finds himself back in 13th, lucky 13th, or now maybe unlucky 13th, as we jump back to the front of this B-Spec field. And it is starting to open up a little bit here. And when I say open up, Connor Kelleher with maybe a second on the rest of the field there, but it is now, I think, Mazda 2's up at the front of the field there with Kelleher and actually David Hooker and his Honda Fit now moving up into 2nd, Steve Pounds. And the question is, Brian, what happened to Kent Carter? He is there, and I believe that is Kent Carter in that white Mazda 2, but as opposed to being in 2nd place where we saw him last, Kent Carter now falls back, I think, into somewhere around 9th position, looking at the number of cars there.
He was 9th when he came across the line. I don't know if he's been able to make up any positions since that time. But now some of these B-Spec cars are catching the back of the field in the production cars, so that's going to become an issue here as those cars start to come back to that B-Spec field with the split start here. But you're right. I don't know what happened with Kent in that first lap. I believe he was the car that had that big slide in turn 4. And I'm not sure if something happened during that recovery from that, but we'll certainly find out a little bit later.
Well, these B-Spec cars, they are all about momentum, Brian, and as he had that slide, as he probably had to gather that thing up mightily, you're going to lose a lot of momentum and lost a lot of pace there. So that you find him back around 9th position, but some big changes up at the front of our production car pack as well. Of course, Cliff Ira starting to walk away from the field in that Honda, but Riley Salyer got back around the Datsun, probably the Nissan Sentra, not Datsun Sentra, of Gabe Perez. Don Tucker in his Mazda Miata got around Perez as well. So Perez now sitting back in 4th overall, but more importantly, he went from 1st in E-Production now into 3rd. And looking at the last podium spot here for the moment.
Yeah, and then you've got, I think we've talked about it, obviously, Cliff Ira in that Civic Del Sol. Is it really a Civic Del Sol? It's just a Honda Del Sol. But
it was known as a Civic.
Was it? Okay. I'm learning something new every day. Anyway, he's got a 5.5-second lead over the E-Production car and of Riley Salyer. That Civic Del Sol was an awesome race car at the runoffs this year.
Oh, gosh, yes.
So not surprised at all to see him where he's at there. And being out of Kansas City, there's a good chance he's been down here before to race, so he probably has a good idea of what to do here at NOLA.
All right, as we see him coming now into turn 1, trying to get around the H-Production Honda Civic of James Rogerson, the number 66 car. Rogerson currently running 2nd in H-Production, but quite a bit back from Paul Evans. Only 2 drivers taking the grid today in H-Production. Neil Verity, Chuck Bream, the Triumph Spitfire, and MGB racers did not take the green flag.
And then,
I was going to say, Brian, I think we've got some emergency services vehicles deploying now.
Yes.
And up near, well, we can see it right there on screen, coming through. That's over by turns 5 and 6.
Trying to see if I can figure out where they're going to.
looking to see if we've got a driver, and we're going to be looking at our Flagtronic system that is optional for our drivers to use. It's essentially an additional transponder where we can see where they may be out on course, but it also allows the drivers to pick up different flag conditions. And we're looking to see if there are any drivers that have those units in their cars that may be stationary, and I don't see any at the moment.
I can see with my binoculars here that there's a car off, it looks like around turn 5, 6.
Okay.
And can't tell if it's one or two cars. It might even be two cars off there.
All right, well, we're going to take a look here, Brian, and see if there are drivers that we see as a lap down. And currently, the only drivers the only driver that is showing as a lap down. We talked about we talked about the Del Sol of Ira coming underneath James Rogerson. Rogerson is the only driver at the moment that shows as being a lap down. He has not completed. Well, now I'm showing him as having crossed the start-finish line and completed lap number 3, starting lap number 4. So he is on the lead lap with the majority of the drivers, and it looks as though those emergency services vehicles now may have moved into the crossover road, the little access road coming out of turn 7. Well, we'll see. There is still a local caution. Is there still local caution being displayed? I know my Flagtronics view is a slight bit behind real time, but I know there was a local caution being displayed over at turn 6.
Yeah, they're still all out there. That's actually a spot I can see because they've got their flashing lights on. I can see them from the tower here. So they're still trying to get those cars moving out there. Looking at the front of the pack, still Ira in first, Sawyer in second. That's an E-production car. And then Don Tucker is in third. And then you've got Stephen Simons in fourth. So we got one F production car, then 2 E production cars, and another F production car. So and there's a big gap between Ira and Simons for class there. It's more than 25 seconds, definitely. So Cliff Ira's driving away with that class right now. And the gap between Sawyer and Tucker is also close to 11 seconds, almost 15 seconds actually now. So Sawyer's having a pretty easy run of it as well at this point in time. Connor Kelleher is got only a 2.5 lead over Stephen Pounds. Those are 2 minis there. David Hooker would be in third place in B-Spec right now. That is in the Honda Fit. So that's the way it looks as we stand at the moment. And of course, there's the H production car right now. That's James Rogerson. He is in second place in H production. There's another one here. What am I missing? I'm sorry. R. Paul Evans is your HP leader in the Datsun 510.
In the 510.
Yeah, and then James Rogerson would be in second. That's I didn't see the other HP car on the timing sheet there.
Yeah, so we've got the 2 different Datsuns out there, or pardon me, one is a Nissan, and one is the much older mid-70s Datsun 510. Right, the 510 being the H production car. I was also watching here, currently running 4th in E production, Larry Sfayton, who is currently running 10th overall. He is racing in his Lotus Super 7. Larry having made the move over from GT Light into the production car classes, into E production now. He was in solo, the 1977 E Street national champion. He also back a couple years ago, back in 2018, took the Hoosier Super Tour championship in GT Light. So interesting to see the Alvin, Texas driver move over. Maybe variety is the spice of life. This is I believe his 50th year racing here with the SCCA.
And talk about another guy who's been doing it a long time, Mark Webber, right now third place in F production in the Mazda Miata. He's actually going to join me for our Hallett Super Tour preview.
Oh, wow.
And probably won't talk as much about Hal as we were about his storied career as both a driver and one of the finest motorsports photographers that's ever put a camera up to his face. So Mark is one of my photography heroes. So I'm looking forward to having that discussion with him coming up the week before the Hallett race. Not a lot of changes up front. Ira, Salyer, Tucker, Simons, Perez, and Weber. That's your top 6, all production cars. And then your top 3 in B-Spec, still Kelleher, Pounds, Hooker, and Savatin is your top 4 in B-Spec, Greg. Let's do this. Let's make a call to grid, and then we'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the end of the race, and we will get that going right now as we speak. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. T2, T3, T4, STL, and STU. Group 4 cars to the grid. All right, we're going to take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of this race all the way to the checkered flag.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Ronos Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track. Welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, Brian Bielanski, virtually by my side here, and we are watching right now our production and B-Spec race, and with now just a touch over 8 minutes remaining, our overall leader is Cliff Ira and his F production Honda Del Sol. Riley Salyer, our E production leader, second overall, in his BMW Z3. Is just about 4 seconds behind the front-wheel drive Honda of Ira. And then we've got our H production leader. H production leader is somewhere to be found. Sorry about that. We'll find him eventually. Where are you at? That's Paul Evans in his Datsun 510, currently with almost a half a minute over James Rogerson. And then our B-Spec leader, our pole sitter, and he's led so far from the green flag, Connor Kelleher, out of Angleton, Texas, Stephen Pounds in a Mini Cooper, running second, David Hooker in his Honda Fit, running in third.
Yeah, here comes that little Datsun 510 coming right into our living room.
And actually, it's like a train of Datsuns, because I think we've got the Nissan Sentra directly ahead of them, Brian.
Yeah.
Indeed, that is the F production. That is the pardon me, not F production, E production Nissan, just ahead of Gabe Perez.
And turn 3, we've got the tow truck down there. Not quite sure what he's up to. Yeah. There
he is. He's just waiting, Brian.
He's been busy today.
Yeah, I mean, where I came from in Arlington County, Virginia, the tow truck drivers, they sit and wait for you to park illegally.
Yeah.
That is likely what we're seeing right here.
Yeah. So I've gotten more than one ticket from those DC Metro tow truck operators. So you don't want that to happen.
All right, so things have really started to stretch out here, certainly in the production car classes. Let's see if we can pick up, Brian, here as time is starting to run down just a little bit. Director Ryan, if we can find the number 40, and I won't just give you a number, the number 40 Chevy Sonic is Stuart Black. He is currently running 4th overall.
I think it just drove through our picture.
Yeah, I think so. It is red with white stripes on the side. The headlights are on. We'll pick it up here in just a moment. But I think actually, we'll pick him up. That's a great little fight. Actually, that fight's just as good. That is, I believe, Guillermo Molina and Kent Carter. Kent, who started off on the front row now, and that is currently the battle for 7th in H production as they come through turn 4 and now start to make that sweep up the turns 5, 6, and 7. Right behind that Mazda Miata. There they are, and it looks like Kent Carter, who's trying to work his way back now, has taken over 7th position from Molina. As they do have a little bit of a gap there up to Charlie Vale, who's running just ahead.
Situation normal up front. Ira, Sawyer, Simons, Tucker, Perez, and Weber. That's your EF and E production battles at the front of the field. None of them are very close to each other, so there's really nobody battling for position up there. But that's why we're focusing a little bit more on the B-Spec cars here.
All right, and here's that fight that I was talking about, Brian, with Stuart. This is the battle for 4th. Stuart Black in the red number 40, with Joe McClugan in his Mazda 2 directly behind. Here they are, and you can pick out Stuart Black's because he's got the the General Motors General Motors flashing daytime running lights. It's like, oh, if you have epilepsy, that is not a car that you want to follow.
Yeah, there you go.
But things are definitely tightening up behind.
Yeah.
And I believe the car directly behind that is Charlie Vale, driver of the number 50 Mini there. And that Mini Cooper certainly catching up with Larry Svaten in his Lotus Super 7, about 3 car lengths back from there. You can bet that Lotus is going to want to try and charge through this pack of 3 B-Spec cars sooner rather than later. He's going to come right under Charlie Vale, or actually not under Vale yet.
Well, let's give a shout out too while we're on this little battle. The car that we're not talking about is that Caterham Super 7. That's Larry Svaten. I just like the Super 7s. Cool cars to look at and watch race, and that's the handling car in the field. Yeah. Coming up on 3 minutes to go, I would venture to guess that next time by, Cliff Ira will probably get the white flag here. Yeah, no, maybe 2 times by.
Maybe 2 times.
Maybe 2 times by.
So let's do this, and I'm gonna check some of my cameras here and see if we can pick up the battle for the lead in B-Spec. It's starting to stretch out just a little bit. The last time they crossed the line, it was about half a second, which is about 6 or 7 car lengths in B-Spec land. We'll see if we can pick them up, and I'll let Director Ryan know where they are when I see them. But one of them will be a Mini Cooper, I believe a beige-ish color Mini Cooper, which would be Connor Kelleher, which was the driver who started on pole today in B-Spec.
And I just heard from the race control that white flag next time by for Cliff Ira.
There we go. And Brian, that fight that I thought might be shaping up for the lead in B-Spec,
right?
Not so much any longer, as Stephen Pounds had some issues on the last lap, was almost 4 seconds, actually 3.5 seconds off of Connor Kelleher's pace. So what was about a 0.4 of a second advantage now, and I believe that is actually, I think that's actually Pounds and then David Hooker that we just saw come through 6. What was about a half a second or a little bit less than a half is now almost 3.5 seconds separating our top 2 drivers, although it looks like David Hooker might be starting to close things down just a little bit, but things starting to spread out here, except for that battle for 4th just off the podium. Stuart Black in the red number 40 with McClugan in the Mazda 2, Charlie Vale in his Mini Cooper, very, very close behind.
All right, right now your top 3 in F production, Cliff Ira, Stephen Simons, and Mark Webber. Your top 3 in E production is Riley Sawyer, Don Tucker, and Gabe Perez. And then the white flag out now for Cliff Ira. He's getting ready for one more lap here. Your B-Spec top 3, Connor Kelleher, Stephen Pounds, and David Hooker. Your top 2 in E-Production. That's the only other group we got out there with us. Paul Evans and James Rogerson's over first place in H production. He's been able to get past Paul Evans, and who's in second place.
And that was Rogerson we just saw come through turn 1 to start his final lap.
And he's actually been able to open up a good 20-second lead over Paul Evans. I wonder if Paul Evans had a moment out there.
I think so, because the last time that we had checked, it was a number of laps ago, that we had seen that the Honda Civic of Rogerson had been sitting a number of seconds back from that driver, and now he is your class leader. Again, James Rogerson, the grandfather of Riley Salyer.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Who is currently your E-Production leader.
All right, Cliff Ira should be coming down towards the S's, I believe. As we wrap up this final lap here.
Hey, and Brian, as we are getting as we're getting ready on the last lap, I did get word from the podium celebration for our last race for Formula V, is that Andrew Whitston says there's still some familial negotiations going on as to who is going to pay for dinner tonight in the Whitston clan. All right, let's take a look here because we should have our
There he is, right
leader.
there, coming through 15.
That's it. Coming through the final corner right now, Cliff Ira in his Honda Del Sol, and Riley Salyer in that E-Production BMW Z3. He's come up right behind the Honda now, and as they cross the line, taking the overall win, taking the win in E-Production is going to be Cliff Ira. But Riley Salyer, who had fallen as far as 7 seconds back from Ira at points during this race, only is 0.4 back at the checker. He will finish second overall, takes the win in E-Production. Stephen Simons, who was your pole sitter, he will finish third overall and take the win, and then finish second in F Production. Don Tucker will finish in fourth. And we were watching there coming out of the final corners there, the H production Datsun. But let's take a look at this battle in B-Spec coming out of the final corner. Connor Kelleher, he's going to take the win in B-Spec with Stephen Pounds and David Hooker. But here comes the fight. This is the fight for fourth right now with Stuart Black, Joe McClugan, and Charlie Vale. Black is going to hold on to fourth with McClugan fifth, Charlie Vale sixth. And it looks like Larry Svate decided to just sit back and watch that thing go on for the last two laps. He was probably the best camera car that we had in the field, Brian. And coming to the line, that was the fight between Kent Carter and Guillermo Molina, and Kent Carter gets to the line 12/1000ths of a second ahead of Guillermo Molina. Carter will finish 6th, Molina will finish 7th, Stephen Pounds 8th, Jim Kelleher 9th, Forrest Wilhelm will finish 10th.
I'm not sure which car, the Molina or the Kent Carter car, but I was just hearing from the corners, one of them has some tire marks on it. So it sounds as though they had some they had relations on the last lap. Let's just say it that way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mazda 2 familial relations, kind of like all four Whitstons, or
yeah, something like that. Something like that. So, but all right. Well, everyone has seen the checkered flag here, and it was interesting how, in the end, the B-Spec, of course, has been the closest racing on the track, of course. But the folks up at the front with the E and F production cars, they just basically kept station for the entire race. And curious to see how Riley Salyer made up that gap to get to first, almost to get to first place there overall, because he came fast here at the end.
And it could just be, Brian, the more the track dried out and the more Salyer got to grips with a dry track. I don't believe he has raced here before in the dry or the wet. Certainly that E-Production BMW with quite a bit more horsepower than the front-wheel drive Honda. And but again, at the line, able to hold on for the overall win, Cliff Ira, who won F production. So it's Ira, Simons, Weber, your top three in F production. Rogerson, Evans, and Neil Verity. Rogerson and Evans, your only two racers in H production. And then E production, Riley Salyer, Don Tucker, Gabe Perez, your top three, Larry Svaten, finishing in fourth. All right, so Brian, why don't we take another quick break? And before we do, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. And then when we do, it's touring and super touring action here from NOLA.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. T2, 3, and 4, STL and STU. Group 4 cars to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
And welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park, just outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, for stop number 2 with the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski at Dancing. Brian Bielanski, and we are getting ready now for our 4th race of the day. This is going to be our touring, the majority of our touring classes, T2, T3, and T4, as well as our 2 super touring classes, STL and STU. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to start off because this, again, it's going to be a split start where we're going to have the super touring cars at the front of the field and then another pace car bringing the touring cars around. And so we'll start off with the touring cars, starting 13th, driving the number 27, touring for Mazda MX-5 from Joshua, Texas. It's William Snyder. Starting 12th, driving the number 121, touring 3 Ford Mustang from Zionsville, Indiana, Robert Daimler. Chris Giles will start 11th. He's driving the number 33, touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He's out of Katy, Texas, with Randy Johnson, baseball player. Randy Johnson starting 10th. He's driving the number 01 Ford Mustang EcoBoost. And the reason I ask is because he has a hometown of Tacoma, Washington. All right, starting 9th, driving the number 61, touring 3 BMW 330ci. I believe that's a spec E46 machine, Simon Foulweather, with J. David Oram starting 8th, driving the number 6 BMW Z4M. He's out of Mercer Island, Washington. Brian Heitman will start 7th. He drives the number 25 Mazda MX-5 Global Cup car. He's from Kansas City, Missouri, with Sergio Slobin starting 6th. Sergio's driving the number 118, touring 4 Mazda MX-5. He's from Houston, Texas. Also driving a Mazda MX-5, but not from Houston, Texas. He is from Sawyersville, Pennsylvania, driving the 00 machine. He is your T4 pole sitter, Mark Cefalo. Gamel Aguilar Gomez will start 4th in that first group. He's driving the number 109 Nissan 370Z from Renton, Washington, while Scotty B. White will start 3rd, driving the number 0, touring 3 Ford Mustang. Then we've got Todd Clark. Todd is driving the number 11, touring 3 BMW 330ci. He is your T3 pole sitter, and your touring 2 pole sitter, Judson Holt, will start on the front row and start on pole of our second group. He is in the number 188 BMW M2, qualifying time 2:06.412. Now let's move over to STL and STU. And for some reason, I'm actually showing Richard Baldwin as the pole sitter in touring 3. So let me give you Richard Baldwin's number here as well. Richard driving the number 2 Nissan 350Z out of Covington, Louisiana. He had a qualifying time slightly better than Judson's at 2:04.309. All right, let's say then we've got 16 cars in our Super Touring Light and Super Touring Underfield. Starting 16th is Javier Sanchez in his Toyota GT86. That's the number 89 car. Whitfield Gregg driving the number 117 STL Mazda MX-5, starts 15th. Starting 14th, driving the number 58 Mazda MX-5, it is Jack Murchison out of Sykesville, Maryland. Adam Gonzalez will start 13th. He is in the number 187 Mazda MX-5. He's from Snohomish, Washington. Then we've got Adrian Comstock starting 12th. Adrian is driving the number 5 Mazda MX-5. Max Ehrlich will start 11th. Max is driving the number 81 Mazda MX-5, and he is from New York, New York. Corbin Collins will start 10th. Corbin is driving the number 120 Mazda MX-5. He's in Springfield, Missouri, with another Murchison. This one also a Jack Murchison. He is starting 9th. He's driving the number 1 machine. It's a Mazda MX-5. He's from Edwards, Colorado. Harbir Doss will start 8th. Harbir is driving the number 49 STL Mazda MX-5, with Zach Ehrlich starting in 7th. Zach is driving the number 180 STL Mazda Miata. Austin Hill will start 6th. He is driving the number 8 STL Mazda MX-5 with David Fiorelli starting 5th in the 190 STU Ford Mustang. William Knight starting 4th. He's in the number 47 STL Mazda MX-5 with Amy Mills starting 3rd. Amy is driving the 37 Mazda Miata, and your front row, Jose Osiris Pena in the number 199 Honda CRX. That's an STL machine, and your pole sitter for our first group, driving the number 9 STL Mazda MX-5 with a qualifying time of 2:08.949, Danny Stain.
All right, here is your first group now coming through turn 3 area on their first lap. Second group now coming down for the green flag. And there they are. That is Denny Stain there on the inside, going down towards turn 1 for the first time. And they are flying down there, about 8-10 cars there. Denny Stain now makes a move to the outside to put himself in a good spot. Osiris Pena in second as they go into turn 1 for the first time. Heading now towards 2, we got Stain and Pena, and I'm not quite sure who that second car is behind them, but we'll get that in just a bit.
All right, I believe that is, from the looks of it, I believe that is William Knight in the number 47 machine. Amy Mills having dropped back a little bit further back. Amy Mills in that dark blue with orange top Mazda Miata. They're running in 4th position in that group as we watch them now make their way through the S's and come into turn 13. This is our touring car group where we have sitting right at the front. Actually, yep, that is the touring car group, and it looks like Scotty B. White really challenging the BMW M2 of Judson Holt as they come around the final corner now here onto the front straight. And actually, that is not a BMW. The BMW M2 now, I think, has dropped into 3rd position. Brian, so I believe that might be Todd Clark sitting up at the front of the field. They're going to be coming across the line here momentarily. And indeed, Todd Clark now in that green and black number 11 car. He is your T3 leader. Scotty B. White right on his back bumper. Leading touring 2 is Judson Holt in his that white BMW M2. The 188 car, Richard Baldwin, directly behind in the T3 Nissan.
All right, and there's your STU group coming through 13 now for the first time, and then they get in that big, wide sweeper there, and they'll be coming on to the front straight here as they come down for the first time for the first full lap here for STL and STU. Right now, Stain in first, Osiris Pena in second. There they are as they come across the line, looking at the 3rd place car after Pena is William Knight, like you said. Then Amy Mills is in 4th, followed by Jose Garcia, Austin Hill, Javier Das, Adam Gonzalez, and Corbin Collins. That's your top 9 there in STL. First place in STU, David Fiorelli.
And we've got they're sitting up at the front of the field in the touring car, starting to stretch things out just a little bit here as the T3 car started to move away from Judson Holt's T2 car. But let's watch here, and we can already see, Brian, the difference in lines between some of these drivers is some of them are turning in much later there at that corner. Coming through turn number, turn 9, and for example, Scotty B. White, though, hugging the curbing there, trying to get the that Mustang to rotate. Typically, the cars that aren't rotating very well seem to take a much wider set through that corner as Scotty B. under attack now. Coming through the final corner, that is the Nissan 350Z of Richard Baldwin, the number 2 machine, as we've got a car, it looks like it's got some engine problems, Brian, a lot of smoke in the air, and judging by the powder blue, the light blue color of that Mazda Miata, I think that might be Sergio Slobin that has those issues. We'll check here as another light blue car just crossed the line.
Yeah, and that car is still smoking. I'm hoping it pulls off here and gets out.
It's Mark Cephalo in the 0-0 machine. Cephalo, who was one of our 2 fastest touring 4 cars in qualifying this morning, and we'll see. Hopefully he'll be pulling that car off into the grass here momentarily, and there he goes.
And he did. He pulled off in the cutoff right to the rescue vehicles there. So that was a big help as far as not oiling down the entire racetrack there. So hopefully that exit of 15 won't be too bad. And so that's good there.
Yeah, indeed, very good. And now look at this. Look at this fight going on here, Brian, here at the front of our touring car field now with Richard Baldwin, who has dispatched with Scotty B. White. And so the battle for the lead in Touring 3, Baldwin in the Nissan 350Z. He's out of Covington, Louisiana, practically right outside the gates here with Todd Clark out of Fox Island, Washington. And they are now side by side coming through turn 9, going into the S's and making their way down. Now the the Nissan is not exactly a light, nimble car, perhaps a little bit better handling and better turn-in from the BMW, but Baldwin is able to get right underneath the number 11 machine as they come into 13 and start to make the run down to the final corner. And Brian, this fight, this still is not decided, but Baldwin has the advantage of being in the center as we've got a car that's gone around right behind him.
And that car went around. That's right where Mark Cephalo started to lay down the oil there. So I'm beginning to wonder if there might be just a little bit down there still, and people are getting caught off guard a little bit.
All right, so and we'll see which car that is. I believe that was Gamel Aguilar Gomez, the 109 machine, Brian, that spun around there over going into turn 15, right by the entrance to the pit lane. As we'll see here, he continues to drop down through the order now. Unfortunate for Gama there in the number 109, but this fight, looks like this fight still isn't done for the lead in touring cars. As we jump a little bit further back, we'll look at Super Touring, and there is Danny Stain. And Stain has really managed now to separate himself out from the next Super Touring light car. That's Jose Osiris Pena. Brian, Stain has put Chris Giles, Ben Jacobs, Robert Daimler, T3 and T4 cars between he and Pena now, and the gap in STL almost 4 full seconds as Stain is using that traffic to his advantage.
Well, and I was trying to figure out if there was a problem for Danny Stain because I didn't see him, and I realized he was already so far ahead that I wasn't in the picture anymore, and that was why I didn't see him go through. So, but yes, he has opened up that bit of a lead, and having that buffer of those other cars between first and second place there is a huge advantage for Danny Stain.
Yeah, and indeed, Brian. So, you know, when we started off with the first race today with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, we talked about, you know, how we were going from wet to dry, and there may be people, places on the grid where maybe they didn't necessarily belong.
Right.
Now, of course, this group, we had split up between touring and super touring, and the touring cars are actually at the front by nature of the pole sitter for the touring group having a faster time than Danny Stain. But Stain, that last time by, ran a minute 57.8. The cars ahead of him, with the exception of Gamel Aguilar Gomez, who actually was in the 158, the touring cars up ahead are all running in the 2-minute range. As a matter of fact, all the way up into as we go up through that touring car field, with the exception of our leader, Richard Baldwin, in his Nissan, none of those drivers are running a faster pace at this point than Danny Stain.
Well, and the same can be said for several of the cars behind. Osiris Pena is running faster times, and even William Knight is running faster than a lot of those cars as well. So, but yeah, as I said, that is the flipped scenario here, because we have the qualifying in the rain versus what we're racing in now, which is in the dry. Yeah, and what we're seeing is that mid-pack in the touring cars are running almost 10 seconds off of the pace of our front-running STL cars as they're trying to work their way through traffic. And so what this has really done is it's, it has made it at least for those front-running STL cars, a challenge in who can work their way through traffic the best in what is a very difficult course, and a course that is not completely dry here as we watch this fight. And it looks like they're coming into the turn 3. You'll see how coming into the hairpin over at turn 3 how congested it is, and what it looks like is we've got a number of our MX-5 chassis there behind one of the Mustangs. And what we're seeing, and we saw this at Sebring as well, Brian, is a lot of our SMX drivers, Spec MX-5 drivers, are using the STL race for additional track time as well, which I think bodes very well for their race. All right, looking at the front of the field right now, Baldwin, Clark, White, Foweather, those are your top 4 in T3. Then you got Judson Holt in T2, followed by Sergio Slobin in T4. So that's your first 2 cars in T2 and T4. And then going back from there, we're talking about the STL cars of Stain, Pena, and Knight. There's your top 3 there in STL. And then when we scroll down to STU, you've got David Fiorelli, your first place car in STU. And is he the only car in STU?
Yes, he is.
Well, there you go. So he's going to win STU. I'm going to go on a limb. Call me crazy.
That'll be the second race today you've possibly prognosticated well as we watch. Here we go, Brian, coming through turn 4, the battle for the lead in our touring car group, and this is actually the battle for the lead in touring 3. They should be coming into our view right now. That is Richard Baldwin, Todd Clark, Scotty B. White now, and looks like the BMW of Clark had the measure of Baldwin here as they come through, as Baldwin now starting to fall off the pace a little bit, and there's Scotty B. White sitting back in third in that silver number 0 Mustang.
Yeah, at this point, with 13 and a half to go, still lots of time left in this race, and Scotty White, I should say, needs to be careful not to let those two cars drive away, because it's going to be really hard to catch them if they get too much further out there.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, and I take that back. We're actually watching the battle for second overall, because Baldwin has pretty much removed himself from this fight. He is now sitting almost 5 seconds ahead of this fight. That is Todd Clark, Simon Foulweather in his BMW E46, the 61 car, and then Scotty B. White as well. And then we've got the BMW. There's we just had there goes the Nissan of Richard Baldwin just crossed the line, so you can see how much of a margin he now has to our second place runner Todd Clark. And I was going to say Judson Holden, that white 188 Mazda M2, he is right in there as well. Holt is your T3 leader at the moment, but all of the cars directly ahead of him, the 4 cars ahead of him, are all in T3. Of course, admit when you're wrong. I had said, of course, originally that I thought Sergio Slobin was the Miata that had the smoking issues. When we know that it was, the Planet Miata car, and there is Sergio Slobin now coming through the hairpin at turn 3. He is your T4 leader. Brian should mention, as he just crossed the line, Danny Stain, who's running 7th overall, just sets the fastest lap of the race. He is lapping now almost 0.8 of a second faster than our overall leader, Richard Baldwin.
All right, let's do a call to grid for our next race group, and then we will take our break. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. This is, let's do this first. Attention in the paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid, Formula Atlantic Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1 and 2 to the grid for your race. All right, we'll take our break. When we come back, we will have all of the action for you. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from NOLA Motorsports Park.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Ronos Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park, right outside of New Orleans, here for stop number 2 on the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, very exciting Touring 3 race here today. As we're watching, maybe not for the lead here, but certainly for second position, as we have a new second-place runner in class.
Yes, Simon Foweather has taken over that position for him. Todd Clark has moved back enough so that he's now in danger of losing third place to Scotty B. White. So watching that whole thing.
Yeah, indeed. And, back over in Touring 4 here, let's give you a quick rundown. Sergio Slobin now with the lead over Chris Giles by quite a bit. William Snyder running in third. And then in Touring 2, Judson Holt, your leader, although interestingly enough, Carl Fung in his Chevy Corvette has just run the fastest lap of anybody here. He is now down. We were talking about how Danny Stain was outrunning the majority of the touring car field, Brian. Yep. Carl Fung is let that Corvette breathe. He turns a 149.1 out on track. The problem for Carl Fung, though, is he is sitting back currently in 16th position overall. And your Touring 2 leader, Judson Holt, is currently 5th overall. So Fung's going to have to find maybe a little bit more time out of that Chevy Corvette to contest for the win.
Well, he's a last time by he was a minute and 2 seconds back from the first place car. So that is too tall an order with 6 minutes to go in the race, unless of course something happens to Judson Holt, which is always possible.
Indeed.
Oh, we got a car sliding off there at turn 7. Big old tank slapper there. Oh,
gather it up,
boy.
And that is one of our Mazdas. That is an STL machine. Let's see if we can get the number on that bus. But yeah, he had a number of tank slappers there. Finally got it back together there. So Brian, one of the other little stories here is that Jose Osiris Pena had some mechanical issues with his Honda CRX, and is now showing as being 3 laps down to the rest of the STL field, and that Honda is shown to be a little fragile. It of course took him to a podium at the runoffs this past year, but now your new second place racer in STL is William Knight in his Mazda MX-5. The Tulsa, Oklahoma driver has 2 Touring 3 drivers, Gamel Aguilar Gomez and David Oram, between he and Danny Stain. Unfortunately, that is also somewhere along the lines of, I believe, a half a minute, almost 30 seconds exactly.
All right, with 5 minutes and 22 seconds to go, let me make another call to the grid here. Stand by, please. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars, FA, FC, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 5 cars to the grid.
All right, let's get back to it here. Gentlemen, or Brian, or somebody, or...
Don't call me a gentleman.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say none of those here at all. As now starting to move away. That was the BMW that we just saw, the BMW Z4M of J. David Oram, who is currently David Oram sitting 9th overall, sitting 6th in Touring 3 in the black and green BMW Coupe that just happens to be in a very similar paint job as Todd Clark's, and the fact that they're both from Washington State, my guess is under the same stable, and might make up a lot for it. But look, speaking of Todd Clark, this is the battle for 3rd and T3 right now, as they're coming through 6 and 7, as we've got Clark's BMW and the silver Mustang of Scotty B. White right behind, and Scotty B has been hounding this car, this BMW driver, Brian, pretty much since the very drop of the green flag from the start of this race.
Patrick Lipsinick in our chat, watching our racing alongside the Bathurst 12-hour. I'm sure our racing's on the bigger screen. So thank you for watching. Jason is in the chat. Hello to Jason. Chad Collins as well. Glenda Reich, Justin Elric, Ehrlich, Shelly Sawyer. I know who Shelly was rooting for.
Yeah, I bet.
Good stuff there. Thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate all the associate producers in the chat. And Scotty B. White still working really hard to keep on top of trying to get around Todd Clark here. Here they come across the line. A little bit bigger gap now for Clark. It'll be probably about 4/10 of a second, maybe 3/10 of a second here. 5/10 of a second. That's close. That's close. There they are, heading into turn 1. You're going to see them coming out. So that's the black and yellow car, followed by the Mustang right behind it. So that is Clark, and then you've got Scotty B. White here as they reach into the last few laps here in this race. Of course, this is the battle for 3rd place in T3. And there you go, Scotty B. White trying to put his nose underneath there. He's in a good position going into this corner, but Clark's in the better position for the next corner. Clark's going to stay out front for now. But that was the classic over kind of situation.
And Scotty B got that Mustang to rotate, Brian, going into turn 3, better than I think I've seen that car rotate in maybe 3 or 4 seasons. I think got a little bit of the curbing at the rear, and now Scotty B is going to try and come underneath him, going into turn number 7, and Clark goes and shuts the door on him, and Scotty B has to back out just a little bit now, as we take a little bit further back in the field here, as a number of these STL machines still locked nose to tail.
All right, the lead is going to get the white flag here next time by, and so we're coming up on the final lap of this battle for 3rd place in T3. You can see them off in the distance coming out of the S's. They're going to come right into our living room here at 13. Scotty B. White takes a little look, but he's not close enough right there. He's going to come through 15 for the second to last time here and see whether or not he can get a little bit of time before he has to make one more final move here. He's definitely getting a better shot out of 13 towards 15, Greg.
All right, Brian, and there you go. White flag is in the air. Last lap here at NOLA for our sprint car race, our touring and super touring sprint car race. As we continue to watch this battle, this is the battle for 3rd overall, the battle for 3rd in touring 3. As we've got that green and black BMW, the number 11. BMW 330 Ci of Todd Clark. We've got the Ford Mustang, the V6 Mustang of Scotty B. White, the number 0 machine, locked nose to tail, and they have all this traffic that they're coming up on. Scotty B. White going into turn 3. He's going to try once again.
There's been contact. I saw body work come off of one of the cars there. You can see it on the screen, and I'm not quite sure where that came from, but it looks like maybe the rear bumper of the BMW as they come there through turn 4. You'll see him here now coming into turn 5. And there they are. That is Clark a little bit further ahead. I don't know that Scotty B. White's close enough now in these final laps to be able to get it done.
Well, Brian, as we know, being on the last lap, they do have a lot of slower traffic, a lot of STL traffic ahead of them, and I thought perhaps they'd be able to make it to the checkered flag before they came up onto the back of these Mazda Miatas, but I don't think that's the case. You can see there we've got the RX-8. That is, oh my gosh. Trying to find it. That is Chris Giles in the number 33 Mazda RX-8. William Snyder, Max Ehrlich there as well. Just ahead of him, Robert Daimler running 23rd and further back. And now Scotty B. White in that BMW coming up on him with just 2 more corners remaining. Coming to the checkered flag, though, taking the win in Touring 3 is going to be Richard Baldwin in his Nissan 350Z. Let's go back to these battles.
All right, this should be the battle for third coming at us in just a second here, and a lot of traffic got in the middle of all of this, and I think it really cost Scotty B. White a really solid opportunity to catch up. There's your third place car, Clark. Fourth place, Scotty B. White just crossed the line now, and a much bigger gap. Part of that might be due to traffic, part of that might be due to the contact that we saw there at the end of the race. So lots of pressure there. Scotty B. White trying to get Clark to make a mistake, and Clark was able to hold on for the third spot on the podium there in Touring 3.
All right, let's take a look now, Brian. As we had in STL, we had Danny Stain take the win in that class. Sergio Slobin taking the win in T4. Going to take a look, and there is contact coming through turn 13. That is Amy Mills, who was running in 13th overall. Mills was running fourth in STL, and she was battling it out there with Austin Hill in the number 8 machine, and I think there was contact there right at the apex. We'll see which machine makes it to the line first to take the checkered flag, but that might open things up for Jose Garcia in his Mazda Miata. The 72 machine was just behind that fight, and as they come to the line, let's see here how it's going to play out. William Knight finishes second in STL. Corbin Collins will finish third. Harbir Das moves up into fourth in his Mazda MX-5. He is going to finish fourth. Amy Mills comes across the line. She gets the car moving. She comes across the line in fifth. Austin Hill sixth. Jose Garcia will finish in seventh.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on the final 2 laps there.
All right, so that is STL. Let's quickly, Brian, run down a couple of the other classes here. Of course, we gave you the winners in T3, and actually in T3 we gave you the podium finishers, Baldwin, Foulweather, Clark with Scotty B. White, and Gamel Aguilar Gomez finishing just off the podium. In Touring 4, Sergio Slobin, as we told you, took the win. Chris Giles finishes a lap down in second. William Snyder finishes in third. Leanne Falk finishes just off the podium in fourth. In Touring 2, Judson Holt holds on to win. Well, maybe holding on is not exactly the right term. Pretty substantial win for Justin Holt in his BMW M2 over Carl Fung. And then, again, David Fiorelli, your sole driver today in STU. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we've got 3, possibly 4 more races remaining. But before that, let's make a final call to the grid for group number 5. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please, this is your final call to the grid. Race group number 5, your race is next. Please head to the grid. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from NOLA Motorsports Park.
Don't forget to file for your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates to the top 5 positions in class. And they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a benefit discount to SCCA members of $20 off a $200 purchase, and is the Novice Group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search Contingency on the SCCA website to view your contingency options. Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park here on the beautiful bayou of Louisiana. I'm Brian Bielanski. A little cloudy and overcast today, so maybe not as beautiful as it could be. And you can see the wind. Man, look at the wind there, Greg, as we get ready for our fifth race of the day. This is our Wings and Things, our formula cars with wings and our prototypes. Greg, we've got starting lineups. Why don't you take that away?
All right, here we go. 23 starters in the group for Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula X, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, and FE2. I think I got them all. Starting 23rd, driving the number 8, Formula Atlantic Swift, it's Jerome Me. Starting 22nd, driving the number 10, Formula X Star Formula Mazda from San Antonio, Texas, Shannon Edwards. Brian Palazzo is going to start 21st. He's driving the number 45, FE2. He's from Austin, Texas, with Russell Straight starting 20th. Russell's driving the number 91, FE2. He's from Alden, New York. Starting 19th, driving the number 24, Formula Atlantic Formula Mazda MZR from Angleton, Texas, Paul Crabtree with Jack Donnell. And starting 18th, Jack is driving the number 9, Prototype 2 Carbier. Starting 17th, driving the number 12, Formula Atlantic Swift 014, it's Dave Burkett. Then we've got Brad Yates starting 16th. He's driving the number 124 Star Formula Mazda. Carl Markey is going to start 15th. He's driving the number 80 Star Formula Mazda. Those are both FX cars, of course. Starting 14th, driving the number 111 FE2 from Friendswood, Texas, Roy Hillenberg. Starting 13th, driving the number 4 Formula Continental Van Diemen RF01 from Leawood, Kansas, Bill Johnson. Starting 12th, driving the number 53 Star Formula Mazda in Formula X from Sulphur Springs, Texas, Mark McGahee. Starting 11th, driving the number 34 Formula Enterprises 2 machine from Manville, Texas, Justin Upchurch. Starting 10th, driving the number 15 Formula Mazda FMZR from Kissimmee, Florida. That's a Formula Atlantic machine, by the way. Jared Voorhees. Starting 9th, driving the number 20 Star Formula Mazda in Formula X. He's your Formula X pole sitter today. Brock Evans. Starting 8th, driving the number 132 FE2 from Missouri City, Texas, Kenny Russo. Starting 7th, driving the 47 FE2. He's from League City, Texas, Daryl Willis. Steve Whitston is going to start 6th today. He's driving the number 18 FE2, and he hails from Georgetown, Texas. Starting 5th, driving the number 2 Formula Atlantic Elan Pro Formula Mazda from right outside our gates here in Metairie, Louisiana, Stephen LaManna. Starting 4th, driving the number 11 Formula Atlantic Ligier JSF3 from San Antonio, Texas, it's Cole Keck. Then we've got, starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 32 FE2 machine from Montpelier, Virginia, it's Russ Turner. And your front row, starting 2nd, driving the number 7 FE2 from Augusta, Georgia, Frank Futrell. And your pole sitter today, national champion in Prototype 1 with a qualifying time of 1:45.698 from Ormond Beach, Florida, Todd Vanacore.
All right, green flag is in the air. Here comes your cars running down towards turn 1 for the first time. A whole ton of formula cars. We're going to see them come into our view right now, coming right into our living rooms. I'll tell you one thing right now, Russ Turner hoping for a better first lap today than in this race than he had in the Spec Racer Ford race.
Yes.
And so far, it's already better than the Spec Racer Ford race. He's made it through turn 1 and 2 without any problems. The whole group now runs down towards turn 3.
Wow. And as you say it, Brian, there, big motor loss. I think that was possibly Randy Freeman. Big brake lockup.
Oh, now we got a car
into
in the center of the track there.
And actually, that might have been Frank Futrell. He was running 2nd overall there, going under braking into the hairpin at turn number 3. We can see still trying to get that car back up and running. It was right behind Todd Vanacore's green number 19 Prototype 1 Elan, but the rest of the field now all straightened out in line. Big gap, of course, between that prototype and our formula cars. We'll try and pick out, and we'll know in a moment here who that driver was. But also getting a good getaway there was Paul Rivera. Now, Frank Futrell is showing as having crossed the line 2nd behind Vanacore. I believe we'll pick this up here momentarily. But we'll see, because Paul Rivera in the Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda, I believe he got permission to race today. He was not out for qualifying. He is going to be in the field as well. So things are definitely getting bottled up coming through the S's, coming through turns 10 through 15.
A big amount of props of the back half of this field. The two cars that spun there going into turn 3, both of them avoided. One went off the track, but there was one right in the center of the racetrack, and everybody behind. Oh, we got another spinner there at the exit of 15. That is a really, really bad spot to be stopped there. Two cars, actually. I saw another one peek out from behind, so I don't know if that was a spin to avoid kind of situation, but we still have a car right there at the exit of 15. Not a good spot at all. He's now out of the way and safe.
Yeah, and you know, Brian, it could very easily be, we talked earlier about that big patch of curbing being less grippy because of the paint, but it could very easily have that car, lift up and basically, depending on how stiff the suspension was set, could have just sent the car around, as it looks like we've got a car that is spun around over coming in through the S's, going into turn 13. I should mention that I can verify that one of the cars that went around was indeed Frank Futrell, who had started off second today. He now finds himself down in 20th position with Cole Kleck, your new second place runner, the Formula Atlantic leader in his Ligier. That moves also Russ Turner up into third position overall, your leader in FE2 over Steve Whitston and Darrell Willis.
Well, Charles Russell Turner, much better start in this race than in the Spec Racer Ford race. But then you've got Frank Futrell, who's kind of had the reversal of fortunes. He now has gone all the way to the back. We're going to have to see him try to work his way back up through the field. Vanacore is your leader in P1. First place in Formula Atlantic is Cole Kleck, followed by Russ Turner, Steve Whitson, and Darrell Willis. That's your top three in FE2. Your second place car in Atlantic is Jarrett Voorhees, and then your first place car in Formula X is Brock Evans.
All right, and we now have 2 laps in the books for our leaders as the portion of the field now coming down the line. And look at this battle for second in FE2 between Steve Whitston in the number 18 machine and Darrell Willis in the number 47 machine, as they were side by side, Brian, going through the sweeper at turn 1. And they'll be coming out of turn 2 now. There we come, under braking, going into turn number 3. And along with them, we talked about Paul Riveras and his Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda, who started off from the back of the field. Paul Riveras now has made it up to 5th position overall. He is, I believe, in that number 5 machine, along with those 2 racers. He should be able to clear the lower powered FE2 machines fairly quickly here. However, as they now make their way through that call it double apex, turns 5, 6, and 7.
Now, our former race leader, Todd Vanacore, dropped all the way back to 21st position. He came into the pits for some reason. He has now re-entered the race action, but he is now all the way back in 21st place. Not a huge deal for him because he's the only P1 car, but he still has to complete half the race laps to make sure, or half the race distance to make sure that this is a full race for him.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Brian, he had enough of a lead built up already after just a lap and a half that when he pitted in and came back out onto the track, he still managed, although he's at the back of the field now, still managed to stay on the lead lap, did not go a lap down to our leaders, but that does move Cole Kleck up to the overall lead. He is your Formula Atlantic leader, with Paul Riveras running second in class, 4th overall. But Paul Riveras now, as they cross the stripe here, Riveras has gotten around both Steve Whitston and Darrell Willis. He now moves up to 3rd overall. But interesting to note, Russ Turner, our Formula Enterprises 2 leader, just went purple. He is lapping in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine almost 6/10 of a second faster than our overall leader, Kleck. And Paul Riveras not all that much off that pace as well. As we watch them here coming, and there they are coming out of turn 5 into 6, where we've got Russ Turner now right on the back of Cole Kleck's Formula Atlantic machine, as they now come past the what do I call it, the crawfish cam. I kind of like that. I might need to trademark that, by the way.
Bayou Beach.
The Bayou Beach and crawfish cam. We might need to go and
trademark those.
Trademark those. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But big run there by the 23 machine. and it is so cool. Look at this, Brian, as they come into the S's, and these are decreasing radius S's as they come through here. But you can see how many of these cars starting to get some rotation and get a nice little drift right past the apex of that first corner.
All right, so Frank Futrell's trying to make his way through the field right now. He is in 11th place. His last lap time was a 1:42.5, and you have to go all the way up to 4th place to find another car circulating in the 1:42 range. So he is definitely faster than the 6 cars in front of him, and it does look like he's close enough to this group of cars that he could be able to get around most of those cars and get himself back into the discussion for a podium finish in FE2.
All right, great battle unfolding right now. We've been watching for the last couple of corners, Brian. That is Kenny Russo in the 132 Formula Enterprises 2 machine, Justin Upchurch in the 34 machine. They're the yellow machine of Russo, the red and white of Upchurch. As we now see, look at this fight now coming under braking. Right behind him, that is through turns 3 and 4, and I believe that's Dave Burkett and his Formula Atlantic Swift directly behind. Actually, the blue and white machine, that is the Swift of David Burkett. Pardon me.
All right, Greg, joining us now in the booth is the one and only Dave Ogburn, one of the 3 fast guys in Denny. We're not quite sure which of the 3 fast guys are. How you doing, Dave?
Good. Good to see you guys.
Welcome.
Good to hear you, Greg.
There you go.
Good to hear you, Dave. Hey.
Welcome to the booth. We're in here with our big Formula cars, and you just wrapped up your Spec Racer Ford race. Probably not the race you were hoping for.
Did.
Some rapidly changing track conditions, huh?
It did. The tire guy made the wrong call. So.
And who was the tire guy?
Me. Unfortunately, some other people listened to my advice, and so I had to do some apologizing after the race. It did. We'll just say it did not go to plan.
There you go. So we're here with the Formula cars here. Different situation here because really there's only one decision to make at this point in time.
Yeah, I would think.
It is a dry tire race. Almost no, unless you way offline now, there's not much wetness on this track. So what are you expecting us to see here over the next few laps in this race, Dave?
I mean, I think tires will come up to temperature. It's getting colder, so I don't know how much faster the lap times will get, but I do think things will kind of stabilize, and you'll see the cars get to, I would say, close to their peak pace that you might see tomorrow, but I still think tomorrow will be a touch quicker just given the cold conditions, and there is still little damp spots that are just keeping them from fully getting up to temperature.
Now, I know you do a lot of coaching. Are you coaching any of the guys in this race?
Not in this race. So
okay.
I have two drivers I'm working with in Spec Racer Ford that unfortunately also went out on wet tires. So I might have to give them a discount for
Very good, very good.
The tire guy making the wrong tire choice.
Exactly.
That's unfortunate.
Absolutely. Believe me, I've gotten a lot of grief today, so and it was deserved.
Very good, very good. All right, looks like almost a pass there as they come through turn 13 here as we come to the 11 minutes to go here in this race. Greg, let's make a call to grid and take our break, and then we'll come back and get everybody right to the finish line.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Attention to the paddock, Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 to the grid, GT1 and 2 and 3, GTX, T1, and A sedan cars to the grid. Let's head to break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of our Wings and Things race.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park, here just outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, for the second stop on the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski and special guest, Spec Racer Ford racer, Dave Ogburn. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so the shot before this, we had the shot of the pits there from the distance. You could see the smoke out there. That is not a car burning to the ground. They're doing a shrimp broil. Apparently, maybe they've got shrimps on the Barbie and on the Bathurst 12-hour going on right now. And I will tell you, I know who is in charge of that, and they didn't bring me any. So
yeah, I'm just getting in trouble all day. I can't.
So Todd Vanacore, who came out and went down to 21st place, went in the pits, turning fast laps all over the place. A 1:34 just this last lap. He is up to 7th place with 7 minutes and 44 seconds to go, Greg. He might be able to come back and win this thing.
Well, I heard he was able to smell Three Fast Guys and Denny's shrimp boil from all the way out of turn number 7, and that's why he brought the car. And Brian realized there wasn't any for him either and went back out on track.
Very nice. All right, so Russ Turner is in first place right now. Cole Keck is in second. Paul Rivera is now moved up to third. He's trying to make up time and get up to that first place spot in Formula Atlantic. I don't know that there's enough time there. Then you've got Darrell Willis and Steve Whitson and Frank Futrell in 4th, 5th, and 6th. And Frank Futrell is making his way up through the field after having that problem early in the race, Greg.
All right, so we're following another one of these neat little battles here coming in, and this is in FE2. I'm trying to pick out, or probably that's not FE2, that is Formula X there with some of our Formula Mazda machines there, and I believe I believe that it is Steve Lamont in his Formula Atlantic. We've got Carl Markey and Brad Yake, and great to see Markey and Yake, who for years on the Super Tour before the institution of Formula X, when we still had the Formula Mazda class, these two racers were pretty much nose to rotary gearbox almost every single race that we saw them on the Super Tour. Great to see them back after a number of races away. And last time by, there was only about 0.3 of a second separating them at the line. That is also for the lead in Formula X.
Frank Futrell now in third place in FE2, but he is a whole lot faster, 2 seconds a lap faster than the third place car at Darrell Willis. So that is in his sights to get back to second place on the podium. Don't think he's got enough time to catch up with Russ Turner, but that is a heck of a recovery, Greg.
Yeah, without a doubt, he's been able to make it through the field. And again, as we've talked, one of the fastest drivers out on course to be all the way back up into 5th position now. And although Vanacore in that prototype car, as you would expect, can lap considerably faster, almost 5 seconds a lap faster. Futrell, who just crossed the start-finish line there, he is lapping now. Almost 3 seconds a lap faster than Darrell Willis in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine. And so with only a little bit less than 2.5 seconds separating them, there is certainly the possibility to move up into 4th position and probably into 3rd position in Formula Enterprise 2. I forgot Willis is actually running. And there you go. Frank Futrell gets the move done. And Frank Futrell, your new 3rd place runner in FE2.
Oh, what could have been, Greg, if he did not have that problem on the opening lap. He and Russ Turner will probably be battling for the lead right now. Let me take a second here. One more call to grid here. Stand by. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 6 to the grid. Group 6 to the grid. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, T1, and A sedan. Group 6 to the grid. All right, we're back. Dave Ogburn with us here in the booth. Dave, what are you looking at for tomorrow at this point? Weather should be vastly different tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be significantly different. I mean, I guess you never know if there's going to be any moisture on the track. Given that we're Group 1, we are the track sweepers. So I'm maybe a little bit worried about that, but I do expect it to be dry. I think the thing that will be interesting for us is...
Sorry, we just had a car with a big lockup here going into turn 13. Thankfully, been able to collect it and keep going forward. Tomorrow.
Absolutely. So 15 minutes.
Right.
With basically only maybe 10% of the field that has seen the track on slicks.
Right.
And so everybody is going to be very aggressive to try to get that lap time in. In a big spec racer Ford field, you can never be sure that you're going to get the full session. It's been amazingly green for us on the test day and so far, given the challenging conditions. So it's going to be about getting your lap as early as possible, getting heat in the tires, because it is going to be very cold in the morning for us.
Yeah, trying to stay out of other people's messes too.
Absolutely, and most people have not had an opportunity to scrub in tires, so you're going to see a lot more cars on slicks. Our tires typically are best on their first or second heat cycle, so it's also going to be who can adapt to trying to put a lap down on cold slicks, which is not something we do quite frequently.
All right, Cole Kleck has been able to take over first place in that Formula Atlanta car, and Russ Turner only 9/10 of a second back. That's a good news for Kleck, who's trying to keep ahead of Paul Riveras to get the car in the middle and have a little bit of a buffer zone. And still a number of cars. Todd Vanacore, Greg, now up to 4th place after coming in for the pits, and he's still making laps. He's 7 seconds a lap faster than the first place car in Formula Atlantic at this moment.
Yeah, and I would say a little surprising to see the difference in pace between that large a difference in pace between the Atlantics and the Prototype 1 cars, but obviously they're the number 19 machine, without a doubt hooked up today. Now notice that Cole Kleck has started to fall off his fastest pace, although he did get around Russ Turner. Paul Riveras that last time by 3.5 seconds faster than Kleck. And Kleck now has turned up the wick just a little bit, gets into the 138 flat range, and we'll see how Riveras answers. But Riveras right now almost 14 seconds in arrears, and now Riveras falls off the pace himself, and I'm sure a lot of that has to do with the traffic that he's encountering. He now runs a 42 flat, so just in 2 laps, whatever Riveras gained, he lost it again.
All right, we got a car around here at turn 7 here. That is one of the black, maybe FE2 cars here, and that car's backing off the track to try to get out of the way a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll try and get the number there now.
Yep.
We've mentioned a couple of times.
That's
ahead, Brian.
Kleck, by the way. That is your race leader.
Wow.
Car number 11, Cole Kleck there, trying to get back into the fray here. But definitely he has been off the track well long enough for Paul Riveras to get around him. And he's probably going to come back into this race. Maybe he should probably still be in second place. But wow, what a big problem for him there.
Yeah, big development there, as we only have about 3.5 minutes remaining here in this race. And, you know, as Riveras was only about 11 seconds behind, we saw where Kleck was dead stick there and stationary for quite a bit longer than that. Should make a big change. Luckily, next Formula Atlantic racer in line, David Burkett, was sitting 8th overall, and when they crossed the line, Kleck had almost a 35-second advantage, so Kleck may be able to minimize the damage here from that spin.
All right, white flag should be coming out next time by. It will be for Russ Turner. He was able to take over the lead when Kleck made that spinning problem in turn number 6.
Yeah, and we just had Todd Vanacore cross the start-finish line a moment ago, so he should be working the penultimate lap. He once again resets fast lap down into the mid-132s, and at that rate, well, yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see the green flag come out, or probably the white flag come out this next time by.
Now, my clock is expired, so maybe we missed the white flag and we're just going to go right to checkered here.
No, I think we still have just a touch over 2 minutes remaining on the clock here, I believe, Brian. Yeah, it depends on the timing system, and that's why I've got like 3 different ones up in front of me just to make sure here. And yeah, I believe this next time by, I'm looking at looks as that we're now 23 minutes 15 seconds into this race. So the next time Vanacore comes by, he should be good.
All right. Well, color me confused, which is probably not unusual, but. Yeah, definitely. It depends on which timing system you're paying attention to. But all right, we'll do it. It'll probably be Vanacore, then Russ Turner. Here's your white flag right now.
Yeah, here we go. And so Vanacore, he is.
Okay, so here's the situation. The car that spun was the 111 car.
Okay.
And not the 11 car. So Cole Kleck is still your race leader.
Okay.
I misheard the call over the flag net. I'm sure they called it in right, and I just didn't hear it right. So
okay, so it was 111 that went around. That was Roy Hillenberg, the FE2 racer out of Friendswood, Texas, who is now currently showing as being in 22nd position and a couple laps down at this point. So yeah, that would definitely make sense. So okay, so Kleck, who just got the white flag, is still your leader with Russ Turner running in second, and Russ was about 2 seconds behind, about 2 seconds back, and Vanacore in that green and black number 19, a lawn chassis prototype, was right behind Russ Turner as they crossed the line.
Right.
So we may see a change there for second overall, but Russ Turner with a pretty substantial advantage right now over Franklin Futrell for the lead in FE2.
Yeah, it is not impossible that I believe Russ Vanacore actually is around both Russ Turner and Cole Kleck. 1-9 green is the race leader here. Coming through 15, Vanacore is able to get around both cars. Kleck should be in second, and Russ Turner should be in third. You're going to come to the line here right now. That third car in line, I believe, fourth car in line, is Todd Vanacore. There is your race winner right there, and right behind him, there is Cole Kleck, and the next car across the line should be Russ Turner. Woo! My heart can't take this anymore, Greg.
I'm sorry. Please don't. Please don't let anything happen to my partner before the end of the day, if that's the case.
I gotta have a discussion with Todd Vanacore. Next time he's going to go in the pits, I need to pop another blood pressure pill here, because he's going to give me a heart attack here before this thing's all said and done. All right. That's how it finished out. Vanacore first, Kleck second, Russ Turner first in FE2. So that's your first place cars in P1 Formula Atlantic in FE2. You want to give us some more of the rundown, Greg?
Yes, absolutely, Brian. I can do that. So let's take a look here. In Formula Atlantic, as we mentioned, Cole Kleck, your winner. Paul Rivera's finishing second. Dave Burkett third. And Jarrett Voorhees fourth. Jerome Mee fifth. All right.
I'm so glad Jerome's last name isn't Moo, okay? Because that would be really awkward.
Yeah, during the break, Brendan Kesmerick had to ask if he spelled it out as Moo. All right, finish in Formula X. Brock Evans goes from pole to checker, taking the win over Brad Yake. Carl Markey finishing third. Mark McGahee and Shannon Edwards, your top five. And Bill Johnson, our sole Formula Continental driver, he of course takes the win in class. And now let's move over to FE2, where it was Russ Turner and Franklin Futrell. Darrell Willis finishing third. Steve Winston, Kenny Russo, your top five.
All right, as we wrap up here, Dave Ogburn, thanks for stopping up and joining us.
Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Thanks, Dave.
Tomorrow, give the other team's tire advice.
Exactly. Yeah. 100%.
All right, that's going to do it for this race. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Big Bore, another special guest coming to the booth, I believe. He is a fan favorite. He's been with us before. Stay with us for that. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park. We are here in the beautiful bayou of Louisiana on a not-so-beautiful day, but it's getting better. We've got our big board group coming out next for our third-to-last race of the day, and Greg is here with our starting lineup.
All right, Brian. I had 23 drivers go out and set, 23 drivers set qualifying times. 2 of those drivers didn't get to keep them. Let's run down the starting grid. Starting 23rd, driving the number 132 GT2 Ford Mustang. One of those drivers, Barry Bowes, had his times removed due to sound violations. John Herlihy will start 22nd. He's in the number 83 GTX Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Starting 21st, driving the number 77 American Sedan Chevy Camaro from Grand Prairie, Texas, Philip Waters. Starting 20th, driving the number 58 American Sedan Ford Mustang, Brian Himes. Paul Ruth, starting 19th, driving the number 10 GT2 Pontiac Grand Prix with Bill McGavick, our sole GT3 racer here today. He's starting 18th, driving the number 69 Mazda RX-7. Starting 17th, driving the number 47 machine. It's a GT2 Chevrolet. He's from Leander, Texas. It's Salvador Santolucido. Starting 16th, driving the number 151 American Sedan Chevy Camaro. He's your American Sedan pole sitter, Sam Daniels. Starting 15th, driving the number 41 Touring 1 Chevy Corvette from Pensacola, Florida, Gary Crook. Brianna Ogden is going to start 14th, driving the number 14 GTX McLaren. Brianna's from Conroe, Texas. Brian Carrick is 13th on the grid today. He's driving the number 67 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Then we've got Sean Ogden. Never mind. Sean is starting 12th today, driving the number 29 GTX McLaren GT4. He's from Montgomery, Texas. Ann Doherty is starting 11th today and is driving the number 40 GT2 Porsche 991. She is from Daniel Island, South Carolina. Renee Molina is going to start 10th. Renee is driving the number 4 GT2 Ford Taurus with Rafael Martinez driving the number 8 GTX McLaren Artura GT4. Rafa is from the Rafa Racing Team. We talked earlier about he and Jim Hepworth running in the European GT4 series here today, or this season. Rafael starts in 9th position, starting 8th, driving the number 43 GT1 Porsche 911 from Houston, Texas. Ray Ramirez. Paige Morales will start 7th today. Paige is driving the number 55 GTX McLaren 570. Michael Kettlebaum will start 6th. Michael is driving the number 22 GT2 Chevy Corvette. Michael's from Houston, Texas, with, I believe, 17-year-old, actually I'll have to check that, 15-year-old Gian Bufamonte starting 5th today. Gian is driving the number 17 GT2 Ford Mustang. He's from Naperville, Illinois. Patrick Gutt will start 4th. Patrick is driving the number 49 GT2 Chevy Camaro. He's from Riverview, Florida, with Carolina Candace starting 3rd today. Carolina is driving the number 72 GTX McLaren. She hails from Houston, Texas, and your front row today. Driving the number 81 GTX McLaren 570S, it's Jim Hepworth from London, Great Britain, and your pole sitter, Michael McAleen, driving the number 3 GT1 Lamborghini Huracan.
Well, the good news, Greg, is we did not get a start, and so we'll be able to talk about why Barry Bowes is still on the front row. It turns out, yes, he was in excess of the sound limit, but his car is a TA2 car, and by rule, he can't do anything to make it quieter. He can't do any modification to that car. So
it's kind of like you and me, Brian.
Yeah, it's like they could try to muffle us.
Can't shut us up for anything.
So when he went and they told him he couldn't have his time, he said, I don't know what you want me to do. I can't do anything. And number 2 was like, oh, that makes sense. So gave him his times back.
That is one heck of a Jedi mind trick to play on people. Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Let me do one thing. I've got to make a couple of announcements here real quick.
Sure.
Greg. So let me get this out of the way, and then we will introduce our special guest here in just a second. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Miata drivers, Spec MX-5 drivers, I would like you to go to all of the other drivers and all of the other groups and thank them because we are on time, which means you are going to get 2 different races. Spec Miata will go off at around 4:10 p.m. Spec MX-5 will go off around 4:45 p.m. So those are the 2 race groups. We were going to be splitting those groups up. thank everyone else for playing like good boys and girls. All right, Greg, I have a special guest here, Scotty B. White. We know him. We love him. I'm not sure everybody loves him.
There's got to be one or two here.
Welcome, Scotty.
I think the word is polarizing.
Yes. Yes. Hey, Brian. While we bring Scotty in, of course, I had my head buried down in that starting grid. The start was waved off. What happened there?
It was just they weren't grouped up like they should have been. That's all it was.
Okay, I thought maybe Barry Bowes couldn't slow his car down enough to. Just sorry.
Yeah.
No.
They were just way too strung out.
Okay.
And,
too soon, Greg.
Yeah, probably too soon.
We can wait till tomorrow for that, Greg. All right, so while we didn't get a start,
points I'm not earning
the
this
clock
weekend.
has started on this race. So we are 22 minutes in here, and so we are rolling the clock. Scotty, you're here with us. You are often in this race. What are you expecting out of these cars on this day?
Well, it's going to be pretty interesting because McAleen, this is his second event in that Huracan GT3 car, which is cool. And Barry is always great to watch because he's just a wild man. He's never just pins it and goes all the time. And you got Michael Lewis, who has more championships than.
Where did he come from at the back of the pack?
Yeah, he's in the back. We brought him over from.
All right, we've got our green flag, and of course Barry Bowes way off the front early here as they head down towards turn 1. Yeah, I saw Michael Lewis at the registration yesterday. I said, don't let him in. Then I realized he's got like half the entries on most race weekends. So
It's a very sad story about Michael Lewis this weekend.
What's up with him?
Well, we brought all this stuff to Sebring, and then we took it up to Atlanta to wait for this race. Apparently it got very cold in Atlanta, and Southern California guys are not used to prepping for that sort of situation. So he's got 2 dead rotary motors, but fortunately the Jag was drained, so it didn't get hurt.
Oh man, those of us who grew up in Wisconsin know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I felt terrible because it happened in my trailer, but I was like, we're from Seattle. That's just Tuesday. You know? When you get home on the way home from runoffs, you prep your car for cold weather. You either drain
California,
it or put some stuff in it, and so that's a bummer.
At least out here on this race, starting from the back here. And we've got a bunch of action going up. Jem Hepworth in second place. Michael McAleenan is all over the back bumper of that McLaren. Like the last group in qualifying, Greg, Mustang, McLaren, Lamborghini, Camaro, McLaren, Mustang, Corvette. That's a beautiful, and a Porsche in 8th. I love it.
Well, and McAleenan just stuffed.
Yep, went right around her.
Hepworth.
Yep, and going into turn 13 there, and has moved on. And he will try now to get a bead on Barry Bowes. Obviously, they're in different classes, so they're not racing for class wins here. But you always want to come across the line first, right?
Yes.
Yes, quite simply.
Yes. That's a one-syllable answer.
Exactly. It used to be when we would have these GT car races, it wouldn't be all of these high-end cars. It used to be a lot of Nissans and Mazda RX-7s and your Corvettes and everything. It's a whole different class now these days.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool iron coming in, and the stuff is so cool. That Huracan GT3 car in our pits is just, you could go over and stare at it for hours and hours and hours and see all the trick stuff on it.
Yeah, I'd have to stare at it because I couldn't get into it. Well, I'd probably get into it. I probably couldn't get out of it.
I don't think you can get into it. I don't think I can get into it.
It's a really,
but I know
really
I can't
tiny
get into
cockpit.
it. So, Scotty, Mike says that the fluorescent green livery is based on all the years of people complaining that they couldn't see his other cars because they were gray. Did you have any input to the color of that machine?
Mike's a real badass. He was a D1 athlete. He's a brilliant attorney, but he's very subdued, very soft-spoken, very quiet. And for him to put neon colors on his cars, we're all just shaking our head going, where'd Mike go?
Yeah. Well, that's because he wanted Barry Bowes to see him as he drove right past him, which is what he just did. Michael McAleenan is now in your first place in this car, in this race, with that Lamborghini right up front, and he's actually pulling away from Barry Bowes. So we'll see what kind of a lead he can open up to here. Just going purple in that set. Oh, he went, Barry Bowes for the last lap. I'm going to guess it's going to be the Huracan this lap. He's already got a 3 or 4 car lengths lead here in a very short amount of time here. We're only 6 minutes into this race, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And as our leaders are coming out of the final corner now,
And there you go.
16. Yeah, and there it is. As Michael McAleenan sets fast lap at a 1:44, almost 3 seconds faster than Barry Bowes. In the battle for the lead in GTX, the two teammate cars, they're out of Houston, Texas. Caroline Candace and Jem Hepworth. For the moment, Hepworth with about a 4-second advantage. And although the lap times are coming down, Hepworth has been lapping about a half-second faster. The Candace, my understanding in talking to Reese White with SCCA, our press folks over in SCCA, I believe he mentioned that this is actually Carolyn's very first race here. Oh, pardon me, no, I'm sorry. It's Paige Morales who's running her first auto race ever. But we should see Carolyn, much like we know that Jem is going to be running F4 cars in Europe this year. It looks like we may see Carolyn in Porsche Sprint Challenge. Pardon me, I'm having trouble getting that out a little bit later this year.
All right, and all of those McLarens are out of, I believe, the same prep shop in Houston, or in the Houston area. So they were most of them were at COTA last year as well. Yeah. So big GTX contingent in this part of the country, which is kind of cool to see. Second place car in GT2, we've got Michael Quattlebaum in the Corvette, and then in third place is Patrick Utt in the Camaro. So they're about 4 seconds between second and third in GT2, and they're of course all going to try to catch Barry Bowes, which is a kind of a tough thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting though. Your GT2 is they're sandwiching the GT2 ST car. Louis Gelati built that car. It's a beautiful work of art, that Corvette that Quattlebaum's driving, and then you got Barry in front of him, and what is Caroline behind, right?
That's Patrick.
Yes,
Right
or
behind.
Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah.
The TA2 cars.
Yeah, so, well, what did oh yeah, there's something big going on in the turn 6 area. That looks like a motor smoke of some sort.
I think that was just the end of Three Fast Guys and Denny's crawfish boil or shrimp boil there, as we do have that car you can see trying to try to get the car off track.
Yeah, that's Salvador Santalucito.
Yes.
He's out of Leander, Texas. I believe that is a GT2 car, and he has slowed almost to a stop there in the S's. Hopefully he can get it into a safe spot. And I hope
it looks like he worked his way over to the crossover road there and has managed to pull it off. And I guess when you have a car that's that toasty, you don't want to pull it into the grass and set the whole.
Well, you won't set the grass on fire today. The whole place is a mud bog. So, but yeah, here we go. There's your leader right there coming through 13, and Barry Bowes. While McAleenan was able to open up a little bit of lead, he's not running away at the moment. Barry Bowes has been able to keep that 3 second or so gap there. And it's not even 3 seconds. It's probably now, what, a second and a half, it looks like, Greg.
Well, yeah, it looks like, and they've been running very similar lap times over the last 2 laps when McAleenan got by him. But as McAleenan crosses the stripe that last time by, a little bit off of his best, almost 3 seconds off of his fastest lap time at this point, running a mid-46, where Barry Bowes, also not his fastest, but still almost 1.1 seconds faster than McAleenan. The gap now down to 2 seconds.
Gonna repeat that
here coming into turn 3. Now, the thing with McAleenan, although it is a GT1 car in SCCA parlance, that is an FIA GT3 car. So he's, he doesn't have horsepower advantage over other GT1 cars. Probably actually very similar to what the TA2 car of Barry Bowes is running, maybe a little bit more than what Barry has, but he does have the advantage of ABS in that car, which certainly even still with the somewhat mixed conditions that we have here, not a completely dry track in all places. When he comes offline, that would certainly be an advantage for him.
Yeah, and I think the only other GT1 car with the ABS is probably Ray Ramirez with that 911 GT3 Cup car. It also happens to be in second place. So that is definitely an advantage, especially with these conditions where you kind of have a weird track surface right now.
Yeah, it's pretty dry, but gosh, it's cold, and there's still damp spots out there, but that number 3 car, McAleenan, has got massive downforce. The car is flat bottom and tunnels and all kinds of, I don't know, I think there's a bunch of small people in there running fans or something, magnets or something, I don't know. But yeah, if it's going over 100 miles an hour, it's not leaving the pavement.
Yeah, I mean, that's how all the early Lamborghini tractors were made, I think. But we see here as McAleenan crosses the line, and he and Barry Bowes starting to hit a lot of lapped traffic here. And we see coming into turn 1, Bowes now pulling up right to the back bumper of that Lamborghini now, and as they come through turn 2, we'll see here as we see Bowes push a little bit wide through that corner. But wow, just even though he doesn't have the aerodynamic advantages that the Lamborghini has, that Mustang just is able to hunker down and put power down out of some of these much slower corners that I just find astounding.
And how much chest pumping, Scotty, if a Mustang beats the Lamborghini?
Well, yeah. And some of the TA2 drivers' knuckles don't drag the ground, but I don't think that's the case with this one. And I can say that because I love them all and I race against them. But yeah, but the one place he's going to struggle if he tries to play a braking game with McAleenan.
Yeah,
that's not going to work.
Yeah,
no.
And you can see now that Huracan has opened up a bigger gap now. It's well into the, I'm going to guess, 2 or 3 second range. So lap traffic having a lot to do with that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, those GT4 McLarens, though, when they run a GTX, they get to run on whatever tune they want. And let me tell you, those things are wicked fast when they get on the big tune.
All right, guys, real quick, looks like we've got some emergency services vehicles responding. We just saw coming through the S's over by, I think, around turn 9, waving yellow flag, and there is that vehicle with the lights on.
Yeah, that's the 47 car that pulled off earlier. They're trying to get into a safer spot there. So let's do this. We're at 11 and a half to go here. Let's take our break, and we'll do a call to grid, and then when we come back, we'll get us to the finish here. This is, I always say we're going to take a break. Brian? And then I don't have the right pieces of equipment up to actually do the break. We're just going to do it. Call to the grid here. Attention to the paddock, into the paddock. This is a call to grid for Group 7A Spec Miatas. Group 7A Spec Miatas to the grid. All right, let's take our break. When we come back, we will take us to the checkered flag. Stay with us. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to the Lone Star Voodoo Reboot, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here. NOLA Motorsports Park, Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and Scotty B. White in the booth with us this afternoon for the Big Bore race here. And Scotty, you were just mentioning Michael Lewis. He seems to be getting around this racetrack okay, huh?
Yeah, he's, let's see, what's his position now? He's
at 8th?
Yeah, from dead last.
Dead last.
Yeah.
And a spread out group.
Yeah, definitely. He's turning laps in the 150 range. He's already up to 3rd place in GT1. I don't think he's going to catch that Lamborghini, but he's got a good shot of getting 2nd place on the podium.
Well, he's run the fastest lap of the race at a 42.6, and he's fastest in Sector 3.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
In traffic, of course. Yeah,
traffic,
coming from the back. I guess, you know, when you hang 5 or 6 or 7 or 12 or however many of those gold medals you got in the closet hanging around your neck, you learn how to do stuff well.
Well, the goal is to not wear the gold medals in the car.
Not while you're in the car.
Greg,
Gotcha.
Sorry. We have to explain everything.
That's a Lewis Hamilton thing. My bad. I'm sorry.
Afraid you got to explain that one to me, too. I don't have one.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
So close. There's some big packs going around. Not even packs, just like fast cars coming up on a bunch of slow cars in a lot of different spots here. So thankfully, everyone's playing pretty good here in the sandbox. And we're zooming right along here. 6 minutes to go.
I'd like to try and pick up, if we can get Ryan, if we can find where this is. Great little battle going on right now. And this is for 2nd in GT1. Ray Ramirez and Michael Lewis are now locked nose to tail. And there they are. Coming through turn number 3, I guess that's coming through turn 3 and into turn 4. Michael Lewis, they're right behind the 911. Yeah. Yep. And they should be coming out of, heading into turn 5 right now. We'll see it there, and it looks like the couple drivers have now gotten around the Porsche, but that now should move Michael Lewis up into 2nd in GT1 as he gets around Ramirez there, and directly behind we've got Gian Buffamonte, Patrick Gut in the GT2 machines, and Lewis is coming now for Michael Cuddlebaum, who is your GT2 leader, running 5th overall.
No big changes up front. McElhannon still 1st, Barry Bowes 2nd, Jem Hepworth 3rd, and Caroline Candace is in 4th. And Michael Cuddlebaum is in 5th, with Michael Lewis trying to get after that 5th place spot here as we get into the final 5.5 minutes here in the race. Brian Himes, your A sedan leader right now, he is in 1st, followed by Sam Daniels and Philip Waters, 1st and 2nd place there. Your T1 car, I believe it's the only one in the field today. That is Gary Crook in a Corvette. He will be your T1 leader if he's made enough laps, and I believe that he has. Maybe.
Yeah, and we're watching right now is I think Michael Lewis is coming up on, we can see he's coming up on Kettlebaum, but you mentioned our American sedan leader. There's our American sedan leader just coming through turn 1 in that yellow and black Ford Mustang. Brian Himes in the number 58 machine, and he's got a pretty substantial lead right now over Sam Daniels, running in 2nd in the number 151 Chevy Camaro. But certainly once Michael Lewis comes up on that car and some of the GT2 cars, that Mustang likely going to go another lap down. I believe that Himes currently is currently 1 lap down from our leaders.
Yeah, so the gap now between Kettlebaum and Lewis is just over 5 seconds at the moment. So, oh, no, that has changed. It is now 4.5 seconds as they come by the line here with 4 minutes left to go. And Michael Lewis's last lap was a full second faster than Quattlebaum in the 22 Corvette. So still some time. That's probably our best potential battle here on the racetrack at the moment, at least anywhere near the top of the grid. So, are we done with the Dodge for a while with the Viper? Or are you going to bring it out sometime this year? I see you in the Mustangs a lot.
Well, you know, it's like old home week. You know, for an adult-sized driver, the Mustangs are just they're just good. They're fun and they do cool stuff and they look sexy and you know, it's they can run multiple classes. So we brought 7 cars out this year. And so I can run that car in a couple different classes. So,
and I imagine they're a little less expensive to run than the Viper.
A little bit less expensive, and yeah. And we're waiting for a fresh bullet for the white Viper. The black Viper is pretty much it's got a bow on it, got some nice thin plastic laid over it, and it's just looking beautiful in the corner of the shop waiting for October.
Very nice, very nice. All right, Michael Lewis has dispatched Mr. Quattlebaum, taking over 5th place overall, 2nd place in GT1. Too far back to make a difference at the overall here with in the GT1 field, but that's a heck of a run coming from last place all the way to 2nd place.
Not unpredictable though.
No,
no, not at all.
Usually, if Michael Lewis finishes, he's finishing up front.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, pretty much whatever he drives. You know, he's driven open wheel cars and GT3 and GTL, and of course the Jag that everybody's seen him in for the last probably
years.
A lot longer than he wishes.
Yeah. But the car keeps running up front. Why not, right?
Yeah. I think that's like a favorite pair of jeans that are just broken in just right for him.
All right, the gap between 1st and 2nd overall, 5.2 seconds. Barry Bowes now probably resigning himself to the fact that that's where this race is going to end for him with 1:52 to go. Next time by, I'm guessing that McAleenan will get the the white flag, and we'll be working our final lap. I'm going to make another call to grid here, Greg.
Okay.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Miatas to the grid, Spec Miatas to the grid for your race. Spec MX-5, you're going to get the next race. So we have a split races here. Spec Miata to the grid.
All right, so we've got now just a touch over a minute remaining, and we've got sitting at the top of the leaderboard, Michael McAleenan in his GT1 Lamborghini Huracan. He is your leader. He's got currently on track, about 5 seconds over Barry Bowes, who is our GT2 leader. And coming down the front straight, there is the Lamborghini, there is the white flag. 2 3/4 miles remaining here. Barry Bowes now taking the white flag himself. And Bowes, as we expect, maybe losing about 1/10 of a second. That battle for the lead in GTX, Jim Hepworth continues to stretch things out, continues to run about almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Caroline Candace. Now the difference just about 10 seconds, but look at this, Michael Lewis once again resets fast lap as he starts his 13th and final lap. Turns in a 1:41.221. That is after a number of laps where he had settled into a nice little pace in the low 150s, but he turns up the wick once again now, and as he crosses the line, this time at a 1:43, but he's definitely increased his pace in the last 2 laps.
Jem Hepworth's going to run SR Europe next year with Trans Am champ Cameron Lawrence. This is her first SCCA race, and it looks like she's going to take the top spot on the podium in her first effort here with the Sports Car Club of America. So good on her for that. Hopefully I haven't put the announcer's curse on her on the final lap here. That's happened at least once today.
Once you took out the whole Formula V field earlier. What are you talking about?
I pretty much did. Yes, I mean, it's the entire Formula V field. All right, there's the Huracan going through 13. We're going to see him come into our view there, coming out from behind the pylon. Turn 15 for the final time. It's going to be Michael McAleenan coming through here. Barry Bowes not close enough to be a problem, so as long as he negotiates this last corner without any issues, coming onto the front straight, checkered flag is in the air. Lamborghini for the win. That sounds great. I got to tell you. 20 years ago, if someone would have said Lamborghinis and McLarens and the SCCA, I would like, you're full of it.
Yeah, you're full of it.
Well,
all right, Barry Bowes crosses the line. He's going to take the win in GT2. And Jem Hepworth now coming out of the final corner onto the front straight. And her McLaren, well, that isn't a McLaren. Here comes the McLaren.
There we go.
There we go. The number 81 machine crosses the line, finishes third overall, takes the win in GTX over Carolyn Candace.
Technically, that GT1 race should be quite a fun race to watch tomorrow because I'm thinking Lewis is going to be on pole.
Yeah,
unless they do something fantastic tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So,
and just to put his thumbprint on it, Michael Lewis on the very last lap number 14, throws down a 141.052. That was about 3.2 seconds faster than McAleenan was able to manage today. Now, again, our grids for tomorrow's races, tomorrow's feature race is going to be based on the fastest lap time from either of our two qualifying sessions. The qualifying session this morning, which was in the wet, our qualifying session tomorrow morning, which hopefully won't be in the wet, or the fastest lap from today's race.
That ought to be really interesting, though, considering the polar opposite between those two cars and the polar opposite between the two drivers. This is Michael McAleenan's second event ever in the Lamborghini, and Lewis has been running the Jag for 25 years.
Definitely. All right, let's take a short break here, Greg.
Well, I'd say, Brian, before we do, let's quickly run down finishing order for some of these classes. Okay, we talked about McAleenan and Michael Lewis finishing 1-2 in GT1. Ray Ramirez will finish in third. In American Sedan, Brian Himes takes the win over Philip Waters. Sam Daniels finishes in third. In GT2, it's Barry Bowes, Michael Kettlebaum, Gian Bufamonte, and Patrick Utt. Those are your top four. Renee Molina will finish in fifth. And in GTX, Jem Hepworth and Carolyn Candace, Paige Morales in her very first race weekend, but with a tin top, she finishes in third. Sean Ogden and Brianna Ogden finish fourth and fifth. All right, so now let's take a break, Brian.
I'm going to let Scotty answer a quick question. Panama Floyd asks, where on earth do you find Viper parts these days?
Mostly you pray a lot, I think, and then throw big wads of cash. Yeah, I think a headlight's $5,000 now.
Yeah, that was my point when I said a little cheaper to run the Mustang.
Yes.
All right, let's take it to break here. When we come back, we'll have the Spec Miata race. Hold on, tighten your seatbelts, folks. This is going to be fun. We'll be right back. Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offers significant amounts to drivers and pay through fifth position.
And welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park, right outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we've got 2 more races remaining. This would be the penultimate race.
We've been correcting Greg on how to say penultimate, because he keeps throwing in a rogue T, and now he's just trolling us.
No, I'm just trolling you. And it is Spec Miata, and our last race of the day will be SMX. So lots of Mazda racing here to wrap up our first day of competition here from NOLA. And we had 37 drivers head out and set times in qualifying today. Actually 36 of 37 set times. I'm going to give you the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 26 Mazda Miata. And by the way, you can assume that all of these are Mazda Miatas. But starting 30th in the number 26 machine out of Dallas, Texas, it's Christopher Schaffer. Starting 29th, driving the number 14 Mazda Miata from Manson, Washington, Amy Mills. Mark Curley will start 28th in the 163 machine. He's from Montgomery, Texas. And then we've got Dallas, Texas's Toby Linder, starting 27th in the number 40 car. Starting 26th, driving the number 27 Miata from Muskego, Wisconsin, is Tom Brown with Helio Metza. Starting 25th, Helio is driving the number 95 car and comes to us from Spring, Texas. Vinny Barata is going to start 24th. Vinny's driving the number 158 Miata. He's from Katy, Texas, with Lee Thomas starting 23rd. Lee is driving the number 24 car out of Austin, Texas. Michael Ross is driving the 72 Mazda Miata. He's from Friendswood, Texas, and starts 22nd, with Max Hewitt starting 21st. Max is driving the 22 car. He's from Houston, Texas. Travis Wiley, wow, this is a huge surprise. Brian Travis driving the number 77 machine. He is starting in 20th position, formerly of Austin, Texas, now out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Taylor Ferrante will start 19th. Taylor's driving the 51 car. He's from Cypress, Texas. Tyler Quance is starting 17th. He's driving the number 92 Mazda Miata. Then we've got Max Ehrlich. Max is starting 16th. The number 81 car hails from New York, New York. And then we've got Jim Drago, 3-time national champion. Jim is starting driving the number 2 machine. He's from Memphis, Tennessee. Starting 14th, driving the number 17 Mazda Miata from Houston, Texas, is brother of Max Hewitt, Miles Hewitt. And then we've got Matt Stretch. Matt is driving the number 89 Miata. He's from Arlington, Texas, starts 13th. Frankie Barroso will start 12th. Frankie is from Miami Springs, Florida. What? He's not from Texas. But he is driving the 148 car. Ethan Ayers is starting 11th. Ethan is driving the number 78 Mazda Miata. He's from Weatherby Lake, Missouri. Danny Stain starts 10th today. Danny is driving, as he always does, the number 39 Mazda Miata. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Tyler Brown will start 9th. Tyler is driving the 07 car and is from Muskego, Wisconsin. Max Stallone, we saw Max a little bit earlier. We might even get some more in-car video, hopefully, today. Max is driving the 03 Mazda Miata. He's from Lakeway, Texas, and the young man starts in 8th position. Starting 7th is Brett Kowalski, driving the 150 Mazda Miata from Las Cruces, New Mexico, with Zach Ehrlich. Starting 6th, Zach is driving the number 180 Miata. He's from New York, New York. And then we've got Chuck McTudis. Chuck's from Little Mountain, South Carolina. He starts 5th today, driving the 66 car. We then have the number 98 car. That is Logan Stretch, brother to Matt, and Logan will be starting, as we said, 4th today on the outside of row number 2. He's from Arlington, Texas. Todd Burris will start 3rd. He's driving the number 56 car. He's from Melbourne, Florida, 2019 Spec Miata national champion. And then starting on the outside of the front row, your 2019 T4 national champion, Nick Leveroni. He is from Mendon, Massachusetts. He starts 2nd. And your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 5 seconds, .262 from Birmingham, Alabama, from representing OPM Autosports, it's Skip Brock Jr.
All right, our field is now heading down through turn 4 it looks like, actually, and getting into the turn 5 area, so we've got a little bit of time left to go here. And Good news for these cars, they were supposed to originally be in with the Spec MX-5 cars, and they were able to work the schedule a little bit, and people in the early races were able to get going quickly, so we were able to split these two up. And the cars just do things different enough, Greg, where it's better if it's possible to get them separated.
Yeah, certainly. And when you also have two different classes that really excel at pack racing, you definitely don't want to have those packs broken up. And we would have had between the 37 drivers in Spec Miata and another 27, probably 24 in Spec MX-5. We'd have close to 60 cars out there, and even over a 2 3/4 mile track. Much better, I think, for both classes to have the racing separate. As we've got the pace car now bringing the field out of the S's, and actually, through the middle of the S's now, and heading down towards that event center over at turn 15 and turn 16. And we're going to be getting underway for our first Spec Miata race of the weekend in very short order.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I actually would have loved to see them all together because I think 60 cars would have been a blast, but that's maybe me being a little on the nutty side. So.
Nutty or sadistic, one of the two.
I've been accused of both. So nothing would surprise me here. Anyway, we're getting ready to get this thing underway. Turn 13. Now the car is getting into the 14-15 complex. The pace car is on pit lane, and we are coming down, getting ready for a green flag here, Greg.
All right, and that's going to turn the field over to the yellow OPM car of Skip Brock Jr., Nick Leveroni to his left, Todd Burris, Logan Stretch directly behind, is a little strung out at the back of the field, but our leaders coming down onto the front straight. The starter looks them over. For the most part, the field is very well lined up, or so it appears, as they come down the straight, and green flag is now in the air. Skip Brock gets a little bit of a jump there from the inside lane as the rest of the field stays 2 by 2 as they jockey for position into the right-hander at turn 1. And look at this, Brian, we had somebody, that is Todd Burris in the orange number 56 car. He got around both drivers on the front row and leads the field through turns 1 and 2 as they come down to the hairpin at turn number 3. Again, very wide here at the hairpin, but it narrows up considerably, and it looks like Todd Burris might be caught to the outside there as they come through the bend and into turn number 4. Big changes here at the front, where one of our drivers from a little bit further back, and I think that might be Zach Ehrlich or Brett Kowalski, now moving to the front coming through turn 4.
Yeah, Todd Burris got pushed outside, or at least ended up on the outside, probably lost 11 or 12 spots there, going all the way back. There he is right there. That's a big, big problem for him. He is going to have to work his way back up through the field. They were 2 by 2 all the way through into turn 3, and it's amazing to me that that's the only little thing that's happened so far.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this field now, Brian, and a great start coming through turns 4 and 5. It looks like Danny Stain in the number 39 car may have worked himself all the way up in the second position.
Second place.
A great start for him as they now make their way through the S's. And yeah, indeed, Todd Burris just got hung out to dry, even going around through turns 5 and 6, kind of like being on the outside lane and nobody joining you in the NASCAR race. As our field now coming through turn 13, they're going to make the run down, and big brake lockup going down in the 13 from the inside there. Couldn't get the car number as it was all the way on the inside lane, but already we are starting to see a 6-car breakaway at the front of the field with a little bit of a gap back to our pole sitter, Skip Brock Jr., who's got Jim Drago directly behind in that second pack as they come onto the front straight and get ready to complete lap 1. And indeed, Brian, the number 180 machine is Zach Ehrlich, is your leader at the end of 1 lap. Danny Stain, who started off in 10th, is now in second position. Nick Leveroni, who started on the outside of the front row, he is in 3rd. And actually, I guess, well, let me take a closer look. Skip Brock Jr. actually not leading that second pack. He is actually sitting in 3rd currently, and directly behind him is Chuck McTudis, the number 66 machine. And we'll see if McTudis can work his way up to Stain, the two teammates, as they're now going 2 by 2 through the hairpin at 3.
Yeah, Danny Stain up 8 positions from the start of the race. Zach Ehrlich up 5 positions, and Leverone and Brock dropping a couple of positions there. The big drop, Frankie Barroso up 6 positions, and then I'm trying to look. Todd Burris lost 12 spots, came across line in 15th place.
Yeah, and after having that amazing start and just, they hung him out there, and it's going to be very hard for him to make up some ground here. But we have a new leader getting around Zach Ehrlich is Danny Stain, as those two drivers starting to inch themselves away from Liveroni, Brock, and McTudis, along with Frankie Barroso. So we'll see here as the second pack a little bit further behind, with, I believe, Kowalski, Drago, Stretch, and Wiley, as they try to close things down. And, Brian, we talked about this a little bit earlier. With the exception of the front straight, not a lot of areas here to use the draft. And we see Jim Drago now coming down the inside of that pink car, going through turn 13, trying to make up a position that might drop them even a little bit further back from our lead 5 cars.
So, Greg, as you know, the calls from the corner workers are held during the first race lap, and now I have some clearer information. The Todd Burris situation, he did not do that by himself. He had a little bit of suggestion. It was Nick Leverone who got into the back of him going into turn 3, and that was what caused him to go wide, and that's what caused him to drop back all the way to 15th place. So that is coming from the corner workers.
Well, that's a heck of a suggestion.
He had some help.
I suggest you go wide. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
All right, let's go on board now with Max Stallone, driver of the number 03 Mazda Miata. Stallone, who started off this race, and I think one of his very first races in Spec Miata, in 8th position, is currently running, I believe now, in 13th. But we'll see here. Of course, we caught him earlier during qualifying, but let's see how he brings this car around in this pack. And it looks like we may have had a car pull off between turn 7 and 8.
Yeah, that's car number 40.
Okay.
They did impact the wall. That's Toby Linder off there. So they're going to have to go out and check that car out there.
All right, so we may see the emergency services teams responding to that soon enough, and we may see it because we're coming into that area right now, Brian. Here we'll see if we can pick up that car. As you said, it looked like it might have impacted the wall, and I think it's a little bit off to drivers right there, and not able to pick it up. But good run there from Max Stallone. Young driver he is trying to keep up with that what is a very large group there, that second group, as Jim Drago appears to be leading the charge to try and get that second group now up to the top 5 drivers of Stain, Ehrlich, Leverone, Brock, McTudis. And Jim Drago just ran the fastest lap of the race, granted only lap number 2. And now we see Leverone running the fastest lap. So, but we'll see if Drago can pull those cars up with them. And notice that Drago's teammate, that is Todd Burris, right at the tail end of that first group. Now battling side by side going into turn number 1. It's Zach Ehrlich and Danny Stain. And for the moment, Stain manages to hold off that attack. But the more those drivers go side by side, especially the 2 drivers at the front of that first pack, the easier it's going to make for Jim Drago to bring his merry band of followers there up into this battle.
And this is classic Spec Miata, Greg. You got 2 packs of cars, 4 or 5 deep, all trying to work together to get to and make some progress here. And we see this over and over and over again with this class. And this is 2 decent packs here. The first pack's got 5 cars. Second pack, I believe, has 7 cars in it, maybe 8. And they're just hanging on for dear life, trying not to let that first pack get too far away so that they might have an opportunity here. And Danny Stain leading the way as we get to the 17.5 minutes mark here in this race.
All right, and two of the OPM Autosports drivers, Chuck McTutis and our pole sitter Skip Brock, for a moment there were side by side. Skip Brock manages to hold off the 66 machine for the time being, but you can see they have now fallen about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths back from the leaders now. But now, as they come under braking down in the 13, we have once again a new leader. Zach Ehrlich gets around Danny Stain.
And I know that the Zach Ehrlich family is all in the chat, rooting on their folks, Justin Ehrlich, Steve Ehrlich in the chat. So lots of fans watching that Zach Ehrlich driver and Max Ehrlich in this race, all trying to get it done here at NOLA. Now it's another change for the lead. It looks like Danny Stain's back in front with Ehrlich in second. Ehrlich's got to be careful. That whole line might drive right past him here.
Yeah, and so it looks like Zach Ehrlich has given the position back to Danny Stain. It sounded like, in the call that we got, is that he may have taken a bit of a shortcut through those S's over by 12 and 13, and that gave him a bit of an advantage with Stain. But now as Ehrlich dropped back, just letting out of the throttle even a little bit puts you at peril, and we now have in a battle for second position. It appears as Chuck McTutis now, Brian, we can see there with that dark blue with yellow nose, has joined his teammate Danny Stain. They are now 1 and 2. Moves Leveroni back into third position with Skip Brock Jr. And and Zach Ehrlich. So we'll see what the two teammates who are so used to working together and drafting together, if they can go and separate themselves out from the rest of the pack. But we can see now it is no longer just a 5-car train, because look at this. We now have running in 5th position. That is Jim Drago, and he is bringing about 8 cars along with them here. So, as you said, typical Spec Miata racing, where we've got about 11 or 12 cars all battling it out for the lead.
And look at all those cars leaning there, going through turn 9, getting ready to go into the S's here, and or the start of the S's, and just moving right through there like a centipede of all bunch of different colors as they come through here into turn 13 now. And that second group now is blacking up just a little bit more. Zach Ehrlich continues to fall back through the field here after having to give back that position. Just a little bit of breathing out of the throttle, and that's exactly what can happen here. And he has moved all the way back now into what, he has actually pulled over, and it looks like he might be, yep, there he is right there. I don't know why he slowed down there for some reason, but he's back on the gas now, but he is well into 15th or 16th place.
And Brian, we are going now to a full course caution. This may be for, I'm wondering if this is for the car that we knew that was off over by 7 and 8, or if it's for another incident on track. Maybe you have a little bit of information on that?
I believe it is the incident over in turn 8, or turn 6, I should say, that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So, all right, let's do this, Greg. I bet you this is a good time to take a break, huh?
It probably is. Let's do that. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Brian's feverishly pressing buttons.
I'm working on it. Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere. Okay, here we go.
Oh, listen to that.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec MX5 cars to the grid. Spec MX5 cars to the grid. Spec MX5 to the grid. All right, let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of our race action.
Wow, that was official. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Welcome back, everybody, to NOLA Motorsports Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour and to Spec Miata. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. We are under full course caution, but Brian, it sounds like you've got some information from race control as to what the current situation is.
Well, the current situation is, I can see it. I don't even need race control to tell me. The car that was in question is coming onto pit lane on the hook. So I think we might be close to getting back to maybe a 1 to go next time by is my hope. The lights are still on the pace car, and I do see one other rescue vehicle out there. We had one more car way off the track.
Yeah.
Trying to see if that's, that rescue vehicle is with that car.
Okay. I'm wondering if that's Toby Linder, who I show is only having completed a single lap in the number 40 machine.
Could be.
Yeah, because
no, that was the car that went off in turn 6.
In 6, okay.
Yeah, so that's the car on the hook.
Then the only other car that I show is being down any laps is Max Hewitt in the 22.
That's my thought.
Okay.
But that car, because that car had sat off in the distance there, I'd say that, and they're actually towing that car right now. We can see.
Yes, we can see it
on the other side of Bayou Beach there, and we'll get that car in. They should be able to get that car. If that car can follow around the field here, they might be able to get the field right past it and get us to racing here this time by. So.
All right, so I know, Brian, that there was a question in the chat. They wanted to know when we were referring to different sectors.
Oh, yes.
Where that is. First off, I'll say that if you want to see it, you can see it with all of our live timing at scca.com/live, where we actually have a little map there to show you where the different sectors are. Sector 1 goes from start finish to actually right where we're just before where we're watching right now to the exit of turn number 4. So just a bit before where this camera takes up. This now starts sector number 2, which comes and brings us around turns 5, 6, and 7, and goes the majority of the way through the S's to turn number 12, which is just before the right-hander coming in towards the very end of the S's. And then sector number 3 continues from there, so just before turn 13, around the bend over by the event center, the final corners, and back to the start-finish line. And again, if you want to see very complete timing and scoring, as well as the ability to bring up drivers' previous laps, you can do that by going to scca.com/live.
All right, we're going to go green this time by. That's what I'm hearing from race control. Lights just turned out on the pace car. will be coming across the line again here at about 7 minutes to go in this race. Let's reset or just mention this, Greg. First place, Danny Stain. Second place, Chuck Matudis. Those two guys, teammates. They work well together, and I suspect they'll try to work together to take one of them to victory lane here. I have a feeling that Nick Leveroni, Junior Brock, and Jim Drago probably don't want to think about it that way.
Well, we'll see, because Skip Brock Jr. is out of the OPM tent as well, and I think might have some skin in the game with Stain and Matudis. As you mentioned, Drago running fifth, Tyler Quantz and Brett Kowalski, Travis Wiley, Taylor Ferrante, Vinny Barroso, Frankie Barroso, rounding out your top 10. And looks like, as we go back, our in-camera car, Max Stallone, I almost said Frank Stallone, that would be funny, is running 12,
Sly's
and
brother.
Todd. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. And Todd Burris has worked his way to 13 as the green flag is back in the air. Single file restart there. Skip Brock stepped out of line. We'll see if that affects them as they come down to turn one here, as drivers now moving all the way over drivers left to try and open up. Big brake lockup from Danny Stain as they come down into turn number one. As we talked earlier with Dave Ogburn, very cold out here. Down ambient air temperatures down in the 50s, and it now looks like we're going to see coming down into turn three, poking down to the inside. He may just be defending for his teammate Chuck Matudis as Danny Stain got pushed wide coming through three.
Yep, Danny Stain now comes out wide coming out of that corner. Matudis still in second. Jim Drago right behind him there. And then another one of those OPM cars, I believe, right there behind him. I think that is Skip Brock Jr. possibly.
Yeah, we'll see in the yellow and black car. But Jim Drago, multi-time national champion, two-time national champion, he started 15th. He is now up into third position. Remember, he was leading that second pack that was so far back from our top five early on. And wow, we've got a driver going very wide and into the gravel trap over turn 7. I think that might have been one of the stretch cars, either the 89 or the 98. We'll try and get the number on that here momentarily.
Danny Stain is still wide on and a little bit out in front there, and there's is who went off there. That is going to be Max Stallone. He gets off into that big old gravel trap. The good news is that the car didn't get to the wall. That's the purpose of the gravel trap. The bad news is he is not going to get out of that gravel trap.
No, he definitely is not.
Oh, is that Dan? No, it's not Danny Stain.
That is one of the Flat Out Motorsports cars. It may be Amy Mills. It might be Nick Leveroni in those cars with very similar livery.
All right, here comes your cars down the main straight here. That is Stain and Matudis right there working together to try to keep out in front of Jim Drago. And Jim Drago is just trying to stick with those two cars with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go, probably 3 laps here. And I gotta tell you, if I want to be anybody in this group right now, I want to be Jim Drago in third, unless I'm, of course, Danny Stain with a teammate behind me.
Well, and we saw there where Drago tried to get underneath Chuck Matudis going into turn number 1, maybe push him out just a little bit. And now Drago trying the same thing as they come into turn number 3, trying to turn in a little bit later and maybe come underneath the 66 car, as the 66 doing a very good job of defending coming through turn number 4. That has allowed Danny Stain now to open up a 2-car advantage, and we'll watch now as they come out of turn 4 and start to make the run through that sweeping turn number 5. And look at the advantage now in just 2 turns that Danny Stain has opened up on the rest of the field due to the help from his teammate.
He has, and I believe Logan Stretch has been able to move himself up into 2nd or 3rd place, and he has now gotten around Chuck Matudis, and then Drago tries to go on the inside, 3 wide there coming through turn 7. Let's see where they are coming into turn 9. It'll be Stain out front, but who's going to be in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? We'll know more in a second. There's Stain, and then now we've got a whole nother new car there. Who did that Is that
I
Taylor
believe
Ferrante?
that's the red, white, and blue. I think that's one of the stretch cars that's running up in second position right now.
Gotcha.
We'll get a better view as he comes around turn 13 and presents the side of the car to us. And indeed, that is one of the American flag cars of Stain. And I think we've got McTutis behind, and then getting around Jim Drago as well. I believe that's Taylor Ferrante in the 51 machine, as Drago now falls back into 5th position with Skip Brock Jr. running in 6th.
All right, coming up on 2.5 minutes to go here. It looks like next time by, possibly, we'll get the white flag here.
The penultimate lap.
There you go. Stains.
Producer Brendan has turned me into a stutterer.
Look at the gap Danny Stain has opened up. He wants those 5 cars behind him just to battle, because he is able to walk away, and those cars are not going to catch him if they don't work together, and it doesn't appear that any of those cars have any desire to work together, Greg.
No, and I think part of it, Brian, is they all end up seeing Chuck McTutis as kind of the gatekeeper, as the roadblock there. We saw the stretch car come underneath, and that's Logan Stretch, come underneath Chuck McTutis, going at the curbing at the apex of turn 2, as McTutis had opened up the door just slightly. We'll see here how things play out, but it has only allowed Danny Stain now to open up almost a 10-car length advantage on the rest of the field. It looks like McTutis, Ferrante, and Stretch there, Stretch to the inside as Jim Drago trying to get around, and it looks like McTutis now falling back into 4th position, or in a tie for 4th almost, with Jim Drago. That is Tyler Ferrante now, or probably Taylor Ferrante, excuse me, in the 51 car. He is now running in 2nd position, and Stretch trying to loosen him up as much as possible.
Well, I got to tell you, if the 8 cars behind Danny Stain get to the finish line without any of them coming together, it will be amazing race craftsmanship, but also it will be a slight miracle.
small, minuscule, but look at this advantage that Stain has now opened up. And again, I think a lot of that came from the help of his teammate over just a couple of corners. Now a little bit further back, Brett Kowalski battling it out with Frankie Barroso, and Tyler Brown and Lee Thomas in the battle for 11th, back in that voluminous 2nd pack, as the white flag is now in the air and we are working the last lap. Brian, I don't know if we've done so already. We might want to quickly make a call to the grid for our next group, where we can catch them in about 2 minutes.
We'll do it real quick right now. Stand by. Attention to the paddock, Spec MX-5 to the grid, Spec MX-5 to the grid for your race.
All right, so let's jump back to the action here as they're coming through turn 3 for the very last time. Ferrante holding off the Stretch machine. That is the 98 of Logan Stretch, Matt Stretch, back in that 2nd pack. He is in the number 98 car, a little bit further back, as actually he is at the back end of that lead pack now, battling it out with Brett Kowalski and Frankie Barroso, just behind Jim Drago. But now you can see, oh wow, as Logan Stretch popping over the curb at the apex of turn number 5, still trying to get himself around Taylor Ferrante. I think they all realize now it is a battle for 2nd, and Chuck McTutis, he takes advantage of that little bobble by Stretch. Chuck McTutis now moves up into 3rd, moves Stretch back into 4th.
All right, here we come. 5 corners to go here before we get to the end of this race. Danny Stain is in the lead by a good bunch. That's not even a discussion at the moment. As long as he stays on the racetrack, he is going to win this race. The big question is who is going to be on the podium with him. Right now, you've got Chuck McTutis in 3rd, and that is Taylor Ferrante in 2nd. As they come into 15, who's going to be that same position right now? It looks like it is still Ferrante in 2nd. Logan Stretch trying to get around on the outside. That is not the fast way so far. Chuck McTutis still there, holding on for dear life into 3rd place. Stain coming down towards the line is going to take the checkered flag. Who's going to be in 2nd? Who's going to be in 3rd? Right now it's Ferrante and McTutis, but McTutis is being driven by, it's going to be Logan Stretch in 3rd place.
Yeah, look at that. Logan Stretch getting the push from Jim Drago at the very end. Moving Stretch up to third, Drago to fourth. Skip Brock Jr. on pole sitter back in fifth. And Chuck McTutis, who had been in third place coming out of the final corner, he's going to finish in sixth. Frankie Barroso, seventh. Brett Kowalski will finish eighth. Matt Stretch, ninth. Michael Ross will finish in 10th. That rounds out your top 10. Tyler Brown, 11th. Zach Ehrlich, 12th. Helio Mazza, great run for the 95 car. Helio Mazza started 25th today. He finishes in 13th position. Todd Burris will finish in 14th. Lee Thomas, 15th. Max Ehrlich, 16th. Brett Kowalski, 17th. Mark Curley, 18th. Tom Brown, 19th. And Miles Hewitt rounds out the top 20.
What a great finish there for Danny Stain, and that podium now with Taylor Ferrante in second, Logan Stretch in third. Really fantastic racing on those closing laps, and clean racing too, by the way. What a great show of race craftspersonship there as they got it all done. All right, Greg. Let's take a break. When we come back, it's going to be a short one. They're going to get right to this next race pretty quickly here. When we come back, Spec MX-5 is next. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at NOLA Motorsports Park. Stay with us. Final race of the day coming up next.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, Avondale, Louisiana. We are on the bayou. Luckily, Greg, it looks like we're going to get through the afternoon dry, which is awesome. And one final race to go, and it's Spec MX-5, the newest class in the SCCA.
Yes, and Brian Bielanski and 5G. I love it. All right. There we go. I guarantee you, I got better coverage than all of Jefferson Parish. Anyway.
No question. No question.
Yeah, Brian, last race of the day, and given the racing that we saw in this class at Sebring to open up the Super Tour season, I expect some very good things here as the drivers are now heading onto the track for their pace lap. We had not 24, but 25 drivers set qualifying times this morning. Let's run down the starting order. These are all, of course, NC Mazda MX-5s, which I'm going to get this right, but I think it's 2006 to 2013 or thereabouts. I'm sure somebody will correct me at some point. Nobody has yet, so I'm not wildly wrong, but I'm sure all of the Mazda aficionados will let me have it here in just a minute. Starting 25th, driving the number, appropriately enough, 25, Spec MX-5 from Kansas City, Missouri, it's Brian Heitman. Jillian Fichter will start 24th. She is from Jupiter, Florida. She's driving the number 12 car. Whitfield Gregg will start 23rd. Whitfield, I think we call him the senior driver in the class. He's from Manson, Washington. He drives the 117 car. Starting 22nd, driving the number 74 machine out of Livonia, New York, it's David Cuifo. Starting 21st, driving the number 187 from Snohomish, Washington, Adam Gonzalez. He's driving the 187 car. Will Robinson, help me, Will Robinson, driving the 115 car. He's from Wilson, New York, and starts. Wilson, Wyoming, not Wilson, New York. He's going to start 20th. Starting 19th, driving the number 5, Spec MX-5 from Beverly Hills, California, Adrian Comstock. Eric Halleck will start 18th. Eric is driving the number 28 car, and he comes to us from Shorewood, Illinois. Jack Murchison, we'll call him Jack Murchison the first, because a little bit later we've got another Jack Murchison. He's Jack Murchison the second, but they're not blood related, I don't believe, so you all can figure that out. Jack Murchison the first. He's driving the number 58 car. He's starting 17th today. He's from Sykesville, Maryland. Will Lucas is going to start 16th in the 134 car from Dahlonega, Georgia, with Justin Mason starting 15th in the number 15 Spec MX-5. Justin is from Kansas City, Missouri. Then we've got Cam Gruber. Cam is starting 14th today. He's driving the number 4 machine. He hails from Winchester, Virginia. Ethan Jacobs in the number 199 car from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He is going to start 13th with Harbier Das. Starting 12th, Harbier is driving the number 49 car, and he's out of Salon, Ohio. Jason Fichter, that is Julian's brother, will start 11th today. Jason is driving the number 70 machine. He's also from Jupiter, Florida. Then we've got Jarrett Jones. Jarrett is driving the number 86 car. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, and starts 10th. Marcelo Panicia is going to start 9th today. Marcelo is driving the number 16 Mazda MX-5 and is from Aurora, Ontario, Canada. Rocco Pasquarello is going to start 8th in the number 195 machine out of Boca Raton, with Bailey Cruz starting 7th. Bailey, coming all the way from New Zealand, is driving the number 11 machine. Corbin Collins will start 6th in the number 20 machine from Springfield, Missouri. Jack Murchison II, he's driving the number 1 machine. He starts 5th. He's from Edwards, Colorado. Austin Hill in the 08 car is going to start 4th. He's from Frankfort, Ohio. Nico Bratz will start 3rd in the 177. And your front row, the number 18 machine, Justin Anacondas from Richfield, Connecticut, and your pole sitter from Lisbon, Wisconsin, driver of the number 42 Mazda MX-5, Michael Borden.
Here they come down to a potential green flag. Are they lined up well enough? They are, and now one car pops out right away. They're trying to get by on the right-hand side. They're going down towards turn 1. He thought better of that and got back in line. We are 2x2 here in the back part of the. Oh no, 2x2 up front as well as they slide through turn 1, heading down towards turn 2 for the first time. No break up. All the cars break lock up. All the cars still on the racetrack. 2x2 through 2. And heading down towards turn 3, still 2x2. This didn't go well for Todd Burris in the first race. Let's see if anybody gets pushed out of line here at the second race. So far, no.
Yep. So far, no. And we've got Borden and Anacondas coming side by side now. Three wide going into turn number 4 with Austin Hill and Nico Bratz directly behind. By the way, Brian, somebody who would know from Mazda Motorsports, Josh Smith he has corrected me, but thankfully he's not been too hard on me. The NC Miatas 2006 to 2015. So I missed the last 2 years, but thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. I promise I won't get it wrong more than 5 more times this season. All right.
The entire pack clean through 7 turns here on the first lap. Starting to spread out just a tiny bit on the back half of the field here. Front half still pretty close together. Some 2x2 racing. First and second, third place, fourth place now starting to stretch out front. And now we're getting that kind of Ooh, there was a brake lock up there by somebody, though. Doesn't appear like any issues, but they're coming through there one more time as they head down to 13.
And I'm wondering if that's brake lock up, or it may have just been that. It's definitely brake lock up there. But I think it might have corner. As
we had one of the silver cars. Yeah, the car third line's going to have to drop back here. They had to take the escape road there through the S's. I'm going to guess that was one of those discretion is the better part of valor moves to keep them wadding up the whole field.
Yeah, indeed, and took it at the right place. And there's nothing that says they have to do it here, Brian. But if they don't, most likely they're going to get docked and see a much worse penalty at the end of the race from the race stewards. As we have lap number 1 in the books, and I want to thank Mike Collins. He's also told me it's 2006 to 2015. Michael Borden is your leader. Justin Anacondas second. Marcelo Paniccio moving all the way up. Paniccia moving all the way up from 9th to 3rd, Brian, as he gets around Nico Bratz, Austin Hill, Jack Murchison the first, Bailey Cruz, and Rocco Pasquaro. A great first lap for the number 16 car.
Right, so one of them, car number 1 is Jack Murchison. It's John Murchison is car number 58.
Yeah, but I can tell you the 58 car, he's the Washington, D.C. region Rookie of the Year. He goes by Jack.
Okay.
So that's why I've been referring him to him that way, and I think that's how our race officials keep them separate. But, my job is just to confuse listeners. So there you go.
Well, there we go. So...
Oh, and we've got a driver running very wide.
Ooh.
And that may be also one of the flat-out motorsports machines. And I'm trying to remember who is. Let me see if I can pick out. And unfortunately, I don't have it on my sheet here. Who that is? We'll try. Yeah. It may have been our 3rd place car. And there it is, coming by us. I don't know if we could pick it up. It actually just drove through the gravel trap at turn 6, and unfortunately I didn't get the car number, but it was one of the flat-out machines. We'll pick that up in just a moment the next time our drivers go by start-finish. It looks like they just ran a little wide there, as we've seen so many other drivers do. But we've got a bit of a breakaway here at the front of the field with Anacondas pushing Michael Borden wide through turn 16, Brian, onto the front straight. But they now have opened up almost a 5-car length advantage over our new 3rd place runner.
All right, so the car that went off there was car number 16, Marcella, and now he just went way down the field here.
Yeah,
Marcella Panacea is the car that went off in turn 6, but I believe he was able to continue, so that's good news for him.
Yeah, and so he had that great start that we were talking about that he moved from a 9th position in 9th position all the way up to the 3rd, and he's going to drop back now as the lap number 2 is complete. He now finds himself quite a bit further back. Let's see. He's now back in 25th position, all the way in dead last.
I hate when that happens. We have a lead change up front. I believe it's Justin Anacondas who's gotten around Michael Borden here.
Indeed.
As we get here through turn 4 here for the 3rd time here. We're on race lap number 3. 20 minutes left to go in this 25-minute race, and the action has already been fast and furious, Greg.
All right, and I have gotten word now that the mystery of the Murchisons, the Murchison mystery, Brian, has now been put to rest, as we are getting word that the 58 car is actually John Murchison. That is the father of Jack Murchison.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. So Jack was our Washington, D.C. region Rookie of the Year this year. It started a little bit further up than John. I will get that squared away. Thank you so much to Kevin P. Appreciate that, and something I will remember when I'm covering the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this year.
That is why I love our associate producers, Greg, keeping us on a straight and narrow here.
Yes.
Here comes our lead pack through turn 13 here. and heading on now towards the 14, 15, 16 complex. And this is just a cool section of the racetrack, Greg. I think this is like an underrated section of the racetrack. A lot of action can go on here, and if you really don't do this part well, then you're going to pay for it there at the end of the straight going into turn 1.
And now as they cross the line, completing lap number 3, fastest driver on the course, Ethan Jacobs. He's currently running 5th in the number 199 machine. And you can see he is tucked in there, back behind Michael Borden, who our pole sitter, now falling back in the 4th position. Borden was protecting that entry to turn 1 awfully hard. Jack Murchison, son of John, is so I was right. Well, if it wasn't John and Jack, it would be Jack. It would be Jack the second. Jack Murchison driving the number 1 car. He is now up into 6th position. Bailey Cruz in 7th, right where he started. And a neat story there with Bailey, who has come to the United States looking for fame and fortune and glory in road racing. He came here from New Zealand, where he has got his start primarily in go-karts, I believe, where he was actually a Formula Ford Class 3 champion on the North Island, also some time in go-karts, and I believe he was also selected as a finalist for the Spec MX-5 scholarship this year as well. So good to see him here, long way from his home track at Hampton Downs International Raceway in New Zealand.
A whole lot of talent in this field here in the Spec MX-5, really attempting to turn itself into a great stepping stone into potentially a pro career for some of these drivers. So they're all into it, and Nico Bratz is now your race leader. Austin Hill 2nd, Justin Atakanis in 3rd. Michael Borden, who was the race leader for several laps, now has dropped down to 4th place here as we get to the about 17 minutes to go in this race.
All right, as we watch the field go by the front straight here, and Brian, much like we saw in Spec Miata, of course, these cars do rely quite a bit on the draft, and we have at the front of the field here now, as Michael Borden had worked his way back up to the 2nd position, 12 cars in that first group, and quite a little bit of a gap then back to our 13th place runner, Will Robinson, who is telling Cam Gruber to help him and help try to get up to the front of the pack, but about 3 seconds now separating Will Robinson from our top 5 drivers. He's got, as we mentioned, Cam Gruber in tow, Eric Halleck about another 2 seconds back from there. But look at this advantage now that we see opening up as Nico Bratz works his gap back to Michael Borden.
Oh, yeah, car going off there on the outside. That was your second place car. And
that was Michael Borden. Yeah, Borden, who was our pole sitter tonight, and you saw there as he came sideways into the gravel trap, Brian, the left tires, they dug in just a little bit, but thankfully not enough to send that car over on its side. But as best we can tell, he looks kind of stuck there. We'll see if he can get that car back underway.
Yeah, that might be a beached whale kind of situation there. So we'll keep an eye on that. That is not a good spot either. So if he is stuck, they're going to have to, I think they're going to have to slow this down to try to get that car out of there.
Yeah, and so that is going to bring out, regardless, a local caution over at turn number 6. And we'll see what happens and see if that does bring out a full course caution, or if we can get emergency services teams deployed to try and get him moved in the meantime. All right, let's take a look, Brian, because we've got the replay here queued up and ready to go. Let's take a look as they come through turn 5 into turn 6.
There is the replay there, and you saw those tires digging in there. Yeah. And I've heard from the corner workers that that car has not moved, and I think that's pretty obvious at this point. I don't think the car made it to the tire barrier, but they say it got really close. So that's fortunate. The beach did its best, but did its work there, but that is going to make for a difficult situation for that car.
All right, and Brian, things are heating up now in the battle for P2, and it looks like more a battle for P2 and P3. Austin Hill, Justin Ataconis, Ethan Jacobs, and we saw Ataconis and Jacobs side by side, and the more these three fight, and let's add in Jack Murchison as well. The more these 3 and now 4 drivers fight, it allows Nico Bratz from Neshota, Wisconsin, to start walking away from the rest of the field, turning it in almost to what we saw in that Spec Miata race just a few moments ago.
Well, that gap now that Nico Bratz has, it was 1.8 seconds last time by. It looks to me like it's quite a bit more than that now. Maybe
I was going to say maybe almost even doubled. Yeah, doubled at least.
So that's very, very good news for him, and that's because all that racy stuff going on behind him. If they don't work together, that is a big, big problem for that pack, and a very good news for Nico Bratz. So he just wants them to keep doing their thing as he comes now through turn 15 and heading down towards turn 16. And there he comes. He's going to come across the line, and we'll know in just a second how big that gap is. And it is now 3.9 seconds.
Wow, so there you go. You nailed it there, Brian. 4 seconds, the gap from our leader, and that's all it took. It took like 2 turns for 3 drivers to go side by side to allow Bratz to certainly break the draft. And we see there our second place car, that is now Ethan Jacobs in the 199 car, getting very loose through the sweeper at turn number 9. But and running wide and going off now. I think that might have been Austin Hill in the 08 machine, Brian. He went deep down into the hairpin, turned in early, and the car just washed out on him as he ended up in the grass, now tries to rejoin.
He tries to rejoin, and now we have rescue crews going to, rescue trucks going out to that car at turn 6. So we're going to wait to hear how they assess that situation. But what amazing change of events there with Austin Hill. Now they're saying that car was 1-1.
That would be Bailey Cruz if it was the 1-1 car.
Yes. So.
All right, so it was our New Zealand driver that went off. He had been running 5th at that point. I thought it was Austin Hill in the 08 car, but we'll certainly verify that as they come across. But I'll take the word of our expert corner workers and volunteers out there as drivers now the front of the pack coming through turn 13, getting ready to complete lap number 7. And Brian, we're just barely over halfway in this race, but the action now, maybe with the exception of the way Nico Bratz is looking at it, is still incredibly tight. We've got another driver not going off, but going down the pit lane and heading back probably to the pit lane or the paddock. And that was I believe, I'm trying to pick up as I think that might have been Rocco, possibly the 195 of Rocco Pasquarella. Let's take a look at that number.
I can't tell.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the 195 of Pasquarella, as he is now dropping down through the order as well, making a very slow pace around down the pit lane.
So that mistake for Bailey Cruz cost him 7 spots. He now dropped down to 11th place here on the field. So he'll try to start making his way back up to the front again after that problem there. He slotted in right behind Will Robinson. Ethan Jacobs making up a little bit of time on Nico Bratz. Last time by it was 3.9 seconds. Now it's 3.6 seconds. He's going to have to pick up a lot more than 4/10 per lap to be able to catch it before all is said and done here. Here you can see the track crews here trying to get the hook onto the tow rope onto that car that's in the gravel trap there and pull it to safety, or at least pull it out so we can get back going here.
Yeah, the 42 car, Michael Borden, and may have had a change in position, Brian, for third with the battle for third with Austin Hill and Justin Anacondas as they were fighting it out side by side through some of the early corners here at the beginning of lap number 8. But what that has also allowed to happen is Ethan Jacobs in the 199 car has started to open up an advantage, and I would suspect that when they come around and complete lap number 8, we'll probably see about a 1.5 to 2 second gap now back to third and fourth, and that has also now allowed Jack Murchison, Corbin Collins, Jarrett Jones to make up some ground and start to close things in on the Hill car and the Anacondas car as they come across the line. As a matter of fact, Jack Murchison now in, I believe, the green number 1 machine. He is within striking distance of the 08 car. We'll watch now as they come down into turn number 1. Wow, big wiggle under the brakes there. I believe that is the green and black machine, or green and gray, is the number 1 of Murchison, with 20 of Collins just slightly behind.
All right, that time by Ethan Jacobs takes another 10th out of the lead that Nico Bratz has. Again, 8.5 seconds to go, 8.5 minutes to go. It'll need to be a lot more than a 10th per lap for there to be any chance for him to catch Nico Bratz. That said, they're close enough where just the tiniest of hiccups will allow the whole pack to reel that 177 car in, and that is what the pack is hoping. Just a little a little blip is all he needs to have a little problem, and that field will just scoop him right back up again.
And at this point, with even just 7 minutes remaining, Nico Bratz has just got to be in maintenance mode. He's, I think this is probably, I kind of joked that this race wasn't very tough for the 177 car, but probably the most difficult thing is, one, managing the gap, but also just managing to keep your head in the game when you have an advantage like this, when you're not under constant attack, for something that you've grown so used to with these races. And as he now has, he's seen his lead shrink just a little bit down to about 3.6 seconds, but you have to still be able to maintain your focus, hit your marks, because otherwise you may find yourself, we've seen a number of other drivers already today make minor mistakes, and it just takes one to bring the whole field back to you or even around you. Here as we start now lap number 10 in NOLA. So, Brian, why don't we take a look a little bit at what we've got coming up tomorrow here definitely on the schedule. A full day of action once again here from NOLA.
Yeah, we've got a full day of action. We've got the racing that's going to go on tomorrow morning. We've got qualifying 15-minute sessions tomorrow as opposed to our 20-minute sessions today. The sessions are shorter tomorrow because our races are longer tomorrow. We've got 35-minute races going on. And again, we're going to get 2 in before lunch. And then if all goes well, at least what the Spec Miata and the Spec MX-5 drivers hope, if all goes well, we'll be able to get those 2 groups split out again and give them each their individual race. So that is kind of the plan. Qualifying in the morning. Our first, that should start around 8 o'clock Central Time. So 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 a.m. on the West Coast. And then the racing action should get underway right around 10:20 a.m. Central Time. So that'll be 11:20 on the East Coast. And what is that? 8:20 on the
something
West
like 3
Coast.
in the morning or something on the Pacific time.
And it'll be really early for our New Zealand fans who are out there tuning in for Bailey Cruz.
Actually, no, I think it'll be very late at night because it's almost a 12-hour.
True.
I think it's like a 12-hour difference.
Absolutely.
So it'll be quite late for them over there, but so it'll be another great day of racing. And again, the feature races tomorrow, they are based either on 35 minutes or the number of laps, 18 laps maximum, and the grid's being set by the fastest time from either of the 2 qualifying sessions or today's race as well. So this race here has some critical importance as well. Even if you don't take the win, it can determine where you start that feature race tomorrow.
Yeah, Nico Bratz just doing an absolutely masterful job of just keeping out in front. That gap right around 3.6, 3.5, 3.4, depending on the lap. So really doing a nice job there.
All right, looks like we've got a little battle here, Brian, heating up. This is the battle for fifth. 3 cars wide going down into turn number 4 where things tighten up. Let's try and pick this up. I believe that this is, looks like it's Jack Murchison, Corbin Collins, and Jarrett Jones. And we might even have Austin Hill tagging along there, not that far behind. There are the 4 machines now coming through turn 6 and 7. And another car running wide, getting into the gravel trap. Let's see if we can pick up the numbers. He's probably going to come right to us.
There he is.
And too fast to get the number. Slow down next time.
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest, you know this as well as anybody because you've been a gravel trap, I'm sure. I've been on a gravel trap for sure. The last thing you want to do is slow down. If you've got momentum, keep the car going. Keep the wheels
otherwise,
pointed.
you end up parked like Michael Borden for 5 laps. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, so he kept that going. We'll get the car number from race control here in just a moment, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right, Yep, that was car number 49, Habir Das.
And so Habir had started off here. He had qualified in 12th position, had been running as high as 9th. There's the replay. The second time they all start to run together and look the same, Brian. And here he comes right in front of us. Hi, Habir. There you go. As he was up in 9th position at the time. Notable that at Sebring, he was actually the pole sitter for the sprint race at Sebring a month ago. Didn't have the best outcome, but let's take a look here. What was a 4-car battle, now a 3-car battle here. Although just ahead, taking a look, and I think that fight right there we just saw might have been Ethan Jacobs and Justin Anacondas. Anacondas has started to close things down on Ethan Jacobs, indeed. So Brian, looks like second position is back in play, as is third, as we only have 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Ethan Jacobs, who had opened up about a 2-second advantage over Anacondas, has now seen that gap disappear.
All right, so it looks to me like the starter has the white flag in their hand, which means, if my calculations are proper, that the next time Nico Bratz comes across the line, he is going to get that white flag, and we will have a very short time left in this race. The leader now coming into turn 13. There he is, all by his lonesome, just the way he likes it.
Indeed, and locked in as they come through turn 13, nose to tail. It is still Jacobs and Anacondas with third position, Jack Murchison, Corbin, or probably I guess it'll be fourth position, Murchison, Collins, then Jones, as well as Austin Hill. Still, there they go, still under contention as well. But for the moment here, we'll see if Anacondas, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, and Jacobs, if they can fight here on this last lap without bringing Murchison, Collins, Jones at all into the fight. But as it stands, Nico Bratz, that white number 177 machine, he continues to be just incredibly consistent, Brian. I think that is probably the word of the day here, as he continues to put down good, fast laps. And although his gap is it's shrunk slightly down to 3 seconds, still with now only about 2.2 miles remaining, certainly manageable.
Yeah, that little bit of gap change down to 3.1 seconds I think it's merely the don't mess it up, don't mess it up, don't mess it up. That's why that gap is slowly come down here with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's got crew giving him those gaps, but all he has to do is look in the mirror and see that he's got some time to give here, especially as the 2 drivers behind him, although not fighting that much at the moment, as Justin Anacondas has fallen a little bit out of touch with Ethan Jacobs. And when I say a little bit, we're talking about maybe a car length and a quarter or thereabouts. He he is still there as they come into the S's, but when he needed to stretch things out, Ethan Jacobs has been able to stretch things now, and it is then another 15 car lengths back to Murchison, Collins, Jones, and Austin Hill.
All right, we're going to take it to the finish line here, Greg. We've got a little bit of bumps with your microphone, so I'm going to take it here and see if we can't get that resolved here. Nico Bratz here coming into turn 13, and there he is through 15 for the final time. The two cars behind him not really closing up that gap at all, but right now it's Bratz and Ethan Jacobs, followed by Justin Adacondas, and here they come now towards the final time for the final race of the day. Checkered flag is in the air. Nico Bratz is going to take the win. Second place is going to go to Ethan Jacobs, and Justin Adacondas will be your third place finisher here in the third race of the year for the Super Tour for Spec MX-5. What a great finish there.
Yeah, amazing finish, Brian. Their great run for Nico Bratz. Of course, you know, he has got to, he would want to certainly repeat tomorrow. We have more drivers coming across the line. That is Will Lucas. He is going to round out your top 10 driver, the number 134 car from Dahlonega, Georgia. And Bailey Cruz, good recovery for Bailey as he works his way back into 11th position after that off about midway through the race. Will Robinson, Adam Gonzalez, Justin Mason, Adrian Comstock, and actually Marcelo Panicia, who had some issues early on as well with a little bit of an off-track excursion. He gets around Comstock on the very last lap. Panicia now finishes in 15th position. Adrian Comstock will finish 16th. Cam Gruber 17th. Eric Hallett will finish 18th. Jonathan Murchison will finish in 19th with Jillian Fichter. Great run for Jillian, who started in 24th position. She finishes in 20th. And David, let me get the spelling on this correct because I have been corrected. David Chufo will round out the, he's actually going to finish in 21st position.
All right, Greg, that's going to do it. Let's take a quick look here at, I see one car parked off there on the pit lane. Anyway, we'll figure out who that is because we'll talk about it tomorrow if we find it, Greg.
Yes, we will.
That's the end of a great day of racing here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Wet in the morning, dry and cold. I got to do one thing, Greg. I have to thank our outdoor workers here.
Oh, my gosh,
I thank all of our workers, but particularly the folks who spent the last 12 hours out in the elements. Wet and cold this morning, wet and windy this morning, cold and windy and dry this afternoon. It's just a rough conditions to be out there at the racetrack. And a big round of applause to all the men and women out there braving the elements for us to be able to go racing today. Thank you. And I hope you'll still come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so. And, you know, Brian, I say it time and time again that this is a club. We could not make these events run without our volunteers. I want to thank our hosts this weekend, of course, the Lone Star region, Texas region, and Houston regions of the SCCA, as well as the Southwest division of the SCCA. Real quick, Brian, why don't we bring up the schedule? I know we've got one more day of action here from NOLA, but we've got a lot more events here on the Super Tour and some in very quick succession. Next weekend, the February 20th, starting next Friday, February 23rd through 25th, we're going to be in your neck of the woods. We're going to be in Central California at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. And then not all that much time off, only about 2 weeks. We're going to be going to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, and Virginia International Raceway, again, in a pretty quick succession. They're actually about a month separated, 3 weeks separating them. And then on to Hallett, Portland, the return of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course to the schedule, Watkins Glen, and Road America. But, more importantly, watch for us. If you haven't already done this,
like and subscribe.
Yeah, as my good friend Morgan Burkhardt says, smash or demolish that like button and click the subscribe button, that little bell, so you can find out all the times that we go live here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. We definitely appreciate it, and I think you'd want to see the coverage as well. And if you haven't done so already, tell your friends. So for Brian Bielanski, I'm Gregg Ginsberg. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and again, what's that, like 3 in the morning Pacific Time?
Stop. 6 a.m.
6 a.m. Pacific Time, exactly, here from NOLA Motorsports Park. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.